One more knee, and the Eagles fans, and there are a lot of them in attendance, are on their feet. For the second time, the Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
How about that? Hope you guys had a good weekend. I think that sort of exclamation point at the end of it probably made it a little bit better. Not to mention, you had a nice little, sweep, it felt like, of the weekend. The Nuggets win, the Avs win, and then you get everything that sort of culminates into a butt whipping from the Eagles over the Chiefs. No, I said this before. I'm not a huge fan of the Eagles either, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So for a day, you're rooting for them. And they looked totally out of whack. The Chiefs had nothing going their way. It's about as miserable as Patrick Mahomes could look. And the fact that they did that with not blitzing once, they sacked Patrick Mahomes 6 times. They forced him into bad throws. It felt like, to me, you were watching a little bit of a Broncos game from earlier in the year, in this sense. We were having a discussion heading into the weekend, not necessarily about the Super Bowl, but more about Broncos offseason needs and what do you want. And the question that we brought up was, would you rather have a running back or a tight end? And I think both are incredibly important for team success and offensive success. A tight end opens up the middle of the field. A running game opens up a lack of pressure and keeps the defense on their heels a bit. You control time of possession. It helps you not turn the ball over a lot. There's a lot of benefits to it. And here's what I noticed. And I know it's tough when you go down early. The Chiefs ran the football 7 times with the running backs. Kareem Hunt had 3 carries for 9 yards. Samaje Perine had 1 for 8. Isaiah Pacheco had 3 for 7. Everything else was the Chiefs dropping back. And where do you win in football is on your offensive and defensive fronts. And that wasn't even a competition. Completely and utterly dominated by Philly. Now, you can look at the opposite side and say, well, Brett, Saquon Barkley didn't really go crazy in that game. He had 25 carries for 57 yards. That's awful. And I would say you're right, that is. But you know what they did? They stuck with it. Jalen Hurts attempted 22 passes yesterday. It's exactly what they've done all season. Control everything through your fronts on the offensive and defensive side and wait for the other team to make a mistake. When they do, capitalize on it. The Chiefs had 22 points. That might as well have been a shutout. What, you give up a couple of garbage TDs late in the game? Who cares? What does that matter? I mean, from the very beginning of that game, the Chiefs were torched. And really nothing they could do about it. And here's what's funny. Part of me wants to take a victory lap and say, ha, I told you guys about, but I can't because they won 17 games. But to a certain extent, Nelly, it's what I felt about the Chiefs all year, that if they got in a bind like this where things weren't just falling into their laps, they had no ability to come back from a big deficit. That offense just isn't good enough to regain control. And that's exactly what happened. This feared, vaunted Chiefs offense that we've come to know ever since Patrick Mahomes has taken over as their starting quarterback,
That wasn't there this year. They won through really good defense in disciplined football. And all it took was a couple of turnovers for that to unravel. You get the early pick six by Cooper DeJean. That gave the Eagles a 17-0 lead. And you just kind of felt like that's it. It's over. You know, you have the punctuation or the exclamation point at the end of the first half with the A.J. Brown touchdown where they're up 24-0. Then you're just like, now it's just let's talk to everybody at the party, right? No reason to watch anymore. Like, the Chiefs are going to face some major questions this offseason about what they're going to do. Like, I hate to break it to them. Their three best offensive playmakers from about the second half of the year on were 35-year-old Travis Kelce, 32-year-old DeAndre Hopkins, and 29-year-old Kareem Hunt. I know they're waiting for Xavier Worthy to go out and be this breakout kind of star. And look, he got a couple of garbage touchdowns towards the end of the game. Sure, good for you. I don't know if he's that. Being just fast doesn't make you automatically good. Ask guys like John Ross. Doesn't work that way. But it's pretty rare. We've been spoiled lately with Super Bowls that are close, down to the wire, last possession, like all that kind of stuff, and none of that was on display yesterday. Zero. That felt a lot more like Seahawks-Broncos Super Bowl than anything in a long, long time. Like, the Eagles were just very clearly better. And this is the thing about Philadelphia. You felt that way when you look at that team on paper. They're unbelievable. But I got a theory that I want to get to in a few minutes about how you feel about your coaches and your quarterbacks. But bottom line is this. They have the best running back in the game right now. They have arguably the best wide receiver duo in the game right now with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Not to mention Jahan Dotson is thrown in there. Not to mention Dallas Goedert's their tight end. They got a defense that is a defensive line that just swarms with Jalen Carters and Nolan Smith Jr.'s and Brandon Graham's and all these different guys. Jordan Davis. Like, they're unbelievable up front. And then a secondary that Darius Slay still is getting a little bit older, but still has game to him. Cooper DeJean looks like he's going to be a star. Quinyon Mitchell's really good. C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like, they are stacked to the gills with talent. But for whatever reason, throughout the course of the year, because you'd hear Philly fans talk about their teams and are like, our quarterback stinks and our coach. And it's like, well, okay. But your team's pretty good. Texter says, had to be one of the most enjoyable Super Bowls for everyone in America. Again, the thing is, there's a lot of people that hate Philly, though, too. Like, I don't know how much a Cowboys fan enjoyed that. I don't know how much a Washington fan did. I don't know how much a Giants fan certainly did. But you sit here and you're like, that was a brutal ass kicking. And shout out to Vic Fangio. His head coaching tenureship here was obviously not ideal. I still maintain that if you found a way to get Vic Fangio a quarterback here, things could have been a lot different because his ability to scheme up things defensively is second to none.
Maybe.
Like, they have taken a whole bunch of coordinators across the league, have taken the model of a Vic Fangio and turned that into what they want their ideal defense to be. able to get pressure with no blitzes the entire game against Patrick Mahomes? I mean, goodness.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of bull.
It's like the biggest advantage you could have. Everybody strives for that. Can I get pressure with 4? If the answer is yes, you probably win, no matter who your opponent is. But he did a masterful job, and he always has. Like, that was sort of the underrated story going into this, is that Vic Fangio, as a DC and head coach, has never beaten Patrick Mahomes, but he's always made it difficult. A lot of texts coming in. I was damn near celebrating as if the Broncos won the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, I was at a party with a lot of people, 40-ish people. And that place, if Philly made a play, it sounded like, yeah, PS2 just picked one off and ran it back like he was Cooper DeJean. So there's a lot of bad blood. And again, a lot of people happy this morning because you got like the full weekend sweep. We'll get to the Nuggets and the Avs a little bit later. We're just a few days away from this weird like break in the timeline between neither one of those teams playing too. So we'll do that in a bit. But I'm still kind of blown away with how dominant that was, especially on the defensive side. And let's remember, it's not the first time this happened to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl where they just get obliterated like that, especially on the offensive side. Remember what Tampa did to them a few years ago? Because why? They were able to get consistent pressure on Mahomes without blitzing constantly. That Super Bowl that Kansas City played against Tom Brady when he was with the Bucs, I think they were out either one or both of their starting tackles in that game. Mahomes had no time, had to run around. They couldn't establish a rushing game. And at that point, it was like, good luck. But incredibly impressive from Philly. And I got a thought, by the way. Maybe this is the secret sauce to how teams operate and win championships, because I know 2 examples just in the last couple of months, football-wise, teams who won championships that had something in common that I think is pretty rare for teams to win championships. So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios, their passion is justice. A lot more to break down with this game. But again, the 2 champions in football, college and the NFL, have one thing in common that I don't know if it could ever be said before. We'll get to it next.
Mahomes rolling out. Looking, firing, intercepted! Picked up by Cooper DeJean. Gets a block. DeJean is in. Touchdown!
Cooper DeJean with a pick six in the middle of that game. That's what kind of set this thing apart. You had the beginning where Eagles get the ball, they punt, Chiefs punt right back, it's a touchdown, and you're like, okay, well, early lead for Philly, not unsurprising. The Chiefs then go 3 and out again, and then Philly, who goes all the way down to inside the 30, get picked off, and then you think the tide is going to start turning. But Chiefs again go 3 and out, and then they throw a pick six, and then they have another pick before halftime. Like, it just turned into a mess for Kansas City in a hurry. But I noticed something that is similar between the two champions in both the NFL and college football. And maybe there's something to this. Maybe we should take heed. They both hated their coaches before they won, didn't they? Like, a lot of Philly fans wanted Nick Sirianni fired this year, despite them, like, winning. A lot of Ohio State fans wanted Ryan Day fired, in spite of him losing only like 5 conference games his entire career. And yet both of them hoist the trophies at the end. Maybe that's the secret sauce. Maybe that's something we need to pay attention to. You know what? Let's start just hating Sean Payton. You know what? To a certain extent, Nelly, I think it was a very idiotic vocal minority, but during the Avs and Nuggets runs, there's a bunch of people that thought Bednar shouldn't be there, couldn't get him over the top. There's a bunch of people that thought that about Malone.
I have 2 middle fingers.
We used to have a tradition, by the way, on In the Paint, where anytime the Nuggets had any sort of a bad or questionable loss, over-under on the time it took for the Fire Malone text to come in. That christened every In the Paint show. It was a tradition.
Hey, remember we had the sentient Ken doll on the benches for the Avs during that run, and then the next year we had Teflon Mike. Who could forget? And then they both won championships. And then we both ignored it afterwards. But maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's what you have to do. You have to go out and just start hate watching your head coach. And then the more you do that, the better your team plays. You know, it got me thinking. How far off are the Broncos from both of these teams? You guys watched the game yesterday. I know the Chiefs played a pretty miserable game, so you can't really judge it by that. But I'm take these two teams in their totality this season. How far off are you from being either one of those? And I'm here to tell you, I don't think the gap between the Chiefs and the Broncos is all that big. You tell me what the Chiefs have that the Broncos don't, outside of very obviously Mahomes. But beyond that, what do they have? Just from a roster construction standpoint. Their O-line is okay, not great. It's not like they got a big step on you there. Their running game was virtually non-existent the second half of the season. Hey, I know what that's like. We watch that every Sunday with Denver. Skill position talent. Guys on the outside. Is there anybody that you would say is definitively better than your best weapon, which is Courtland Sutton right now? Could you even say that about Kelsey at this moment? Like, Kelsey looks old, guys. Old. Like, it kind of reminds me when Gronk was playing in Tampa. Like, he couldn't really move, but he was still... You know, Jason Witten was kind of the same way at the end of his career. it looked like it hurt them to physically run. Now, they would still make a catch for 8 yards occasionally, move the chains occasionally, but I really don't see a giant separation. And then you go to defense. That's the Chiefs' bread and butter. Like, their defense is really good. Even yesterday, by the way, it's not like the Chiefs were getting lit up through their defense. I mean, game ends. Philly has 40 points on the board, but they gave up 345 yards of offense. They held the Eagles to 3 of 12 on third down. It's not like they got crushed. The Chiefs just kept giving them the football and doing that in bad positions, and the Chiefs' offense would give up points. I think your defense is just as good as the Chiefs. Like, you aren't that far off from them. It's why when they played that, especially that first game, midway through the year against each other, I thought the Broncos had a good chance. I'm like, I see two similar football teams. The difference that Kansas City has is obviously Mahomes and his ability to close games if they're close late. Make no mistake, as bad as the Chiefs played, if that game for whatever reason, with how bad the Chiefs were playing, was still a 3-point game with a minute and a half left to go and Mahomes has the ball, it's at least going to be tied. If not, the Chiefs are going to be the winners because their ability to close is elite because they've done it for 7 years. And all that takes is being in high-pressure moments consistently and figuring it out. And the Broncos could eventually get there, but that's just one detail they aren't going to have until they get more experience. But I don't find them that far off from Kansas City. Like, I know there's a lot of offseason to get to before you make, like, these overarching conclusions. If you're thinking that the AFC West next year belongs to Kansas City, I think you're nuts. Now, maybe after a free agency period and they pick up some huge names, maybe that can change. But as of right now, don't care that they won 15 games. You cannot and should not go into next season, if you're the Broncos or especially the Chargers, thinking that this is Kansas City's division. You're thinking it's yours. And look, I don't think Sean Payton's questioning that at all. Sean Payton is going to look at this and say, yeah, we can take this division next year. And they very well could. You do the right things this offseason. You make the right sort of, you fill in the right kind of holes. You should be in great shape. That's the thing, though. When you look at the other team, I said you're basically, a step behind Kansas City. It's not much. How far are you from being Philly? A ways. Philly's roster is just a different type of animal. And the only reason why I feel like people questioned, like myself, questioned how far that team could go was purely because the egos in that room I thought would make it really difficult. I didn't know how long A.J. Brown would just be able to catch 3 balls a game and the team wins and him just continuing to stay happy. That mounting fan pressure that was building upon Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. I wondered if one of them was going to break. But you look at the actual roster, they got things that you don't. And not just you, most teams in the league. I think there's only a couple that could say that they are on paper as talented or close to it to Philly. And sometimes it's just on a single side of the ball. For example, the offensive output that they bring to the table. How many teams in the league could say, on offense, we're about as talented as Philly? Across the board, I'd say maybe one. And it's the team that was the overall leader in points this year, which is Detroit. Maybe they could say, hey, hat for hat, offensive line, running back room, wide receivers, tight end, they might be able to say on paper, we about can stack 1-for-1 with you guys. But they can't do that on defense. Like, Philly's got both sides of the ball doing that. They don't really have a weakness. Their weakness, I think, is between the ears, but they were dialed in yesterday. So you're a ways off. Like, you're a ways off from having Saquon in the backfield. You're a ways off from having A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, Dallas Goedert. You're a ways off from that kind of stuff. And could you make that sort of jump a little bit easier this offseason? You could. You got to do a lot of things correctly. You got to get lucky. Like, all of that kind of plays a factor in it. But forget, like, the Eagles' offense for a second. What they did to the Chiefs' offense was insane. I can't remember what it was in the game. I got bored after a while. I think it was in the third quarter. And it was something like the Chiefs had 50 yards of offense. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, you go back and you look at the drives for Kansas City. This is what their first half looked like. 12 yards. This is just by drive. 12 yards. 7. So that's 26. -6. That makes it 20. -6. That makes it 14. 0. -1. 13 yards of offense in the first half. Then they come out blistering in the second half with 15 yards. Their next drive goes 17, and then they finally get a touchdown drive. But think about that for a second. So what did I say they were at 14 at the end of the half, or 12 or something, 14? So they had essentially like 40 yards of offense with 2:40 left to go in the third quarter. I know the Chiefs' offense wasn't a juggernaut this year, but how many teams can do that to Patrick Mahomes for 3 quarters? The only way you stay in that game is to be able to not turn the ball over and keep time of possession in your favor. They could do none of it. I'm telling you, it actually gave me a giant boost of confidence for the Broncos heading into this offseason. Like, the juggernaut, the Thanos that's standing in your way with all the Infinity Stones has now had it ripped from him. Like, you see the chink in the armor now. You see the way to attack. Now, the way to do it is not easy. But Vic Fangio was like, if you can hold off blitzing and be able to get pressure on them, and a big way to do it is you have to stop the running game, which with that room right now doesn't seem all that difficult. You know, they were really high on Isaiah Pacheco. I was too. I thought Pacheco was incredible a couple years ago. Taking some injuries, and since then just not been the same guy. You know, they basically relegated him to almost a backup role towards the end of the year. Kareem Hunt, who was on the street, was the guy that they were playing in the number 1 spot. But it was more than just being happy to see the Chiefs lose. It gave me a lot of hope that you're always reminded that Mahomes is 29 years old. He's not even 30, and the Chiefs keep winning and all this stuff. And then you say, all right, so this division is just theirs for the next decade still? And I think the answer is no. Again, Chiefs go into this offseason, let's say Tyreek Hill continues to stay unhappy and then he goes back to Kansas City. All right, yeah, they can change some things. It can. But a big part of what made that offense tick, a big part of what kept them consistent offensively, despite guys like Tyreek Hill and a whole bunch of dudes leaving was the Mahomes-Kelsey connection was always their bread and butter. And I think that Kelsey I think he's done. He just can't move like he used to. That's what being 36 years old does. I'm 35, and I don't play football, and I don't move like I used to. You know what I said the other day, Nelly? My knuckles hurt. Just for whatever reason, it hurt to clench my fist. Don't know why, just did. And I think Travis Kelce's getting to that point. But it reveals this perceived giant chasm between the Chiefs and everybody else in the AFC, I think has shrunk. Because even the games that they won on their way here, we always talked about, it's not pretty, but they just find a way. Like that game that they won their divisional round game against Houston. It was like Houston played like garbage. And it still felt like they had a little bit of a shot towards the end. Obviously, the Bills game. The Bills had a shot, if not for some weird shenanigans towards the end. But you know what I love about this Super Bowl? Is that Philly was so dominant, not a single person is going to question a call throughout the course of the game. Who cares? Remember early? What happened early in the game? Philly scored and it got called back because of a penalty, right? And
it was OPI, I think.
Yeah, the little AJ Brown.
Yeah, he got his hand in the defender's face. Yeah.
And you go, all right, buckle up. A whole bunch of the refs' takes are going to be coming tomorrow. And then Philly beat them so soundly and perfectly, nobody cares.
You know how bad of a blowout that was? The Eagles dumped the Gatorade on Sirianni before the 2-minute warning.
Oh, for sure.
There were like 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock when they hit him with the Gatorade bat. That's why they got him so good and straight up knocked his headset off because it was so early. I couldn't believe it. That was incredibly disrespectful in the best way.
Well, you know what that probably came from? They did the Gatorade bath with 2 minutes left because he probably looked at the sideline and said, Kenny Pickett, go in. And if you're ever saying Kenny Pickett get in the game and it's not out of necessity, it's over. That's it. So 303-504-0925 can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. So
it's over, pal.
A lot more to break down with this game. Do want to get to a little bit of Nuggets and Avs over the weekend as they take a couple of dubs. The Avs do it as they head into the Four Nations break, and now the Nuggets with a couple of games left before the All-Star break. We'll break that down as well.
I mean, both sucked. I mean, there's no way around it. Anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's the worst feeling in the world. They'll stick with you the rest of your career. I mean, these will be the two losses that will motivate me to be even better for the rest of my career, because you only get so few of these, and you have to capitalize on these, and they hurt probably more than the wins feel good.
It's not easy being green. Having to spend each day the color.
I mean, it is a wild voice. Just crazy. All right, before we get to the Nuggets and Avs stuff, am I contractually obligated? Do I have to talk about the halftime show? Do I always have to talk about the halftime show? Look, a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people loved it. That's exactly what that show was going to be the whole time. I thought he was great. Like, I think Kendrick Lamar, I've told you guys this before. I like rappers who actually rap stuff. Like, they actually say something. And it's not just, like, I can't stand that. I thought he was great. Am I surprised remotely that wasn't universally adored? No. Because first of all, rap's a niche genre. It would be like if you trotted out Eric Church for the halftime show. It's like not everybody likes country music. It's going to hit a lot of people's ears weird. But here's the thing. This is what I said from the beginning, Nelly, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I think Kendrick Lamar is incredibly talented. I think his stuff is really good. I also knew, like, I was at a party with 40 people. We're watching the halftime show. And I'll just give you an example. Same party last year. That place, everybody was singing, dancing. People don't know Kendrick's songs. So you know what people did during the halftime show, Nelly? It was like quiet. And I knew that from the beginning. I'm like, Kendrick is very good at what he does, but he doesn't have like, I feel like the halftime show, if you want universal adoration, you got to have somebody that has songs that everybody knows the words to. And how many people in your life truly know word for word Kendrick songs? Like, it's not a lot.
Right. I think that Kendrick Lamar put on the best possible halftime performance that he could have. And for Kendrick fans, if you know his lyrics, you know his songs, you know the messages he conveys, all his socio-political messages, him being the voice for the voiceless, all of that he pours into his albums. If you know about his beef with Drake and how he slammed Drake
that's
again.
The big thing, right?
Yeah, that's my point. If you know all of that, then that show was perfect and it was everything you wanted. But I think for a lot of people watching that show, if you don't know his lyrics, you couldn't understand a lot of what he was saying because the sound mixing was weird, and you don't know what the deal with Mustard is and Serena Williams crip walking. Like, for the average person who doesn't know Kendrick, you weren't going to enjoy that show because there wasn't the entertainment value of Beyonce or Prince playing guitar in the rain or Bruce Springsteen.
It's the most predictable thing in the world. You know what happened? I swear to God, this is a true story. I was talking to a couple of people at this party I was at, and I go, yeah, I'm going to get a text, I feel like, in about 10 seconds from my dad saying, what is this? 10 seconds later, my dad texts, he goes, I don't know what's happening. Like, it was the most predictable thing in the world. My dad's a 62-year-old man, okay? He has no idea what songs are being sung by Kendrick Lamar. And this is what I was trying to say. I think Kendrick is one of the most supremely talented rappers that exist today. And, Nelly, I think you know this about me by now. I hate Drake. I don't get Drake's appeal. I don't like his music. I don't like anything about him. If I were booking the halftime show, I would have booked Drake over Kendrick because people know his songs. And I thought that's kind of the point. You ever, like, I did this to, actually, my first Red Rock show that I ever went to was last year. And I said, I'm not going there if it's not a day that both me and my wife could go. I wanted me and her to experience that first time at Red Rocks together. And I got tickets to Gary Clark Jr., who I think is just a god amongst men. He's incredible. And my wife left. She goes, it was really good. The only thing I didn't like is I didn't know any of his music because she doesn't listen to Gary Clark. And I go, I get that. And that's what the halftime show felt like to me for like 95% of people out there who don't know his music, it's like, maybe you thought it was okay, but you aren't singing along. When Eminem and Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and Usher were all doing the halftime show, it's like, those are all songs that a lot of people knew.
Right. And at the end of the day, the Super Bowl halftime show should be about one thing. It should be about entertainment. And I think if you don't know Kendrick and his music and you're just a casual NFL fan, I don't think you were entertained. You didn't have Katy Perry in a swimsuit on stage dancing with sharks singing about California
There is
girls.
something
Now
to
that's
that.
entertaining.
There is something to that. Like, if you don't know Beyonce's music, Beyonce puts on a show.
Right. Or if you don't know any given rock band, I mean, there's flames shooting out of the stage, there's shredding guitars.
Yep.
At least you can appreciate Mick Jagger strutting around the stage pointing, even if you're the only person on planet Earth who doesn't know the Rolling Stones discography. You can still appreciate the showmanship. Same thing with your boy Bruno Mars. All the halftime shows he's appeared in. So I think for Kendrick fans and the hip-hop community, that show was about a 10 out of 10. I just think for everybody else, I don't know how you feel about that.
Like, I'm trying to think. Somebody that I really like that I think would be a lame halftime show. Okay, let's just say Ray Charles didn't die. He's my favorite artist ever. Ray Charles, okay? If he did that, I'm sure it'd be fun to watch him play piano, but that's not going to be like a performance, right? That's going to be like, if you really love his music, you're going to really like this. I was going to say Stapleton, but I feel like Stapleton can pull it off because everybody loves Chris Stapleton. Anyway, there you go. There's my 5-minute thoughts on the halftime show. I hope I covered enough ground and got my point across. I thought it was good. I also just feel like that's probably not the venue for Kendrick Lamar. That's my overall thoughts. Anyway, Nuggets and Avs over the weekend. What I really enjoyed about the Avs to start with, they're on a back-to-back. They had one more game heading into the break. What you wanted to see before this Four Nations was the offense getting going, and to put up a 5 spot against Edmonton, to get that game winner from Natchez to make it 5-4, I think was just chef's kiss heading into this break. I mean, you had in that game Lehkonen, McKinnon, Natchez, and McCarr combined for 5 goals. And you had Connor McDavid as a -3 in that game. I don't think you could ask for a lot more. You forced the goalie to get pulled. Like, you had a lot of things going for you, and you just wanted to see the offense come back to life. You get another power play goal. It's like you found a little bit of confidence heading into this break. And hopefully, at the end of this Four Nations, you get Val back in the lineup. You get Manson back in the lineup. Like, hopefully all of that stuff can sort of come to fruition when you come back, because I told you guys, after this Natchez trade, and I looking the way that you're stacking a little bit more depth, seeing good goaltending from Mackenzie Blackwood, having the offense kind of rejuvenate towards the end of that, I got high hopes for what the Avs can be after this on a stretch run into the postseason. I certainly think they have the ability to win a cup. I'm not saying I think they will, but they have the ability to. And I'm really excited for what this could be, you know, after you get done with the Four Nations stuff and they get an extended stretch to kind of like put everything together. It's all about offense for them. We can get hyper-focused on, like, they need to take Malinsky out of the lineup. They need to find another defenseman before the trade deadline. Maybe they will. Who knows? But there is one thing that makes that team go, and that's offense. When they do that, they win. When they don't, they lose. It's pretty simple. And especially now that you have, at minimum, average goaltending on any given night, that used to be the maximum, and now it's the minimum. You throw a few goals on there, like, you're in good shape. Should win most games. I saw something over the weekend, by the way. What's the Canadian's name that's got a huge YouTube channel? Steve,
Dangle? Is that his name?
Dangle, yes. I saw his podcast. Him and his co-host were floating around the idea. You know, they were talking about how big this trade was for the Avs and how Netchus looks like he fits immediately in that McKinnon line and how good that looks. But then they went over to Mikko for a second and they said, there's a risk here that this trade could cost Mikko money. And I think that they're right. There is a chance that could happen. Like, I don't see Mikko improving his stock after this trade, but it could drop. And for him, that's a bummer. And I don't, whenever you bring up Netchus, it's like a Mikko comp comes right afterwards. And I don't want to make it about that because Mikko didn't do anything wrong. It's contracts and it's money and what you're willing to get or give to stay or go on a roster. But it's hard not to look at this and say, man, there looks like there's just a little bit more juice with this offense and what Netchus brings to the table. Like stick handling, weaving through traffic, finding open space, finding McKinnon, like being able to, we discussed this on the power play. It felt like it was very predictable. McKinnon was going to park himself at the dot. Mikko was going to be on the other side. And Cale was going to kind of roam around the blue line. And now with this power play, Netchus, because he's just constantly cycling around, he's pushing guys into different spots, and you have to be very aware of where people are at on the ice now. It's just made a huge difference. So, get to that. Nuggets winners of 6 straight now. Want to talk about that as well. Can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them that you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
and 16. Mahomes rolling out. Looking, firing, intercepted. Picked up by Cooper DeJean. Gets a block. DeJean is in. Touchdown. Here's Mahomes. Four-man rush over the middle. It's intercepted again. This time it's Zach Ball, and the Eagles are set up inside the 10.
One more knee, and the Eagles fans, and there are a lot of them in attendance, are on their feet.
For the second time, the Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
Well, was it everything you dreamed of? Were you happy? Were you ecstatic at the end of the night? Whole bunch of texters in the 6 o'clock hour talking about I was celebrating each Eagles touchdown like it was the Broncos. I'm happy that the Chiefs not just lost, they got their butts kicked, but I don't like Philly either. I was still a little conflicted, but there's something about, since 2011, Vic, I think I can pick out 3 Super Bowls that were not like close games. 2 of them has featured Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one has featured the Broncos in that the Seahawks Broncos Super Bowl.
I'm happy and ashamed at the same time, if I'm going to be truthful with you. Happy and ashamed. Follow me on this one. I love watching the Chiefs get theirs. I love watching Chiefs fans get theirs. I was this close to tweeting right at the mayor of Kansas City, but I'm not going to do that.
What did girl please?
He says he tweeted at me, "Girl please," after the first round. He hit me with a "girl please." I was this close to responding, but you know what? What do I gain?
You're an older, mature man.
I'm
now.
a mature human.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick a Twitter battle with the mayor of Kansas City.
Now, Vic, how old are you now? You're 50?
55.
A 53-year-old Vic would have sent the tweet.
54-and-a-half-year-old Vic would have done it. But a 55-year-old Vic's not going to get into it, okay? Let him have his. They're in mourning. But I'm going to say this. I'm a bit ashamed because I took so much delight in their pain. And it reminded me a lot of Lakers fans taking delight in Nuggets pain when the Nuggets lost to Minnesota in 7. Do you remember all of the social media, all the memes, all the stuff coming from L.A., from Laker fans jumping on the Minnesota Timberwolves bandwagon? Do you remember that?
Yep.
And how we said, how classless do you have to be? How pathetic do you have to be that you have to jump on their fan base because you don't like the Nuggets? Well, here we are.
Here's what's funny, Vic. The overarching narrative surrounding the Super Bowl was boring, don't care, not interested at all. And I was at a bar. They closed down and they have a private party. So they just invite their friends and family.
Oh, so you did the party thing.
I did the party thing. I do that every year. Same place. And for all of the I don't cares and this is boring, not interested, not going to watch, that place erupted whenever the Eagles made a play. Erupted.
It was universal in Denver. I mean, if you're in Denver, Colorado.
Like, you can't say I don't care and then lose your voice the next day.
I mean, listen, I was into the game for Philly for various reasons, not just Philly. I mean, my take on Philly fan.
Yeah.
Can't stand Philly fan.
Yep.
Philly fan is vulgar. Philly fan is obnoxious.
Mm-hmm.
Philly fan is somewhat entitled.
Sure.
Like, you invented sports, but we all wanted Philly because this is what happens in life.
I'm not even a fan of the Liberty Bell.
Yeah, you pick your side. I don't even like Ben Franklin.
Yeah.
Out of shape, non-athletic.
Flies kites.
Exactly. Kite flyer. Anyway, that's what it is. This is where we are. In this specific moment, Philly was everyone's favorite here in Denver. And you're following every step of the way.
Which had to be bizarre for them, that a good portion of the country was rooting for him for the first time ever.
It would be like the Cowboys becoming a fan favorite.
Yeah.
But here's the other reason I was into this game. And I was happy that Jalen Hurts got his because let's be totally honest. When these playoffs started, how many of us had Philly top 4? We didn't even have Philly, if I think about it. Be honest, because I hold us to honesty and fairness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to play this hindsight game that we normally play in talk radio.
Yeah.
Nobody on this show had Philly winning the Super Bowl.
No, I was saying it earlier. That team on paper is as talented as anybody in the league.
In hindsight.
And as well, here's the thing. I acknowledged that, but I always thought there was something about them that just didn't look right.
You don't like Nick Sirianni.
I thought he was going to blow it
He
at some
just
point.
spit in your mouth.
Yes, he did. Okay, he didn't do that.
Yes, he did.
No.
Just take it.
Can you just say spit?
He spit in your mouth.
He spit at me?
Accept it.
No.
That's
No.
what Nick Sirianni did to you.
No, there's nothing you can say now. He's a
that's what
winner.
he did.
Yeah, he's a champion.
That's what he did. You hate him.
I can't stand him.
You can't stand him, and you know what he did? He sat there at the end of the game, did the interview with his kids, and he spit in your mouth.
I don't like you saying that.
I don't care what you don't like.
That thing,
I don't care
though.
what you don't like.
Just come up with a different thing.
At the beginning of the playoff run, we did not have Philly in our top 5. All right? KC, Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit.
Sure.
Hell, some people had Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Then Philly.
Right.
Nobody had Philly. And the fact that they came from that place and won a Super Bowl and did it so decisively against the Wicked Witch of the Midwest, they took out the Wicked Witch of the Midwest and made Patrick Mahomes look human.
Hey, Sirianni's greatest coaching feat this entire year, and I will die on this hill. You will never get me to say I like Sirianni. I hate him. I hate him.
I like him.
The best thing that guy did, the smartest thing that guy did was hire Vic Fangio.
If I were to give out the MVP of that game, and I know Jalen Hurts, listen, all credit to Jalen Hurts because we all doubted him. We all said, what is the Philly weakness? Well, do they really have a quarterback if their run game gets shut down? Yeah, they do. They have a leader. But if I were to award an MVP, how can you not give it to the defensive coordinator who dialed up the greatest Italian recipe I've seen in years?
Bro, I remember it was, I was checked out of the game. It was late in the third quarter. The Eagles just scored to go up 34-0. And they put the graphic up. I said, wait, does that say the Chiefs have 40 yards of offense and it's almost the fourth quarter right now? 40 yards? Like, Vic, they had like 14.5.
And when you're watching Mahomes navigate the pocket under duress, you're thinking to yourself, I just watched the game with the Queen, just a 2-person watch crew. It was great. First time I've watched the game, just the two of us. And I turned to her and I said, it feels like they're blitzing on every down. And not once did they send a blitz.
Not a single time.
Not a single blitz the entire game. But didn't it feel like there was a blitz? I'm like, where are all these guys coming from?
You know what's crazy is that, I mentioned this earlier. Since 2011, there's been, I think, 3 Super Bowls that you would consider blowouts.
Yeah.
Like one team dominates the other team. And the Chiefs have been dominated twice in Super Bowls. Now, they've got the wins, too.
Mm-hmm.
But both of those games, if you remember, it was obviously yesterday. And the last one was, remember when Kansas City played Tampa? And Patrick Mahomes was constantly on the turf? And guys like, what was that, Jason Pierre-Paul and Vita Vea and all these different guys for Tampa were just all over him. Like, it's easier said than done. Just, get them under duress. Like, that's the recipe for any quarterback. But for them to be able to do that without blitzing a single time, and I'm telling you, we'll get to this later. It took until the Super Bowl, Vic, but I kept looking at Chiefs offense like, they're bad. Like, they just aren't very good.
Their offensive line is undesirable.
Yeah.
Their offensive line let them down. It's funny after the game, because I've had a lot of Chiefs fans over the last few weeks just jump at me, including the mayor of Kansas City. I got to look up his account, see how he took that loss, by the way.
Yeah.
And a lot of you I know are trying to goad me into tweeting at him. I'm not going to do it. You never know. One day I may run for office in Kansas City. I'm not going to do it. But did you see how many fans, Kansas City so-called fans, came out and just ripped Mahomes and said he should be embarrassed? Go look, read some of these. I tweeted one. I mean, you people, man.
Yeah.
You talk about privileged. You have lived in the championship game for the last half decade. You've lived there. You've dominated the AFC. You got the closest thing to a dynasty we've had since New England, and you have the gall. Are you kidding me? You have the audacity to rip Patrick Mahomes? He got you there, man.
It's really crazy watching. I'll say it. You know what it felt like watching Kansas City's offense? It felt like watching the Broncos at times. They completely abandoned the run early. They ran the ball, I think, 7 times with their running backs.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know that story. They had no skill position guys.
Andy Reid got out-coached by Vic Fangio like I haven't seen a coach out-coach another in a long time. Andy Reid could do nothing against Fangio. Fangio made him look foolish. This was Clubber Lang in the first fight against Rocky.
Yeah. You know, it's something that Jeff Legwold harps on all the time, but the guys who did the damage for Philly, especially on defense, were all drafted guys. Like their defensive line, Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat and a whole bunch of these guys that were just constantly in the backfield was crazy.
Hey, how did you feel? Very first series of the game. You're ready to watch. You're in there. You're like, okay, let's get ourselves a good Super Bowl. And you see that BS offensive pass interference call that started the game. And you're thinking to yourself, here we go. Aren't you?
I'm telling you, one of my favorite parts about that domination was that nobody's saying anything about refs this morning because it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you were beating that soundly. Yep. But yeah, I thought that everybody did. The groans started, immediately of, oh, really?
I mean, but there were a couple of calls. Also, there was a KC call that went against them. A hit to the head. Or I forgot what it was. It was later on the next series. It was stupid.
Well, Mahomes in that game gets, 2 clenched fists to the middle of the face and he fumbles and there's no call on that, which,
Whatever. Again, now we live in the ultra slow-mo period of television viewing. By the way, Fox, just from an inside TV perspective, why in the Super Bowl do you decide to debut those huge graphic score bugs? I do not know, but why do people do that?
I don't know.
Just do you. Do you.
Everybody, it's one of the first things I saw people, tweeting about was, the score bug. I'm like, I don't notice these things. Am I an idiot?
I'm in the television business. That's the first thing I noticed. You don't want anything covering the field. If there's because that's the problem with that. It covered the lower bottom half of the field.
Yeah.
And you couldn't see what was going on there.
What happened to the old school, just top left
Just
corner?
a simple little.
Yeah. It's KC,
Translucent.
PHI.
Translucent.
Yeah.
So you could see through it. Just an easy little, it's like it's there, but you don't know it's there. This one you couldn't ignore when you know it's there. Anyway, we got so much to break down on the Super Bowl that we're going to run out of time today. I know I heard you talk about the halftime show. I got a ton to talk about when it comes to the halftime show, and I'll surprise most of you there. I am not going to tweet the mayor. So for those of you on the text line that keep trying to, I'm not doing it. I do want to hear how he's taking this one.
I got a call. So I have, if you can believe it, Vic.
What is the mayor of Kansas City's name? I even forgot his name. Quentin something?
Oh, yeah, Quentin something.
Go on.
I got a buddy, neighbor of mine, who's a friend. He's a Kansas City fan. He is not obnoxious, though. He's really not. So it's one of those, I don't want to text him during the game. Because first of all, I don't like when people do that when my game's on and they're bothering me with the phone stuff. And secondly, I hate it even more when people call or text me hey, sorry about your team's soul being crushed.
You know what I hate?
He called me though, and he said one thing. He goes, now I know how you feel.
Yeah.
And then he hung up the phone.
That's
all he did.
You know what I really hate? You know I hate this because we've talked about this. Here's what I really hate. One of the reasons why I'm not going to go after these people. They're already hurting as it is. Kansas City fans are hurting. You don't need to rub in more hurt.
Yeah, just knowing that they're in pain should be enough.
You know what I hate? And we've talked about this. Those people who tweet out receipts.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
The worst. The worst.
They're going to have a whole lot.
You are the worst. You are the worst people.
I can only imagine how many tweets Nick Wright will get this morning. You know what I mean?
People are like, "Oh, you got to go after Nick Wright." Why? Why?
Just knowing they're in pain should be enough.
What? I got a bunch of that stuff after Notre Dame, but you could tell the character of a person.
You made the right comparison, though. It was the same thing as Lakers fans after the Nuggets lost Game 7 to Minnesota.
And then piling on.
It's like, well, we still own you.
Now, this is the way to handle it. Mayor Q, we celebrate and we grieve with class in Kansas City. Tell that to some of your fans. Be kind to your neighbors, your servers, and everyone in our community. It's a great time to be in Kansas City. Let's make tonight's story about how, like the Chiefs, we'll pick right up, ready to be the best tomorrow. I'm not sure what that last line means. But
girl, please.
I think girl, please would have been a very good tweet. That's it. Just girl, comma, please.
A lot more to break down with this game. Also, Nuggets Navs over the weekend. It was a clean sweep, right? You got the Chiefs loss. You got a Nuggets win. You got Navs win. It was all great. A lot more to break down. Stick around.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here. I'm a sports guy. I can't fix things. That's not what I do. Schedule's packed, so I don't have time to wait around for help. That's why I trust AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. The little thingy, the thermostat stopped working, the one you push in and you program. I don't know what happened. So what did I do? I called AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Why? Because they give you a 2-hour arrival window guaranteed. No guessing, no waiting all day. You call them, they're there within 2 hours. Leave that kind of stuff to the pros. Quit trying to do it yourself. Schedule your appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
I mean, both sucked. I mean, there's no way around it. Anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's the worst feeling in the world. They'll stick with you the rest of your career. I mean, these will be the two losses that will motivate me to be even better for the rest of my career, because you only get so few of these, and you have to capitalize on these, and they hurt probably more than the wins feel good.
It's not easy being green.
You're cold.
Having
Nelly.
to spend each
It is a
day
wild voice, though.
You're
Like,
cold.
it's crazy.
Nelly's cold, man. You know what, Nelly? Now you're making me mad. Now you're making me mad. This poor guy goes out there. He performs like crap. And he speaks to the media for a good 12 minutes after the game. Sits up there, takes every question, takes the blame, takes the bullet, says, it's me, it's me, it's me. I'm embarrassed. It hurts. Let me ask you this. Where was Travis Kelce after the game? Where was Travis Kelce? Because he loves to dance. He loves to shine. Travis Kelce loves the
He's saving his thoughts for his podcast, I think.
Yeah, Travis Kelce loves to celebrate, right? He loves to pose. Where was he after the game when I've been to many Super Bowls? They are required to speak to the media after the game. It is not a volunteer. It's a requirement. Every player, especially top-notch, required to speak to the media.
Sure.
Where was he after the game?
I don't know. By the way, Kelsey's done. He can't move anymore, man. I noticed that throughout the course of this year.
You see the difference between the two players now?
Oh, for sure.
You see why I've always had a respect.
Well, the quarterback can't escape.
Okay, but you may not like Mahomes. He could have been Cam Newton up there. He could have been Cam Newton and bitter and angry. You know what he did? He did 12 minutes of I sucked.
Yeah.
And took it.
Yep.
Where was Kelce?
I don't know.
Did anybody, am I missing something? Did anybody hear from Travis Kelce after the game? Did he just exit stage left with Taylor?
Yeah, Texture says he was busy planning his new hair plugs with his girlfriend. Let me tell you something. I saw his hair. There's some business going on with that hair.
Is there?
There's a ton of flow that looks like too thick, is what I'm saying.
That is so weak. You want the definition of weak? You take all the glory for all these years. You sit there and absorb the glory, the money.
You gotta fight for your right.
Exactly. You say all that dumb crap. You make your way to the front of the line when you win a game. You make sure you speak into that microphone, the sideline person interviewing people, and then you lose and you're nowhere to be found. That tells me everything I need to know about Travis Kelce. Fraud.
No, I don't know this. Texture says, to be fair, Vic, he did talk for 3 to 4 minutes after the game. He said hats off to the Eagles.
I didn't see it. I mean, I'm looking for it. I mean, that's on me then.
I don't know. I didn't.
Where?
I didn't pay too much attention to the post-game stuff. But there is, we got somebody on the line, and it's funny because he's getting to a topic that I wanted to discuss right now. So we'll just go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And let's go to Robert, who's on. Hi, Robert.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I was watching the game yesterday, like we all were, and saw the Eagles bring 4-man pressures, right, to get to this guy who's a magician with the ball. So I wonder, we got, the Broncos have Bonito and, Cooper, but I mean, I think we're far off still, man. I mean, what can you get? Through the draft, free agency.
I'll tell you this, Robert.
Lastly,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
What do you make of that little exchange between A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni?
All right, Robert, we'll get to that in a second. To your first part of this, I had this written down, Vic, because here's what I think is really interesting. Two teams that were on the field yesterday. I watched the Chiefs, and I go, how far off is Denver from being that? And I don't think it's far at all. I think they're maybe a step behind. I think if you watch the Chiefs, and I get it, that was a bad game for them, but still, if you watch them throughout the course of the year, they weren't obliterating teams. They were finding ways to win, and that's maybe the one detail that they have that the Broncos don't possess right now. Game's close, end of game situation, Chiefs close.
Yeah.
The Broncos don't have that at the moment because that takes experience. But all the other stuff, are you really going to sit here and tell me outside of Mahomes, there is anything on Kansas City's roster that is head and shoulders above where Denver is?
You know,
skill position talent?
What
I
they
don't think
did,
so.
And we saw it. Vic Fangio, the primer for Vic Fangio to play against the Chiefs, he got his lessons working here in Denver.
Sure.
Because when he worked for the Broncos, listen, they lost to the Chiefs, but he slowed them down. He slowed Mahomes, down. He found a way. And the formula is pretty simple. We told you how they didn't blitz once, right? 0 blitzes. Here's what Vic Fangio's formula is to play Patrick Mahomes. You don't blitz. You make sure your front four gets to him somehow. A lot of stunts, a lot of moving around.
It's a big ask.
Yes, it's a big ask, and I'll get back to that in a second. And you drop 7.
Yeah.
You muddy the waters behind. You make it very difficult for him to find those pockets. You drop 7, including your backers. I mean, one of the backers got an interception. Could be a future Bronco, by the way.
Bond.
So, exactly. And that's how you deal with Patrick Mahomes. Now, here's the threat there. You want to go with front four and that's it? Well, a lot of teams try that and they get gashed via the run game.
Right.
They'll just run it. Kansas City couldn't run the ball.
Kansas City hasn't been able to run the ball for like the second half of the year. Like, this is what I was wondering. So I was just trying to compare. I'm like, how far off are you from Kansas City? And I tried to go just like position by position. Quarterback, obviously, they got the leg up. They got Mahomes. Okay, fine. But here's what I was kind of asking myself. I think that Courtland Sutton is a good wide receiver. I don't know if he's great, but he's good. If I put him on the Chiefs, is he their best playmaker? Because he might be.
Dude,
it's not Kelsey anymore.
I knew their game was over when homeboy dropped that pass wide open.
Hopkins.
Yes, wide open. I was
But
like, it was over before then, but
Vic, their best playmakers are a 36-year-old Kelsey, 32-year-old Hopkins, and a 29-year-old Kareem Hunt.
Xavier Worthy looked pretty good when he caught that. Listen, we weren't saying that 2 weeks ago. We were saying,
I've been saying this all year that the Chiefs' offense isn't great.
But 2 weeks ago, it was like, oh, my God, look at how many options he has. And by the way, I'm getting the text. Travis Kelce did speak to the media. He did so at his locker room. He took 3 or 4 questions, did not go to the post-game interview area. I'm saying they're required to do that.
Yeah.
They're required to go to the post-game interview. He opted not to.
Hang on a second, though. I've been saying all year this Chiefs offense is nothing special. It's obvious. They barely scored 30 points this year. Ever. Like, this is not a surprise. They won games by doing 2 things. They played really good defense, and they didn't turn the ball over, and they would close when the game was close.
If it was close, they would close. Exactly right.
That was their formula all year.
Back to the caller who says, how can the Broncos replicate that? I don't know. I don't know if it was just a one-game thing. I've never seen, you tell me, do you ever recall seeing that much pressure with a 4-man rush?
Like I said, Tampa did it a few years ago.
It looked like there were 8 guys blitzing. It looked like and I'm sitting there going, these are the same 4 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Are they that talented up front?
Yeah.
Or is Kansas City's offensive line that bad?
No.
Or
really
is it a mix? Fangio just had it dialed up perfectly. Knew exactly what they were going to do. And I think it's a little bit of everything. Fangio knew exactly what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it.
You look at Eagles' first-round picks, they've been Jalen Carter, they've been Nolan Smith, they've been all these guys in that offense or that
University of Georgia,
line.
basically.
Yeah, they just literally their entire D line is the University of Georgia. They've just
except
brought
for that
in the
white
league.
corner,
Cooper DeJean. Yeah, he's an Iowa boy, I think, right? But then I take it to the other side. So I don't think they're that far off from Kansas City. I really don't. I know Kansas City won 17 games or whatever this year. There is not a single, like, if you're a Broncos or Chargers fan, not one of you should be thinking that the division is for sure Kansas City's next year.
You know what
shouldn't be.
What's crazy is you go back now and look at the playoff run. The team that played Philly the closest, because they really handled everybody, were the LA Rams.
Yeah.
Hell, you could say the LA Rams should have beaten Philly.
Mm-hmm.
They had the ball in the red zone with a chance to win the game.
Yep.
In Philly.
And that's the next question. Okay, so I think they're pretty close to Kansas City. How far off are they from Philly? A ways.
But just think about how lucky you have to be. Luck is the weird word. Fate and destiny, those are words I like to use. When you win a Super Bowl or an NBA championship or a Stanley Cup or an NCAA tournament, anything, you have to have the fates fall your way. Philly survived the Rams. They survived.
Yep.
Barely. You could argue they should have lost that game.
Yeah.
Man, we talked about it. We said, man, the Rams sort of dominated and lost. Do you remember that?
Sure.
And yet, here are the Philly Eagles since then dominating everybody else in front of them. Isn't it crazy how a championship can turn just like that?
Like, that's what I didn't
Isn't that
get.
crazy?
You know, I think I found a formula, by the way, if you want to be a champion, because there's something that both the Eagles and the Ohio State Buckeyes have in common. If you want to be a champion in football, hate your coach and your quarterback, and I guess you win. Because both of those teams wanted their coaches fired in the middle of the season.
Example. There's another example, and write this down. You're going to have to write it down because I've brought this up many times. Please write it down. You can write this down. Hell, record this. Team friction, all right? Friction on the team is not only always there, sometimes it's good for you.
Wrote it down.
So when the Denver Broncos won back-to-back Super Bowls, do you know how much team friction was going on that?
Sure.
You know how much there was some crap going on in the locker room that people were like, oh, and they won back-to-back Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time. Not every room is happy-go-lucky. Not every room is, oh, look at our culture. We're so happy together. That's not the case.
Yeah.
It just isn't. Philly is case in point. You're right.
They wanted their coach fired. They hated their quarterback.
A month into the season, they wanted Sirianni out of there. Hell, you were pounding the table for that.
Yeah.
And everybody was calling Jalen Hurts a fraud.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
A couple more calls here. Let's get to Tristan next. Hi, Tristan.
Good morning, gentlemen. Kansas City Chiefs fan living here in Denver. I'll preface, Broncos still get 15 out of 17 games for me. Love what I saw from them this season. Also a TCU grad, so this is the second time this decade that I've seen the Georgia defense absolutely destroy my team.
I'm sorry.
So, rough morning to say the least. I wanted to talk to both of y'all because I feel like after last night, the GOAT conversation for Mahomes is absolutely dead, and that's coming from a Chiefs fan. And I feel like it's because when you think about Brady and the Super Bowls that he lost to the Eagles and to Eli Manning and the Giants, even though those were L's on the scoreboard at the end of the night, he still had a shot at the end of the game to make his mark and to get them to a win. Last night, you know, Mahomes is supposed to be the difference maker, and he couldn't get it done at all. You think about 28-3 with Brady. Brady was the reason that thing came back. Mahomes had absolutely no answers for anything with that Georgia defense, for that Eagles
might as well be. I'm sorry.
May as well be, right?
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Tristan.
Tristan. Hold on the line a second. I'm glad we're speaking to a Kansas City fan because you're not the first person. Again, I went on Twitter last night and I had a bunch of people tweeting at me saying how embarrassed they were for Mahomes. And I don't look at it that way, Tristan. How do you blame Mahomes when he got the snap and immediately felt pressure from the inside and the outside? How about that offensive line who was, at the beginning of the year, it was the weak point of the Chiefs offense? I think your offensive line sucks.
No. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I don't put it all on his shoulders either. I think the offensive line, you looked at problems with people having to shift around all season.
Yeah.
I mean, you had just problems all around with the offensive line all season. I think we were able to squeak by with a little bit of a softer schedule. I couldn't tell you looking at that game how we got through Buffalo at all, but at the same time, you know, I don't think Buffalo, if they were in that situation, would have been able to beat Philadelphia either.
Yeah. Tristan, I appreciate
Great
the call,
call,
man.
Yeah, a lot of people chiming in on that. How would the Bills have done? I don't know how the Bills would have done because the way you beat that style of defense is you've got to establish some semblance of a run game.
Yeah.
I go back to the Rams game. How did the Rams almost beat Philly in Philly? First of all, there was that weird snow, it was a snow game.
Yeah.
Sort of changed the tenor of that game. So maybe you throw that one out. I don't know. But they ran the ball pretty effectively.
All right. Just 30 seconds on the GOAT debate or whatever. Tom Brady did go 10 years in between winning Super Bowls once. Mahomes has plenty of time to try and make up for a couple of bad performances,
I'm glad you got into that because everybody who thinks that the flame is out, that they're done, I'm laughing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm
like,
laughing.
they're not old. It's not
even close.
Yeah.
It's not even close. They're not going anywhere. Oh, Chiefs Kingdom is burned to the ground, ashes. Are you kidding me? This guy's 29 years old.
So just to be clear here, Brady won in 2005 with the Patriots. His next Super Bowl was 2015, in which he needed Malcolm Butler to pick the ball off in the end zone to get that win. Like, this is far from done. But beyond that, it was interesting watching a Chiefs offense with no answers because they almost always figure something out. And, Vic, this might as well have been a shutout. I don't care about these garbage touchdowns at the end of the game. Doesn't matter at all. Don't care. They were so thoroughly dominated, and you're right. It's why I continue to go back to this, Vic. We were just talking about it last week. What would you rather have, a running back or a tight end for the Broncos this offseason? If you don't have a running game and that happens to you, there is no counter.
Nowhere to hide.
There's nothing you can do.
Nowhere to hide.
One more quick call here. We got Willie who's been waiting on the line. Hi, Willie.
Willie.
Oh, how you doing?
Good, man. What's going on?
Hey, I'm the one that called in about that Rodgers trade.
The Rodgers trade.
Aaron Rodgers back in the day, a couple years ago.
Okay.
But you know what the Broncos need? The Broncos don't need a tight end running back. They just need a right tackle that jumps the snap.
Yeah. You're right. We didn't see that too often yesterday, did we? Yeah. Just give somebody a head start.
He was told before the game happened.
Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe the officiating crew went up to him and said, "We've watched this all season. We're not going to let it happen in the Super Bowl."
I just saw, by the way, the highlight, Vic, of what you were talking about. That's when I knew the game was over. They just showed the highlight of DeAndre Hopkins with nobody within 20 yards of him.
And he falls.
Just dropping the ball and then falling to the turf. And I was like, what's happening here?
Even as much duress Patrick Mahomes was under that game, he was like a magician at times.
Sure.
I was like, how did he get out of that?
He's still really good. Still really good.
And that's my warning, I guess, to Broncos country who thinks it's over. It ain't over. It can be regenerated. Don't think it's over. It was over yesterday. That game was over. That chapter's over, but it ain't over.
By the way, can you guys, if you're going to call the show, can you do what Willie did? Can you bring up a phone call that I definitely don't remember from 2 years ago?
I was like, would you call a Wendy's?
Guys, do you know how many times me and Vic will leave the studio after the show's done, and there'll be a sales guy out there who's like, "Oh, what you guys were talking about at 8:20 was funny," and we're like, "That was an hour and a half ago. I have no idea what we did then.
I don't remember
idea
what we did in the first segment today."
303-504-0925. So look, still a lot more to get to with the game. Want to talk about the halftime show, the Avs and Nuggets over the weekend. Get to all that next. Okay. So, Vic, can I just reset what I said in the appetizer about the halftime show? Because I think every show is contractually obligated to discuss their thoughts on the halftime show. I thought Kendrick was great. I am into his style of rap. I think that he actually has meaning behind his words, and he raps on beat and all the things that a lot of rappers don't do anymore. He does that, and I think he's great. I said this from the beginning, though. You book somebody like a rapper, it is going to be met with half the people immediately tuning out. Like, it's a niche genre when you're talking about the context of 300 and some million people in America. It'd be the same thing as if I said, hey, Eric Church is going to do the Super Bowl halftime show. Half the people be like, I hate country music. I'm not into it.
Well, that's why this debate, halftime show debates, is so silly. It's a waste of time. Music is subjective. We have this argument on this show every morning. If you're new to this show, let me introduce you to an argument we have every single day. Because what happens, he's not here. Mark Moser is on assignment in France.
Yeah.
So he's probably listening. Moser, I know you're listening. I know you can't go without listening.
Yeah.
And so what
Who
happens,
told you that?
What happens on this show every morning is what? Nelly, what happens every morning on this program?
Moser will bring up some video of some guy playing guitar or something, and he'll come into the studio, guns a-blazing, full volume, and go, what do you know about Night Ranger, Jack?
Exactly. And then it'll turn into a raging debate and an argument, and I'll tell him to shut up, and he'll say, why don't you appreciate this guitar riff? And I'll say, I don't care, and he'll keep doing it, and that's what it turns into. Music is subjective. It's subjective.
Yeah.
You like your music, I like mine. It's okay. It's all right. It's not an affront. It's not like you're evil because you like that. I don't care what music you like. I just don't want to hear your music every break like Moser does. I loved the halftime show. And a lot of you are thinking, wait, what? Yeah, I love it. Moj, Kane, you know, that's my music.
You do listen to it. Yeah.
I love hip hop.
Yep.
I'm a 55-year-old white man. I love it.
Let me tell you something, though.
I love it. It's all I listen to. 90% of what I listen to is that music. Now, a lot of you, when I tweeted out how good the halftime show was, how it was repulsive. It was unwatchable. That's fine. That's fine. You're not the audience. I understand what mustard means. I saw Serena dancing. I get it. I get the nuance. I get it. Not to the whole degree, but I love it.
Here's the difference, though, and this is what I said from the very beginning. When they announced this, I'm just like, I don't understand it, and it's not because he's not talented. I think he's one of the most talented rappers that exists today. I'll take you back to last year. I said, I'm not going to Red Rocks without my wife. The first time that I go is going to be the first time that she goes. We're going to experience this together. I love Gary Clark Jr. I think he's a master.
I don't know who that is.
My wife didn't either. She went to the concert. She thought it was great. She was like, he was really impressive.
Great.
And she goes, the only thing I don't like is I wish it was somebody that I knew the songs to. That's what Kendrick is. Even if you like, and I like Kendrick.
Exactly.
Vic, I was at a place with 40 people.
Yeah.
And they all were, for the most part, into it. But nobody was singing along because he's not commercial.
No,
and that's what I thought the halftime show was.
And a lot of his tunes, they're very esoteric.
Yeah.
They're very, and I get that.
But you put Prince on a stage, like everybody will sing Little Red Corvette. Yes. Everybody's going to know the song. Like, that's what I didn't get about Kendrick. I'm like, they don't know the words to the song.
See, what's crazy about it is the guy that he's dissing. You're putting a guy at halftime who's basically producing a diss track about another rapper.
Yeah.
And the guy he's dissing would have been far more popular than the guy doing the halftime show.
That's what and Vic, I think I've said this 1,000 times on the show. I can't stand Drake. I don't get his appeal.
I
don't like his music.
I love him.
I don't understand why people think he's so popular. But if I were booking the halftime show, I would have chosen Drake over him because his songs are everywhere.
Bro, you're not going to make everybody happy. The year that they threw the Who or Rolling Stones up there, I was like, what is this? Bunch of old wrinkled up dudes with tight jeans. What is that? What year was that? They threw them up there.
It was like a decade ago.
I thought it was terrible. That's not me. That's Moser. Moser was loving that. That we're different when it comes to music taste. It's okay. It's okay. Now, I also have other, like, you threw Hall & Oates out there, I'd love it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I like Katy Perry. I like most of it. Very few do I not like. I don't like the old dudes in tight jeans.
That's the other thing,
I don't
too.
like them.
Like, whether you like Beyonce's music or not, whether you like Bruno Mars' music or not, they are performers, too. Like, performers.
Dude, if you did that performance last night, the choreography was so damn good.
I thought that was a little stale.
Oh, are you kidding me? It hit perfectly. Samuel Jackson's role in that, it was like
that was
art.
funny. That was funny. Yeah.
Serena showing up.
They had her out there. It's like one of the biggest sports stars ever. And she was on screen for, I think, a second and a half.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Now, if they would have had Trump crip-walking down, if he would have got down on that stage and done that, that would have just blown the roof off the place.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
Could you imagine that?
I'm telling you.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
It's just it was the most predictable thing in the world. It's like I hated it. I loved it. Well, no kidding. Like this is exactly what you signed up for.
This is what you're going to get with the halftime show. I'll give you an example, right? Kendrick Lamar's not for everybody. It is for me.
Yeah.
And maybe it's for you. It's not for everybody. Give me an example of an artist you want performing halftime next year. Give me a halftime. And I will tell you, you will find people that go, that's ridiculous. Guaranteed. Because that's how this works.
If Bruno Mars did the halftime show every year, I'd be happy.
That's fine with me too. I don't mind. But there's always going to be people going, that's ridiculous. Why would you? That's just the way it is. Chris Fields writes in, Vic, you are an old dude in tight jeans. You're exactly right. Which is why I don't perform the halftime show. I don't want to see the Rolling Stones singing songs that are 100 years old.
But again,
that's not what I listen to. I'm sorry if that offends you.
I didn't like that show either, but that's one that for what that halftime show is, I understood. It's like, oh, they have incredibly popular songs that people know. Like that's what I thought the show was. And I just knew that not only was Kendrick really good, I was just sitting there, I was like, when they did, was it last year? Was that Eminem, Dr. Dre, or was that 2 years ago?
That was awesome.
Okay.
But that was awesome.
But, Vic, even if you weren't a
rap
fan.
That was in L.A. That was in L.A. When was the Super Bowl in L.A.?
Was that 2 years ago?
I can't remember. Can't remember the last segment.
But that show, even if you don't like rap, you've heard those songs before.
Of
you
course.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that was easier for people to get into.
But come on, you haven't heard Be Humble? You haven't heard...
I've heard...
Kendrick Lamar's song... He won how many Grammys? 6?
No, he's won like 20-something.
Just this year?
This year, yeah. But Vic, okay, give me the lyrics to Be Humble. You listen to them.
There's a lot of mumbling.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just not, it's for a show like that.
Okay.
When 50 Cent was doing In the Club, it's like everybody knows, go shawty, it's your birthday. Like, everybody knew it.
Hold on. Let's go back to music and how you listen to music. You know this about me.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know lyrics to any song?
No.
Even my favorite song. Why do I like music? The beat.
Well, yeah.
The rhythm.
Sure.
It's all it is for me. I don't care what the words are.
You're colorblind to lyrics.
Let me tell you something. You could sing in German. It wouldn't matter to me.
Ting, tong, tong, ting,
exactly.
ting,
it
tong.
Wouldn't matter. That's not why I don't know what it is. I'm color deaf.
Yeah. Lyrically colorblind.
I don't listen to I don't care about the words. I don't.
I think that's part of it.
Like the whole Bob Dylan thing, he's a poet. I don't even know what the hell he's saying.
I'm actually with you on that.
I don't even know what that guy's saying. Talk about a mumbler. I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't care what your words are. I don't care what your message is. I listen to the beat because I get down.
I almost wonder, is there somebody that you could put on that stage that you're never going to get 100%, but if I said it would be like 85%, where people be like, yeah. Prince felt like one of those guys. Yeah. Like, this is what I said, Vic. My favorite artist ever is Ray Charles. I don't think he'd be a good halftime show. I really don't.
See, here's what I'm talking about. Alex writes in, Bob Dylan is the greatest songwriter of all time. I don't care. I don't care about his poetry. It sounds like an old man dying.
I agree with you, actually. Oh, Queen. Like Queen, if they were all still around. But Queen, probably as close as it gets. Timberlake, sure. Like, that's the kind of shows I'm talking about, though. It's a wide appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Kendrick's is very narrow, and I thought it was a weird decision from that standpoint.
Let's bring in our true musical expert, Steve Nelson. I mean, he laps us in musical taste and musical acumen. Nelly, you have a wide variety of musical tastes. I mean, you are in a big band, for crying out loud, right?
Yes, sir. A lot of members.
What was your reaction to what you saw?
What I was telling Brett in the appetizer hour is I think that show was about the most perfect performance that Kendrick Lamar could have put on. He had all sorts of references and lyrical allusions to his beliefs politically and socially, and a lot of Easter eggs for the hardcore fans.
I never heard one of them, by the way. I couldn't even understand what he was saying.
Right. The sound mixing was a bit off. So I think if you were a Kendrick fan or a hip-hop fan, that was 10 out of 10 performance. You loved it. But I think for the casual fan who doesn't know about Kendrick or his lyrics or his message or couldn't understand what he was saying, then there wasn't enough entertainment to pull you in. There was no Katy Perry in a swimsuit with sharks dancing around her singing about California girls. There was no Prince playing Purple Rain as the rain poured down from the sky. There wasn't that element for the casual fan.
You know what's interesting about his though is, do you know how difficult it is to do rap music live and have it sound good?
That's why the choreography was so perfect. Do you understand how they set that up so perfectly? It was great.
Have you guys heard? Because I heard that they passed on Lil Wayne to go to Kendrick Lamar.
Good. Kendrick is better.
If they put Lil Wayne on that stage and he did his music, it would sound terrible. Like, live rap is hard to pull off.
Hey, would you have preferred, let me ask you the consummate Super Bowl question, because we saw her. Taylor Swift halftime performance or Kendrick Lamar?
Am I booking it? Like,
yes.
What are you asking?
I'm asking
my
preference. What your preference?
If I was in
your preference,
I'll give
not
you
what
two
you're
different
booking
answers.
for the audience.
My preference, mine, would be Kendrick over her. Okay. Now, if I was booking a halftime show, are you joking? It's Taylor Swift.
Of course, she has a wider appeal. Yeah,
yes,
she has a wider appeal. Obviously.
And there'll be people who complain about it, whatever. But you are going to get eyeballs and people singing along.
But
that's
not necessarily what it's about. The halftime show isn't for everybody. It's for somebody, and every year it should be somebody different.
Wow.
You know, next year,
I
you know
disagree.
what? If they book your guy that you like, I don't know who he is.
Bruno?
No,
oh.
Some Gary guy. If they book your
Gary
guy,
Clark Jr. Yeah.
Okay, and no offense,
that would be a show though.
If they book him, I probably won't watch.
See, but
and that's fine.
But Vic,
I'm not going to sit here and cry.
This is my
about
point. I would, if I were in charge, I wouldn't book him. I don't think he's big enough. I don't think people know his music enough. Even though I think it's amazing, I don't think people know him enough. I would never do it.
Now, you're always going to have, if there's a country music artist, you're going to get people say, oh, we don't want to listen to that redneck hick stuff.
Right. That's what I was saying.
This is what you're always going to get. If there's an old man crew out there, if you bring back The Who and the Rolling Stones, you're going to get people going, what the hell is that elderly stuff you've got on the air right now? You're always going to get somebody complaining about something.
Yeah.
You're never going to win.
303 teacher says, book Bon Jovi. No. Although if they did, I wouldn't be surprised.
I just think it's hilarious that Nelly, who understands music better than most, understands it. He gets it. You're so right, Nelly. You're so right. You know who's a huge Kendrick fan? And he was at his, remember that, didn't they have a live event with Kendrick that he performed at in L.A.? You remember that? Do you remember who was on stage with Kendrick Lamar when he debuted?
Joe Biden.
When he debuted Not Like Us. Do you remember who's on stage with him?
I don't know what you're
Russell Westbrook.
Oh,
Go back
yeah.
and look.
Of course, yeah.
I'll see Russ tonight before the game. I'll ask him what he thought.
I saw they were playing Not Like Us before a Nuggets game once, and it was that Russell's always dancing when he's sitting on the bench before the game.
Mm-hmm.
He was dancing his ass off to it.
See, somebody says Chris Stapleton. Everyone will love it. I love Chris Stapleton. I love him. But let me tell you something. Not everyone will love it.
I think
you're wrong there.
I think he would get a pretty wide applause.
Not everyone will love it.
Well, you're not going to get 100% from anything.
Dave Matthews, how dare you?
I think Stapleton, because Stapleton's not even really country. He's more bluesy than he is country.
Morgan Wallen. I love it. Not everyone does.
That one would be niche.
What are you talking about, niche? If you put Wallen and like Post Malone together, they did a song together.
You said Morgan Wallen. Like, country in general is pretty niche. That's all I'm saying. 303-504-0925, Jean Mazda text line. So, Adam Schefter usually joins us at 8, will not join us today. He will join PhD today. We'll have Adam Schefter on Thursday because he's flying back from the Super Bowl. So, doing a little mix-up this week.
This is an opinion show. And it's so funny when you tweet or you go on the radio show and you say what you like and people, like, they personally attack you. This is my opinion, my musical taste, my wants and my needs, not yours. Let me make something clear. I don't care what you like. I care what I like. And this is my microphone, and I'm going to tell you what I like.
By the way, when Coldplay was booked for the halftime show, I'm like, oh, this is going to be awful. And you know what they did? He brought out Beyonce and Bruno Mars. I was like, smart choice. Really widen out the audience there. Anyway, a lot more to get to this morning. Stick around. You know what's always fun? A champion is crowned, and then you look to the next year. You're like, how about like as early of odds for the next Super Bowl champion as you could think of? Well, Circus Sports has that already. And for the 2025-2026 NFL season, the Broncos plus 3,500. Not bad. To get in the mix for next year's Super Bowl. You can find that and so much more on the Circus Sports app. They have the best odds in the game, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
National Football League welcomes you to the Apple Music Super Bowl 59 halftime show.
Oh, come on.
Hide the children.
That was a curveball. Good one, Nelly. I would prefer this not be a halftime show, by the way. Although a lot of people would enjoy it. Just not me.
You know, for those of you that always hate the halftime show for whatever reason, and everybody's going to hate it, my musical tastes are pretty broad. I love pretty much all of it except just the randos that you mentioned. I think they just stopped doing music, and let's make the halftime show a spelling bee.
Yeah.
A board game. A debate.
The one I was looking forward to, they had the Super Bowl in Atlanta not too long ago, and Outkast was going to perform. But they said you have to have a certain number of songs that you have to do. Like, you have to hit like 3 or 4 songs during the halftime show. And they go, no, I'm going to do a full song. Yeah. And they go, you can't do that. And they go, well, then I'm not doing your show.
Exactly.
And it was a really big bummer. I love Outkast. Anyway.
How about just a comedy act one year?
Hey,
We'll do the halftime show. 10 minutes of
we'll play
Moser,
Family
Lombardi,
Feud.
and Kane.
We'll play Family Feud for the halftime show. By the way, if you're wondering, Moser is
How about
in
a
France.
workout? Here's what we're doing next year for the halftime show. 10-minute workout. Everybody at home eating nachos and hot dogs. We're going to work out for 10 minutes.
Got to get some burpees in?
Yes.
Avs and Nuggets over the weekend, because that was also good. Not just did you get the Chiefs getting demolished in the Super Bowl, you got wins from both the Avs and the Nuggets. And I'm going to start with the Avs because they're on break now for the Four Nations. I think the U.S.'s first game is at Thursday at 6 or something like that. Here's what I love, though. You have this game against Edmonton. We all know how good Edmonton is, how talented they are. And you were just begging as you were going into this break to see a little bit of offense, a little bit of juice on the offensive side. And you got that. 2 goals from McCarr. You get the game winner from Netchis at the 5-ish minutes left in the third period. And the biggest detail to me, Connor McDavid finished that game at -3, which I think is beautiful.
I just think it was great. I mean, you had a 2-goal lead, and you know Edmonton's going to keep going. They come back, and the Avs had an answer for everything.
Yeah. And
that's what was great about it. You see the chemistry start to form. You see it now. You see Netchis and McKinnon, right? You see it. It's tangible. You can feel it. How about those faceoffs won late by Drury?
Yeah.
And
big time.
faceoffs matter.
Yep.
How about those late faceoffs that he won in the Avalanche zone?
Nathan McKinnon, the last 2 games before they went into the Four Nations, had 7 points in his last 2 games. Like, this connection that him and Netchis have immediately out of the gates is as good as you could hope for. In fact, it's more than I could have hoped for. And I was seeing a podcast from Steve. Sorry, help me again, Nelly. Steve, what's his name?
Dangle.
Steve Dangle. So he's a
Great
Canadian
hockey name.
Canadian podcaster.
Yeah, perfect. Is that his real name?
Yes. He's really funny. He's got a good podcast. But he was talking about the trade, and him and his co-host were talking about how, oh, man, this Netchis-McKinnon connection after this Mikko trade has worked out so well, and they look so great, and then they went to the Mikko side. And I don't want to keep doing this. I don't know when this is going to end.
You're a hater.
No, but that's the point I wanted to make is Mikko didn't do anything wrong. It was a contractual thing. They felt like they wanted to get something out of it, but the Avs have come out on top. But they discussed the idea, could this trade actually cost Mikko money if he can't produce in the way that certainly Netchis has done in Colorado? And maybe that is the case. You know, there's another rumor that maybe Carolina's looking to shop him again before the deadline in a month. Who knows?
That would be crazy.
But the point is, you couldn't ask for a better sort of pairing right now. Because I'll tell you what, Vic, even watching, I think they were only 1 of 5 on the power play against Edmonton. But their ability to cycle now and not be super predictable, where McKinnon parks himself at the dot, Mikko's on the opposite side, Kale roams the blue line. Netchis just cycles around. It pushes Nate sometimes to the blue line. It pushes him underneath the net. Like, you have to have your head on a swivel now when the Avs are on the power play.
I hate to say it because it's still early. Not all precincts have reported, by the way. We're still waiting for all precincts to report at the end of the season to evaluate this trade. But so far, what we've seen, it's pretty obvious to me that Mikko benefited more for playing here in Denver than Denver benefited from Mikko.
Looks like it for now. Yeah.
It's not look like it. It is.
Yep.
It's very much the like the Nuggets. Bruce Brown got his money, and I'm happy. We love Bruce. He benefited from playing in Denver next to Joker.
Sure,
He benefited. Hey, KCP, I'd still love him on this roster. We know what he can do. Screen navigation.
Yep.
His numbers are down across the board. He benefited playing in Denver, correct?
Yes.
A lot. This is what happens. Mikko benefited playing next to Mac. He did.
It's tale as old as time. Okay, by the way, if you guys are looking for Schefter, he's going to join us on Thursday. He'll be on PhD today at 12:30. You get around a player of that ability, you can't help but just sort of grab onto the good vibes when you're playing with them because they're that level good. Now, to the Nuggets, the Nuggets also get a win. It's the first time that MPJ has missed due to injury in a couple years, right? He was out of the lineup?
He could have played if they needed him, but given the circumstances in Phoenix was missing Durant, Beal, Grayson Allen. You got to win that game, even with or without MPJ. So precautionary. Hamstring was tightening up a little bit. He gave it a run pregame. Again, he could have played.
Sure.
But why chance it?
Well, the good news is you get a damn near perfect Jokic game. He was 11 of 13 from the field. But Jamal from the very start of the game was on it.
He loves playing against former Kentucky guards. When he takes on Devin Booker, you could see the fire. I asked him afterwards, what is it about you taking on Kentucky players? He just likes it.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see that list of Kentucky point guards 6 years running? I asked him, I said, could you name the 6 point guards drafted from Kentucky the year before you were drafted? It started with Devin Booker.
Mm-hmm.
So listen to this list. Tell me if this isn't a who's who. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember this. Here we go. Devin Booker, Jamal Murray, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Those are 3 of them. And Tyler Hero's in there somewhere. Tyrese Maxey is in there somewhere. And I'm missing one. De'Aaron Fox. That's right. De'Aaron Fox. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Now, what do those 6 players, all right? Of those 6 players, 6 Kentucky guards drafted. All, I wouldn't call Tyler Hero a point guard. He's a shooting guard. But all guards, all right?
Right.
Only one of them has an NBA championship.
Yeah.
Only one has an NBA championship. Now, Booker may have all the plaudits, all the praise, leading scorer in Phoenix Suns history. You can say what you want about Tyler Hero. He's an all-star this year. De'Aaron Fox has been an all-star. But only one of them has an NBA championship. And we saw early in that game, you're exactly right. As soon as I saw Jamal Murray come out aggressively, I was like, all right, Nuggets got this.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
You're
How
all
you
good.
can tell? Yeah, you got it.
It was also interesting to see extended bowl minutes, which I was not prepared for in the middle of that game.
They got nobody else left.
Yeah.
Oh, yes! Speaking to some of my friends from Phoenix, and I still have a lot of them there, if you think Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal sat this out because they're injured, you are very naive.
Yeah. So what was it, like a protest?
I saw Kevin Durant pregame. He's got a bad ankle. Quote, shooting, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine. That locker room is a mess. This is Kevin Durant, not so subtly. Again, this is just my opinion. This is not fact. It's not a fact. I think this is Kevin Durant sending Phoenix management a subtle, not so subtle message. Tried to trade me, huh? Okay.
My ankle hurts now.
I'm hurting.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal.
You know what's weird? Watching them bring guys off the bench, though, Vic, I'm like, did you guys just take Nuggets backups and just make them your entire bench unit?
I know. Colin Gillespie, Monte Morris, Mason Plumlee.
And Mason Plumlee.
Yeah. There was a moment there at halftime when Nikola walks out to the court and Colin Gillespie's just shooting, and he literally attacks Gillespie and puts him in a wrestling move. He's so much smaller. And like, what is going on? Is there a fight? I'm like, oh, it's just Joker showing some love for an ex-teammate.
By the way, don't look now. Nuggets winners of 6 straight.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, I don't want to take the leap. Now, they've taken advantage of a very soft schedule. and they've beaten the teams they're supposed to beat. Take a look at those 6 games, and there's nothing wrong with that because they've also lost to teams that they're supposed to beat. They've beaten the teams they're supposed to beat. Look at the schedule and tell me if I'm not right.
Nope, you're right.
Phoenix is not Phoenix. All right? What they did in Phoenix the other night, everybody knows that. They beat an undermanned Phoenix squad and handled it pretty easily. I mean, Nikola didn't have to play the fourth quarter, 2 games in a row. Great. So you're beating the teams you're supposed to beat. Portland comes in tonight and Wednesday. They've been red hot.
Ignore their record. Okay?
They've won
You're gonna
9 of 11.
Yeah, you're going to look at 23 and 30 and say, oh, they're bad. They are playing insanely good basketball.
Red hot. They lost to Minnesota the other day. Before that, they've won 9 out of 10. They beat the Nuggets in Portland a month ago. Remember that last shot by Anthony Simons when he got by Russell Westbrook?
Yep.
Remember that? Do not mess with Portland. No better way to go into the All-Star break than by beating Portland 2 games in a row, and that'll put your record 8 straight.
I'll say everything that you just broke down is true, but there is something to be said. You played against teams you should be beating, and you beat the snot out of them.
Yep. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. You never apologize for beating teams you're supposed to beat because a lot of teams don't do that. I mean, Houston just snapped a 6-game losing streak.
Yeah.
A lot of teams lose those games. The Nuggets took care of business. Great. Keep doing it. Got 2 more.
303-504.
You all right? What happened there?
Dude, I've had a tickle in my throat for like 2 straight days that it feels like I'm going to gag. I don't know how to get rid of this thing. 303-504-0925.
That's something for you.
Shop Mazda text line, 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. Back after this.
Yeah, a lot of mumbling here.
You're not my vibe.
I don't get this. This is my era too. This doesn't move me. How does this move you? And to each his own. Again, if this moves you, great, more power to you. How does it move you? How does it call your name? It does nothing to me. Nothing. Zero.
Not my vibe. Not for me.
Now you have some aphrodisiacs, and then you've got that. What does that do to you?
Let me ask you something about that game yesterday, because the way that the Chiefs lost was shocking. They didn't have a shot from the first snap. Like, it gave me not the exact same, but snap over Peyton Manning's head sort of stuff.
I don't think you're viewing this correctly, because they got the ball back after a very controversial call, and they got into Philadelphia's side of the field. And then there was another bad call against KC, and it flipped the field a little bit. And that's when go back.
Look, I'm saying it wasn't like very first snap of the game you felt like it was over. But Vic, their offense was impotent. They
First
were
quarter.
nothing.
Let's agree. First quarter. Even Kansas City fans are saying it. Well, they're down 10-0. It's okay. It's okay. It's Kansas City. It's all right.
Yeah.
Be honest.
Well,
it wasn't even at 10-0. You weren't sure yet.
This is where I thought it turned. Okay. This is where I thought this couldn't be Kansas City comes back and makes us close and ekes it out territory. It was 7-0. Jalen Hurts throws the pick. When they're in scoring range, right? It's 30-yard line. He throws the pick. And I go, all right. That's the little kick in the keister that the Chiefs needed. And they proceeded to go 3 and out. And I go, this is bad. Like, Vic, they went 3 and out. I think their first, 5 drives? Like, pretty insane for an offense that you're just waiting to kick into gear. And they didn't have it. They didn't have the gear.
And the turnovers they had were so costly. I mean, when you get a pick six in a Super Bowl,
sure.
What was the record? I think teams are 20-1
Something
now.
like that.
Something ridiculous. When you can get to the quarterback, force turnovers. I mean, they got to Mahomes later on that strip sack. When you start doing that, you're done. You're done.
The one advantage the Chiefs had over everybody else, I felt like, because there were a lot of games where I think if you put them on paper next to the team across from them, they weren't more talented, but they always had it in here. They always had the calm, the poise. They would stay mentally put together when others would fall apart. It happened over and over again throughout the course of the year.
Is it bad that I was angry they scored 22 points? I really wanted a shutout. And I think part of that, the reason why I wanted a pure embarrassment is I want the memory of 55-10 out of my brain.
Yeah.
The worst. I want the memory of, what was the final score of that San Francisco game? Even Super Bowl 48, the memory of that. I want those erased. I want those completely erased. I wanted somebody to take over that reign.
Well, it was 34-0 with 2:40 left in the third. And then the Chiefs got that touchdown drive, and then they fumbled, but they had 2 garbage touchdowns with,
That's
8
the thing.
minutes
I
left.
didn't even want those garbage touchdowns.
I didn't
I
either.
wanted nothing. I wanted 40-0.
The only thing that kept me interested, by the way, was after that long bomb that Jalen Hurts had to Devontae Smith that made it 34-0. I go, the only thing that's keeping me interested in watching this is I want to shut out. And then the next drive was the deep throw to Worthy for the TD. And I was like, okay, well, that's out the window. I honestly, Vic, I left with like 8 minutes left. I didn't even see the last couple scores.
We considered stopping the game midway through the third, too, but I was there for the allure of the postgame. See, that goes back to we had that conversation. If your team loses, the last thing you're going to do is watch the postgame interaction.
No
You're out,
need.
right? Neither team was our team, but you wanted to see the reaction. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. I wanted to see it. I saw the Sirianni interview. I saw the Jalen Hurts interview on the field. Sirianni's interview was great. Did you see it? Brought his kid up.
No.
Why, is it because you don't like Sirianni? Or
I couldn't stand to watch either team.
Okay.
Yeah.
I watched that part. I watched the trophy presentation, and then we moved on.
Yeah, I saw, the podium. Bradshaw's up there, hands it to Lori, like all that different stuff. All right, cool, great, whatever. I didn't have an emotional appeal for any team. I hated them both.
Yeah.
I wish neither of them could win.
Here's the story of the game. If I gave you this stat before the game, it's all you need to know. Kansas City's leading rusher yesterday, Brett Kane, was
Mahomes.
4 carries, 24 yards. Their leading running back ball carrier, Kareem Hunt, had 3 carries for 9 yards.
See, but here's the thing.
Isaiah Pacheco had 3 carries for 7 yards.
This is why, I'm going to keep harping on this. It's why I think the most important detail this offseason is finding a running back that you trust. You know who else didn't run the football yesterday? Philly. They didn't run the football.
Saquon had 25 carries for only 57. He only averaged 2.3 a carry, dude.
But he had 25.
Because that's their offense, though. That's more of what they do.
But that sets, even though it's not successful, you hit Devontae Smith on a deep ball for 46 yards because you stick with the running game to get the pass.
You're right. What we saw
you get the play
yesterday,
action.
Philly stuck with their offense. Kansas City panicked.
Now, at some point, Kansas City had to just turn on the passing
But
game. I get it.
They couldn't do anything because their offensive line finally got to them.
Yeah.
We've seen it all year. Hell, even the Broncos got to them, man. In that first game, their offensive line looked rickety then.
This is why, if you can go back, Vic, to the first matchup that the Broncos had with Kansas City and why I was kind of bullish on the idea of, I think that Denver can win the game. Kansas City will not overwhelm you with offense. At least, and I don't know what they're going to do this offseason.
Yeah.
Maybe Tyreek Hill gets pissed in Miami and he goes back to KC. Who knows? But they are not going to overwhelm you. But here's the thing. When they don't have a viable outside threat, and you can say it's Worthy, wait and see. Worthy got a couple of garbage touchdowns at the end of the game that made his numbers look good. I'm not impressed with it. Worthy is very, very fast, and I don't know if he has the other requisite skills to be a top-end wide receiver in this league despite his speed. They needed a running game this year, and they had nothing. They picked up Kareem Hunt off the street and said, "Can you try?" He's like, "Sure, I'm 30, but I guess I'll give it a go." They had nothing to help out Mahomes. It was Mahomes had to be a hero. And to his credit, most times this year at the end of a game, he would be a hero. But their defense had to keep him in it. So you mix in 3 turnovers. You mix in a pick 6 being one of those. It creates an amount of pressure on their offense that I thought all year, if they were put in a position where they had to make a big comeback, if they were down 2 scores, it was going to be really difficult for them to do it. And Philly is just look, find the hole on that team. Again, on paper, that's about as talented of a roster as you're going to find. Up and down. They got playmakers in the secondary. They got them on their D-line. They got a great offensive line. They got the best running back in the game. They've arguably the best wide receiver duo in the game. They got players everywhere.
If you're Kansas City, what do you do in the offseason? And I'm going to ask you this question.
They're in Broncos territory. They need playmakers.
I want to ask you a question and be serious about it now. Who's closer right now to the Super Bowl next year, the Chiefs or the Broncos?
I think it really depends on the offseason. I mean, it's going to be Kansas City until further notice. I mean, they were just in it, and they won 15 games.
Well, that's the point I'm getting to. Listen, the Broncos are on the way up, clearly. Anybody's foolish to think not. But you're also foolish if you think Kansas City is done. I keep hearing this. I keep reading about it. Kansas City's done. They're toast. They're done. What are you talking about?
Do not confuse gettable with done.
What? Are you guys drunk? Patrick Mahomes isn't going anywhere. He's 29 years old. I'm looking at most franchises that are done, when you're done, it's usually because you lose your quarterback.
Right.
Remember, the Broncos went to back-to-back Super Bowls. Then they were done for a while. Why?
Their quarterback left.
Elway retired.
Yeah.
Tom Brady carried New England, helped carry New England. What happened after that?
They were done.
They were done. They ain't done as long as that witch plays for the Chiefs. They ain't done.
You could say the Rams might be done. Stafford's like in his upper 30s now, and he's getting hurt a lot more often.
And yet the Rams were the closest team
Right.
to play the Eagles this season in the postseason. The Rams, of all teams, gave the Super Bowl champions their best shot.
Can I just pose a hypothetical? Because this is what happened with Philly this year. Philly was a good team to start with, and then they added Saquon. If Philly just, again, hypothetically, had a Giants moment where they're like, you know what, I'm not going to pay Saquon the money, we're going to let him walk this offseason, and he goes to Denver. What do you think Denver is after that? If they get Saquon. I put Saquon Barkley on the Denver Broncos, and that's the only offseason acquisition that you're aware of. What do you think the Broncos are?
But see, I don't think you're seeing it like I'm seeing it. Broncos don't run Saquon's offense.
You would find a way to run his offense.
But that's not that. The Broncos don't run that offense. Philly's offense isn't entirely catered to the run game. That's what it is. And the passing game is secondary. This is not what this guy does here. He's a pass-first coach.
He would be wise to.
I'm just telling you what I see, not what he should do. That's what I see.
See, but this is, if you're looking to build your team, okay, everybody has an idea of what they want to do. But
Philly's offensive line is about,
well, yeah.
On the whole, have you seen the size of those guys compared to the Broncos? I mean, the Broncos line is great. I mean, they really do. But it's a completely different setup there.
What I'm saying, though, is when you have a team like the Chiefs, forget your conference, in your division, you need to, in some ways, build around a way to compete with that. And I know that Sean Payton likes to have a pass-happy offense. And if Bo Nix is Drew Brees, then you can pull that off. I don't think he's that. I think he's good. I think he's kind of like Jalen Hurts. I think he can. If I told you that Bo Nix is like a Jalen Hurts type, is that somewhat accurate? Guy uses his legs a lot.
Yes.
He's not asked to do too much through the air.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's as gifted with his arm as he is as a lot of other quarterbacks.
But you see the difference between the Philly offense and the Broncos offense, right?
But this is what I'm getting at. If that's the guy that you have, then why not try and mix some of that in more?
Sure.
That's what I'm getting at here. And that's why I think it's such a priority this offseason. The reason why I think Philly they were so adept at finding ways to win is because they looked at Saquon and said, you got to do the bulk of the work for us. Jalen Hurts will take over when he can. And I think that's the formula that got them to this point, winning a Super Bowl. If they tried to run Sean Payton's offense in that, Philly's not winning a Super Bowl. They aren't doing it. Jalen Hurts, I don't think that he's the kind of quarterback you say you need to play better than the other guy. I don't think he can do that, 15 times a year. I'm
happy for Jalen Hurts. I'm happy
for
Nick Sirianni. I mean, you hate Nick Sirianni.
I'm going to stop at Jalen Hurts.
I'm happy. Again, I'm going to say it again. He spit right in your mouth. I love it.
Just pick something else to say. Nope. I don't like that.
What? Not here for you to like it. I'm telling you what he did to you. You know why? Because you don't like Italians.
It's not.
Yep. We've established this.
You've just called me racist on the air.
You're racist.
I don't like you, and I don't like Sirianni.
You're anti-Italian.
I'm okay with Big Dom, actually. How's that?
By the way, I'm told that doesn't qualify as racism if you don't like Italians. My daughter told me that.
Really?
Yeah. So you're just anti-Italian.
Oh, so I'm in the clear.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good.
You can hate them.
Anyway, what is it about Sirianni that you like? I would really explain this to me. I can give you a list of reasons why I hate him.
I'm going to tell you why I like him. And
you can't say Italian. That's not an answer.
No, it's the very reason you hate him. I love emotional people.
Oh, but he's, the emotional and egotistical are two different things.
But see, you're confusing ego for emotion. That's what you're confusing it. I love emotional people. I love people that are unhinged at times. It's okay. It's life. Those are my people. We're all unhinged. That's how we live life. We're not Andy Reid like just sitting there. Hey, Andy Reid's the opposite. Andy Reid just sort of sits there under his mustache.
Andy Reid's a good man.
He just sits there and just sits there. That's what he does. I like people that get into it.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
This guy.
Love it. See, I love it. I love emotion. It's part of life.
You love Draymond?
Part of me does. Part
Oh,
of me
please. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare. You hate Draymond. You know it. And you hate him because he barks all the time.
Hey, man, you've got to apologize to Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
I don't need to apologize.
Yes, you do, because you had them both as losers before this playoff run ever started.
I can acknowledge that I'm wrong without doing an apology.
By the way, I forgot to bring this up because I have a few people that texted me after the show. I said, yeah, I should have brought that up with Brett. You were so hypocritical last week.
About what?
Moser's not here, so he's in France.
Oh.
Moser wants to be French.
Yeah.
Remember last week when you said, I don't get these people that, like, you made fun of me because I was a big fan of, like, the Italian national soccer team.
Yeah.
And I was supportive of my culture. And you didn't understand that.
Well,
right?
I don't understand rooting for somebody just because they're Italian.
Okay. Part of it is inherent because of your family. Like, my family's from there.
Yeah.
Immigrants from there. Why do you root for the Detroit Lions?
I'm a fan of the team.
Why?
How is anybody a fan of the team?
Let's go to the root. Why are you a fan of the Detroit
Because I grew up
Lions?
watching with my dad.
Why? It's family, right? Family.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that my family...
If you're a big fan of Lombardis, I would get that. You said you root for Italians.
No, everything's based on what you grew up with, right? Your formative years. You grew up watching the Lions for reasons unbeknownst to me, living in Nebraska,
right?
Whatever. So that you carried that over into your adulthood as a Lions fan, right? So you mock me for liking something that my
This
family...
is an awful comparison.
Well, it's the same comparison.
It's not even close to the same.
What are you talking about?
You root for anybody within a country. I root for a football team. What are you talking about?
But why? But you do so for no reason whatsoever outside of family connection. Correct?
No, it's fandom. It's sports.
Okay, but what caused that fandom? What was the root of that fandom?
I watched the games with my father.
Okay, I grew up with my father.
No, but that's like me saying I root for anybody who's from Detroit because I'm a Lions fan. I don't do that. I don't like the Wings. I don't like the Pistons.
You're racist.
Okay, right. If that's not a 2025 way to end the conversation, you know what? My point isn't getting across. Here's this one for you. No, Vic, that was an awful comparison. Terrible. It would be like, okay, how about this? This is a better one. I got a soft spot in my heart for somebody who's from Nebraska. I love Bud Crawford because he's from Nebraska. That would be a better comparison.
Okay, fine. There it is. Thank
Yes.
you for making a comparison against you.
Now, I lived there.
See?
For 25 years.
All right, so it's rooted in what you know, who you are.
But I lived there for 25
but
years.
It's rooted. Wait, are you saying I didn't live in it? I lived in Italy.
I understand. See, this wasn't about you specifically. I'm saying Italians who are like born in America who are all about Italian people is what I don't get. Like, I root for
Hold
Sirianni
on a
because his
second.
last name's Sirianni.
You're telling me that Italian people aren't allowed to root for other Italians?
I didn't say not allowed. I didn't say that at all. I just said I don't get it because I don't have that I don't have something like that I go back to.
Let's go back to it. You don't have culture.
That's also not it.
You're just a white cow milking guy
No.
from Nebraska.
Like, I'm half.
You have no
I don't
culture.
even know. I don't even know what my
here's
things
the truth.
are.
Here's the bitter truth. You have no culture.
Not true.
You just described it to me.
Like, I'm German and Irish, but
No,
I
you're
don't.
not.
I'm not a Shane Lowry fan on tour because he's Irish.
Do you speak German?
No.
Okay, I speak Italian.
Don't make this about you. Don't be so self-centered and egotistical.
But you're ripping
this is
on
what
me.
Nick Sirianni
But you're
does.
ripping on
Now
me.
I get it. Now I understand. That's why you like Sirianni. It's not you.
I like Sirianni because you don't.
Well, that is something I could totally understand.
Good for him. You just spit right in your mouth.
I really don't like that. I really hate it. Back after this.
You spend time with your family?
Sure I do.
Good. Because a man who doesn't spend time with his family can never be a real man.
Congratulations, Sirianni and Fangio. Eat that, Kane.
I'm happy for Vic Fangio.
You know, Vic was...
I always thought he got not a raw deal here. That's the wrong way to put it, but I've mentioned this before. I thought if he had a viable quarterback option, that team could have been really good.
I'll be blunt, and I'll be very simple. If Vic Fangio came around 3 years later, if he weren't stuck and mired in the... You remember what was going on in Denver when Vic Fangio was the coach. That's the ownership change. There was a lawsuit. There was a lot of stuff at the top that slid downhill and directly affected the performance of the team.
Not to mention, like, he was the coach during COVID too, wasn't he?
Exactly right. And he never had a bona fide quarterback. I'm gonna say it again. You may not like him, but as a defensive coordinator, the guy's a magician.
Yeah,
a wizard.
Like, these are always tough things to say in sports because nobody wants to hear the nuance. I think that he had the ability to be a really good head coach if the circumstances were a little bit different. And I also think it was the right decision to move on.
And some guys just aren't suited for that position.
Yeah.
The Broncos have seen two defensive coordinators try to become head coaches, and it hasn't worked out. One is Wade Phillips.
Sure.
Wade Phillips is a great DC. Came back home and won a Super Bowl as a DC. And the other is Vic Fangio. He's a better DC than he is a head coach.
Yeah.
Vance Joseph might be that.
Sure. What do you think the Chiefs do from here? Because you know what's interesting? I think the Chiefs' off-season priority list looks pretty similar to Denver's, to be honest with you.
I don't think so. I think their priority list hinges on the offensive line, and Denver's O-line is pretty stout. I disagree wholeheartedly with where you think they're going to go.
They have the issue with their O-line. They actually have some good O-linemen. I think some of them are just aging. Like their center, Creed Humphrey, is arguably the best center in the league.
That O-line looked horrible against the front four of Philadelphia. Again, if you missed and didn't notice it by watching the game, not one time did Philly send a blitz in that game. And every single time Mahomes went back to pass, he was under duress.
Let me ask you something. I put Bo Nix on Kansas City's roster. I put Mahomes on Denver's. Just pure offensively. Do you think it looks a ton different? It would look different because Mahomes is better, obviously. But how much different? Because here's what I'm asking.
I'm not sure what the question is here.
I'm not sure.
Are you asking me who you'd rather have?
No. It's about everybody outside the quarterback. This is what I'm getting at. I'm not sure how much better from a skill position perspective Kansas City is than Denver. And we're all focused on like, oh man, Denver really needs a tight end. They really need a running game. I don't think Kansas City's that much better. I don't think they're that much different in that department.
I don't disagree wholeheartedly.
Like I asked before, if Cortland Sutton played for Kansas City, is he their best weapon?
Yeah.
And I think he might be.
Denver's caught up in a lot of – the talent gap is closed.
Now, I think it's a lot of this. I think Denver's gone up. I also think Kansas City's come down.
But the biggest difference in the talent gap comes in the form of Patrick Mahomes. And
of course.
When the game is tight, then on the defensive end, Kansas City can dial up more stuff. See, they played the worst possible team for what they do, by the way. Dialing up those exotic blitzes.
Yeah.
They played a team in Philly who's like, man, that stuff doesn't affect us. We're a running team.
Mm-hmm. And our quarterback will take off.
Exactly. Go ahead. You Spags, you want to do what? Go ahead.
Like, this is what's crazy, and I'm going to continue to say this, but this isn't revisionist history. I think a lot of times we can take what happens in a Super Bowl and we can make that, like, the story of their season. Kansas City isn't going anywhere. They're still winning a lot of football games in the next few years. We know it. But I felt this way when they first matched up with Denver. I'm like, I don't think these teams are that different.
I agree.
The biggest difference is if the game's close, Mahomes will kill you at the end.
Yeah.
That's it. But guess what? That game, Vic, wasn't close.
It's no longer unattainable, right? Before it seemed unattainable. Now you look at the gap between the Broncos and the Chiefs.
That's
and say,
it.
Okay, beat that team.
If you're a Broncos fan or you're a Chargers fan heading into this offseason, you do not feel like the AFC West is a given that the Chiefs are going to be crowned champions. You feel like you have a shot, and you should. Now, you got to do things right. The one thing that I noticed about Philly, especially on defense, Vic, that is chock full of drafted players that they hit on, and just that defensive line
they
alone.
Come in waves.
Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, their corner, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Like, those are all drafted guys by that team that they have absolutely nailed on those picks. But you know what they did? And this is a spot that I think Denver is approaching. They were good enough to be able to do what? Regardless of position, this is the best guy that I see left in the draft. Mm-hmm. He is going on my roster. Yeah. They didn't care where that guy played.
2 corners this year just because that's what they needed.
And DeJean and Mitchell.
Yeah,
they were
just
good.
Said, this is what we need. This is what we're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
And they relied heavily on the University of Georgia for their defense, which was wise.
It's always like if your football team takes somebody out of Georgia or Bama, just say, okay, probably a pretty safe bet.
And we haven't talked about the amount of love that Patrick Surtain has gotten since winning his Defensive Player of the Year award. Mm-hmm. It just legitimizes how good he really is. Because no one sat there going, oh, well, everybody said he deserved it across the NFL. Every position. I mean, like, wow. That is such a... Is there a better shot in the arm for a player than getting an award and nobody really contesting it?
Well, 2 things were put together. One was Surtain is amazingly good and everybody sees it. The other is that is usually a edge rusher award where nobody had a standout season. There are guys with good years, but I mean, Vic, Benito was 3rd in sacks in the NFL this year. Here's what's funny. I saw DMac going back and forth on Twitter. I think it was on Friday about, are you going to admit you're wrong about the PS2 Justin Fields take, and DMac's taking the, actually, I'm right, because what I said was that they could have a really good corner and it wouldn't matter. It's like, okay.
The double down method?
DMac, take a little advice from somebody who also had the take they should take Fields over Surtain. Put this L on your forehead, okay? I was wrong. Surtain is amazing. It was the right decision. Now, if you want to play a quarterback matters more, well, duh. Everybody knows that.
Take that L on the way out.
But Surtain over Fields was the right choice. No arguing that. None. And I'm not going to play the game of, well, different situation. Maybe Justin. Nope. The guy's not a starting quarterback, and PS2 is the best. Well, I was going to say corner. Defensive player in the game, according to everybody.
Keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I was going to, not because I remembered, because Nelly just whispered in my ear like 30 seconds before that. But Vic, keys to the game, Nuggets Blazers tonight.
Very confident Portland team. Very confident. They've won 8 of their last 10. They did lose in Minnesota over the weekend, but before that, red hot, one of the hottest teams in the league. They beat the Nuggets over a month ago in Portland at the buzzer, Anthony Simons, and that to me is the simple key. Keep Anthony Simons in check. Keep him in front of you. He will shoot from anywhere and everywhere. If you keep him to under 22 points, I'll put it 22, you win this game. I don't think they have enough after that. 22 points is the number for the Nuggets to win their 7th straight tonight.
He always kills the Nuggets. Always. I'm trying to find just what his raw numbers are against
Denver. The other issue for Denver, too, again, Portland is very big. They got 3 centers, basically, they can trot out there.
Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton. They got Klingon, the guy from UConn, block shots left and right. They got dudes that are long. So don't be afraid to jump in that paint and go to work, and don't let them scare you.
Over the last 2 years, he averages 27 points a game against the Nuggets.
Yeah.
He goes crazy.
Yeah, he eats.
Yep. That is keys to the game. Powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. Back after this.
Hey,
Hey.
you in particular would have loved
me.
You, because I know you haven't been there. You would have loved 16 at the WM Waste Management Open, Phoenix
Sure,
Open.
I would. How was it?
It's crazy. I've been there before, obviously, but the Coliseum, as they call it, right? They enclose the entire hole. You, because this is sort of your niche. This is your generation of just tomfoolery and craziness. It's unlike any golf tournament on tour because of that.
That's
And
why I like it. It's
yeah.
a different sort of aura surrounding that than what you're used
Exactly. So I was there Saturday on 16, and Fridays when Grillo hit that hole-in-one, the bucket hole-in-one, and it was crazy. Beer flying everywhere, spraying everywhere. But my thoughts on the Open, the Phoenix Open, are pretty simple. It is the only tournament that features, I would say, 75% of the attendees at the Phoenix Open are sub-22-year-old kids, most of whom I'm not sure how they have that many fake IDs in the Phoenix area. They're all drunk, and half of them are asleep under trees watching they're not even watching.
It's one thing that I've wondered for a super popular thing, and that 16th is incredibly popular, that it's got maybe by percentage the largest amount of an audience that has no interest in the
Zero.
actual thing that they're there for.
I would put the number. I would say 78% is the number. If you ask 78% of the attendees at the Waste Management Open to name 3 golfers, they wouldn't be able to do it.
Is there any other sport that's like that?
It's an event. That's a drink. That's an excuse for young people to go drink and be seen. That's what that tournament is. Let's just stop right there. That's exactly. And I know you like golf, but I'm telling you, if you went there, you'd be like, "What is going on?"
I would say, you know what? Just from my neck of the woods, that again, I will tell anybody who hasn't been there, go do it. It's a lot of fun. The College World Series is
It's
like that.
unlike anything you've ever
It's an
seen.
event.
Yeah.
It's not. You don't necessarily go there for the games, but the games are part of something that's a just bigger party, essentially. That's another one.
But then you compare that to on 16. My buddy works for the tour, so he had us in there. They have some seats that are on the tee box. I don't know if you noticed that. If you're watching the tee box at 16, there's a row of seats, like front row at a basketball game.
Yeah.
And I asked him, and we're sitting there watching. I said, "Who's sitting there?" He goes, "Oh, those have been sold. They started doing this last year." I go, "Really? Like, how much does it cost to sit there?" $25,000 for the weekend.
Good. For a seat or the row?
For a seat.
A seat.
For the entire tournament. You're right there.
Yeah. Oh, these are some good ones. Kentucky Derby's another example of that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's an event. Hey, the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, somebody said any NASCAR race.
Yeah, it's an event. People aren't there to watch the sport. Some would say a Rockies game.
Rockies game's another good one. Yeah. You're just there to kind of hang out in the sunshine. Yeah.
Drink, go up party deck, have a good time. No, but the Phoenix Open, every tournament out there, it blows every tournament out of the water in terms of attendance. But it's not fair because it's not a real golf tournament.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a college frat party featuring a little bit of golf.
Right. By the way, couple NBA headlines. The Mark Williams trade just didn't happen now?
You know,
that's weird.
I have some suspicions there. And I know it's the Lakers who said, no, rescind.
So they said he failed a physical? That's why?
Physical. Yeah, and there was some, even before the trade happened, there was some unrest in league circles about Mark Williams and his availability. I mean, take a look at how many games he's missed for Charlotte. So we knew there was some uncertainty to begin with. But I wonder if the Lakers made the trade and they just revisited, hey, we're actually playing pretty good without a bona fide big right now. Can we make do?
Oh, God, you really think so? Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
But imagine how Dalton Connect felt. He goes from, I get to play with Luka and LeBron. Wait, what? You're sending me to hell? And now he's back. To hell and back.
That's got to be a tough way to walk back into a locker room.
But if it's a rookie, so they can get away with it.
Sure.
If it was an established player, they'd have a problem.
What if it was the AD trade?
Yeah, they'd have a problem.
Which, speaking of.
hey, wait, you guys are ignoring AD. You guys are saying that the Mavericks didn't get anything. They gave up a generational talent to come to find out the governor of the Mavericks, they have a governor, says the reason they traded Luka now is because he was lazy. Because he didn't see him in the same light as Jordan and Kobe working out constantly all season. But here's what you get. You get a guy who is damaged goods, who is so, man, it's so hard because AD, when he's right, he is so good. It is intoxicating to watch his game. You saw him in the first half.
Start.
He made his debut. What do you have? 24 points, 12 boards at halftime?
Yeah.
Ridiculous numbers, blocking shots, wowing the crowd. He's like, yeah. And then he gets hurt.
So he had the old Nugget special, right? The is it adductor? Adductor injury?
Yep.
Or is it abductor? Which one is it?
I don't know.
Because they're two different injuries. Abductor and
it's related
adductor.
to his abs, and the timeline is at least a month.
I will never get tired of seeing this, by the way. This is just the new thing. For the rest of my life, it's all I'll think about. If there's a trade, a big trade that's made, and somebody gets hurt immediately, what's the first thing that you see?
Way to go.
No. It's Aaron Rodgers running out of the tunnel with the American flag.
Yeah.
Because 3 plays after that, he rips his Achilles in half. It's the perfect way to describe it, though. And look, you aren't allowed to be surprised by AD being hurt, but he looked like he was, obviously, Vic, out there with something to prove, and especially that first game. But just as brutal as it gets if you're a Dallas fan.
They're still pretty good, and when he does come back, here's the question, and here's the fear. And it's the same fear, let's be honest, Avalanche fans had with Val. Will he be there when it matters most?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Will AD, can you count, if you're the Mavericks, and you just made one of the biggest trades, if not the biggest trade in recent NBA history, is your guy going to be there when it matters?
Different circumstances, but same overall question. Now, you know what? This is another thing that happened. It's a really sad story. So Bones Highland was traded to the Atlanta Hawks, and the Hawks have subsequently waived him. And I don't know what's going to happen for Bones, but you go back through, like, the storyline, right? It just sucks because we all felt it. Like, the beginning of his career as a Nugget, it was like this guy is going to be a pretty big piece, you would think, in the rotation for years. And now he can't find a team that wants him at the moment. And you almost wonder, like, if he could go back, how much does he regret the way that maybe he personally handled the end of that Nuggets run, and how much of that perception is just going to be linked to him for the rest of his career? It's a bummer. I think we all liked Bones, right? But
Bones was a likable figure. It's obviously deeper than what we even imagined because we don't know what goes on in that room. By the way, I want to tell you what happened in the Nuggets locker room after they win in Phoenix the other night. I enter with the camera crew, and we're like, you're just waiting for an interview.
Mm-hmm.
So Jalen Pickett's walking out. Hey, you know what? He's got some play. Let me talk to Jalen Pickett. And just to make you aware, they know when they're on television.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I turned the light on and we had the microphone in front of him, the entire locker room erupted, chanting his name.
Huh.
And I don't think I've ever seen that. Like chanting his name, propping him up, hyping him up.
Yeah.
And it was led by Jamal. Jamal's like, come on. It was cool to see.
Can I say something about Pickett? I don't know what kind of player he's going to be. I don't know if he's in the future plans for the Nuggets. Like, I'm not sure. But I'm going to make a comparison with him. Again, don't know if he'd ever grow into this exact role. But he's got a Monte Morris thing to him, which is he never turns the ball over. He's really, really smart with the basketball. Yeah. Now, I don't know about his shot.
He doesn't take many chances either.
Yeah, I don't know about the overall ability, but he is really, really smart in the way he cares
100%.
For the basketball.
The next move for him, again, he went from, like any rookie drafted late, he went from unplayable to playable. He's now playable.
Yeah.
You can trust him in the game. Now you want to see him open it up a little bit and take some chances.
Yep. He took a couple, or at least 1 3 before the game was a little bit out of hand late.
You ever skied?
I have not.
So they say when you ski, you should fall on occasion because it means you're pushing the edges, right? You're learning.
It's like riding a bike without training
Yeah,
wheels.
you got to fall. So and that's what it's like for a young point guard in the league. You got to fall a couple times. He's now at that point now where he doesn't feel when he gets in the game, you could tell he belongs.
Yeah, is this year 2 for him? Yeah, it is. He's 25, so it's not like he was one of those 4-year players when they first drafted him. He's on a 4-year deal. Again, I don't know if this is going to translate into him eventually being part, maybe next year, year after that, of the rotation. Because right now, like when they're healthy, not a lot of room for him to play with Jamal and Russell Westbrook on the same team. But I don't know. I've been a little bit more encouraged with guys like him than I was maybe a few months ago.
The question for the Nuggets, let's finish it off here before the All-Star break. 2 more games at home against Portland. You can go into the All-Star break on an 8-game win streak, currently in the number 3 seed, with a chance to jump to number 2 if Memphis stumbles again. A chance? Only a game and a half out of number 2? That's pretty good. But the question going into the playoffs for the Nuggets is going to be this. Who's in that playoff rotation? Who is it? Who makes it? It's going to be a 7 to 8-man rotation because that's the way they operate. That's how they roll.
Well, I think if you were to guess right now, the 7 is your starting 5 plus Russell and Peyton Watson. If you want to go 8, then it'd be Julian. And I think Julian's earned the right to get some minutes in the postseason.
We'll see.
But that's one of those, I think even Calvin Booth said it the other day, is like Julian's had ups and downs and ups and downs, and there's still a trust factor maybe because his defense isn't quite up to par for what Malone wants. But
I guarantee what they were looking for and did not get at the break, what they wanted in that rotation is a big.
Yeah. Reminder to you guys, so coming up after the break, 9:20, 11:20, 2:20, and 4:20, we're going to give you a keyword, and this is going to happen all week. So those times all week, you text in with the keyword and your first and last name, and you're entered for a chance to win a $50 Safeway gift card, as well as a $250 grand prize on Friday. So we're going to be doing this every day this week. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them that you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. So I'm going to give you that keyword in just a few minutes. Your chance to get yourself hooked up for Valentine's Day. Make sure you don't forget. $50 every day and $250 grand prize on Friday for each show. So stay tuned for that. Now, there's a number that, or a observation that you made about the Super Bowl yesterday, Vic, that is kind of mind-blowing. Now, I'm sure people have heard it, but I got a stat to back it up, and it's this, that the Eagles did not blitz Mahomes once on any of his 42 dropbacks yesterday.
Crazy to me to hear that. Crazy.
There's a stat that's happened 6 times in Super Bowl history, from what they can go back and track, where a quarterback has not been blitzed the entire game. Now, the result of those, which I'll get to in a second, is crazy. Not to mention some other big news in the NFL that was taking place in the lead up to the Super Bowl yesterday as well. So a lot to get to here. Again, you can listen to us anywhere, Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitewins.com. That's willheitewins.com. I'll give you that stat in just a second, along with that keyword and a chance to win $50 to Safeway next. All right, here's a stat. On 42 dropbacks, Patrick Mahomes was blitzed 0 times. There are 5 other quarterbacks in Super Bowl history to not be blitzed a single time during the game.
Are you going to make me guess?
No. I don't know who the quarterbacks are, but there's 5 others. All 6 quarterbacks who are not blitzed once have lost.
That means that the opposing team doing the blitzing had a fearsome front four or whatever they used to get to the quarterback, and they didn't have to rely on any exotic blitzes. So go back in Super Bowl history and think of teams with really good front fours. I bet you
Giants?
Dallas is one of those teams. Giants, when they beat Brady.
Yeah.
When they beat Brady, that's a good one. When they beat Brady, I bet you that's one of those teams.
Ravens, maybe?
Could
back
be.
in the day?
Did the Broncos blitz Cam Newton?
I don't know. That might be one of them. Yeah, DeMarcus Ware, Von Miller. Gosh, that's crazy. It just proves, though, your best bet, if you want to keep a quarterback in check, if you can get pressure with your front four, your defense is going to do all right in almost every instance. Now, keyword, if you guys want a chance to win $50 to Safeway, our keyword today is chocolate. Text chocolate in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's chocolate in your first and last name. And once you do that, you'll be entered for today's $50 gift card, as well as Friday's $250 gift card, thanks to Safeway. So chocolate to 303-504-0925 in your first and last name. Now, Vic, you just told me something that is infuriating to me. This is why I hate the Super Bowl now. The Super Bowl, the sport of football, is as American as you can get. It's only played here, at least at a super professional, respected level. And when I think of a football fan, I think of the guy who's in, 10-degree weather with his shirt off, who's got a big fat beer belly, probably works a construction gig. Like, that's who I think of when I think of NFL fans.
You're thinking in middle America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Super Bowl is anything but.
Nope.
It's not even close to the representation of who actually, I don't want to say who actually cares, but like your typical football fan.
You have to have money to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. Unless you're gifted a ticket.
Right.
If you're gifted a ticket, great. But if you decide one day, I'm going to go watch my team play at the Super Bowl, you got to be rich.
Correct.
The get-in price alone, I have a buddy of mine, an associate friend, who went to the Super Bowl yesterday with his spouse. He's a Chiefs fan. Chiefs fanatic.
Okay.
$10,000.
Nope. For a single ticket or for him and his wife?
Him and his wife.
So $5,000 a piece?
Yeah.
Nope.
That's what I said.
No.
I told my wife the same thing. I said, wait, hold on a second. We're going on we have our 30th anniversary this summer. So we're going back to the old country. How much do you think 10 days, flights included, would cost versus
to go back to like Italy?
Yeah, we were just pondering that. I'm like, that's a vacation.
What about those
It's a vacation. How much did your wedding cost? You had a destination wedding. That's a wedding.
Yeah. It was actually probably around that price. I was going to say I would never spend that on a single event. I guess a wedding is an exception. But for a singular thing, Vic, if you say it's going to cost us $10,000 and we stay for a week and a half in one of those, what are those huts that are on the water in like the Maldives or whatever?
Yeah.
Like maybe I do that.
That's I guess
if I had that money.
But listen, we live in sports. This is what we do for a living. So I think we're the wrong audience. Like I go to games for free. So I'm not one to moan or to pass judgment on how much people pay for tickets. And
but
I throw my hands up in the air right now, and I'm sorry because we're not that audience. But when I heard it was $10,000 for the two of them, I sat there with my mouth agape.
There is no singular event that I would pay that for. No concert, no sporting event, no nothing, where it's just like it's a day and you go and do this. I'll tell you what, if you told me Jesus was coming back to earth and this is the location he's going to be at, it's $5,000 a ticket, maybe I'd fork over $5,000. Okay, maybe then. Outside of that, nothing. You were getting nothing from me.
And
that's just to get in, Vic. That doesn't even include some other stuff.
Well, that doesn't include room and board.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how my family does it. We went to Super Bowl 31, and we had 7 of us in one room.
Well, yeah, you got to cut costs somewhere. I get it. Especially when Nelly sends us this. I can't believe this.
I saw that.
So somebody who went to the game said, hey, drink up. It's $59 cocktail night at the Super Bowl. He's holding up this glass. Looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It's not like a huge glass.
No, it's not one of those big Vegas things that last you all day.
Nope. It's not one of those. It looks like just, probably a pretty heavy.
A wine glass.
Wine glass. But a full wine glass.
Yeah.
Here's what's in it from what I can read. It is, I just lost it now. Hang on.
Cocktails.
Well, it's a nice tequila. It's Don Julio 1942,
Whatever.
the special one that everybody drinks when they're at Super Bowl parties. Grand Marnier Cuvée du Centenaire.
I don't know what words you're speaking.
Single pressed lime juice, jalapeno syrup, mango puree, black magic seasoning.
$59. You had me at $59.
And a dehydrated lime
You
wheel.
had me at $59. Hey, you ever, listen, you've been in those situations. You ever, back in your days when you gone to the club and you're like, drinks are on me, guys. I got this.
That
Order
does
the
not
drinks.
exist anymore.
Well, I mean, I got this. Order the drinks. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what? How about you ever been to you play golf? You ever been to a
that one
golf course where
I get steep in a hurry.
Sometimes you go to a ritzier course and you're like, I got this.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, wait, huh? No. And you just pay it. You pay the freight because you're there.
I asked for singles. These look like doubles prices.
You pay the freight because you're there.
Yeah.
But if you're at the Super Bowl, you got some coin to begin with, so it's
Sure.
not a surprise that people are spending $59 for cocktails. I mean, they got in. What do you think?
$59?
Yeah, but, I mean, again, this is not for you. It's not for me. On the text line here or on the Twitch feed, Curtis writes in, my stepdad said one of his coworkers cashed out his 401k and took his son $9,000 a seat. Come on, that can't be. He cashed out his 401k. Let me tell you, if this guy ends up destitute in 5 years and then complains that he's not getting help, I want to remember this. Yeah, you're not getting help because you went to the Super Bowl.
I'll give you an example. Me and my wife got a babysitter, which is a rare occasion for us. So we went out and I was like, I found this really nice cocktail bar. She wanted an espresso martini. She's obsessed with them. I found this place. Looks really cool. We get there, and it is very nice. Now, I think I've told this story, Vic, that this was the place that was, there was a whole bunch of women in their 20s that were with men in their 50s. Yeah. That kind of bar.
Yes.
So the drinks are
a Belichick bar?
Yes. There was a whole bunch of Belichicks walking around.
You know the price tag on drinks is so high.
The second I walked in, I was like, oh, God, we've made a giant mistake. But we were there. And I said, you know what? We're here. It's a cocktail bar. I'll take, they had this fancy old-fashioned.
Water, please.
Well, I got the old-fashioned.
And then the water's $8?
They do the thing where they have the little glass in front of you that they put the receipt in, so a running tab thing.
They're getting you.
And I was just like,
they're tickling you now.
All right. So we get an espresso martini and old-fashioned. What are we looking at? It was $45 already. And I go, all right. And I looked around the bar and I go, after I finished it, they go, another one? I was like, no, I'll take a Coors Light, please. That's the direction we're going for the rest of the night.
Get a water.
Yeah. Well, but I was trapped. I was like, I promised my wife that we were going to a nicer place.
I'm thrifty when it comes to that. I'm the guy, we go out with the family, and they're all getting the good stuff. I'm the guy who gets the bad stuff just to make sure that the bill's not crazy.
I'm not above a well at all. You want to make me a mixed drink? And they're like, what do you prefer? Well's fine. Totally fine with me.
The worst. A water should be free. Can we establish that right now when you're at a restaurant? Can we establish
restaurants
that?
Are charging you for tap water?
Well, if you go on vacation, sometimes you go to some of these restaurants.
Oh well, yeah,
they'll charge you for anything.
What's that fancy one in California? Everybody goes to the French Laundry or something like that. I'm sure they charge for it. That's insane.
Yeah, but listen, the Super Bowl, this argument's been had for years. The Super Bowl priced people out many, many years, many moons ago. And if it's your dream to see your team play, great. But I just couldn't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that dream is. Hell, I was going to go watch my team play in the college football championship. I looked at some of the prices and said, are you crazy?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question that's going to be what happens next? Leading up to the Super Bowl, I saw the news yesterday from Jay Glazer that the Jets have informed Aaron Rodgers they're moving on.
That was predictable, right?
Yeah. But what happens next for Aaron Rodgers specifically? Like the Jets, it's very clear.
Yeah.
Like Aaron Glenn wants to start over. And you know what? I think this move is as much about I'm in charge, not that guy.
Write this down. I got something for you. Write it down.
I already wrote team friction down earlier.
Starting quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders, Aaron Rodgers. Write it down.
Actually makes
I
a
want
lot
you
of
to
sense.
put that right near your computer because that's going to happen.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yep.
What if I just said, give me the pie chart? Aaron Rodgers retires. Aaron Rodgers still plays next year. What do you think?
I think it's either the Raiders or retire.
Okay.
And it's got to be that kind of franchise.
Why that kind?
Brady recognizes greatness, and I think Brady would be all for it.
That seems like the move of somebody who, I don't know.
What are your options? If you're the Raiders, what are your options? There are no options.
What if you draft Shador?
Well, I guess so. I guess you could start from
Yeah.
I mean, you can
but they're drafting sixth, so it's not a
but
guarantee.
you can also draft a young quarterback and get Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's not going to be expensive.
Where else do you think the team would even think about Aaron Rodgers? Do you think he would New York to New York? Go to the Giants?
The Giants, nah. I think he's New Yorked out.
I'm just trying to think of teams that would be a remote possibility.
I'm telling you, the Raiders. Raiders are that team. Raiders.
So hang on. I'm just going to throw these out. I think you're right. I think that's the top one. So I got Giants are at least on the board. Or at least on the board. Cleveland, no chance. Pittsburgh?
No.
They're moving on from Russ.
Nope. Not their vibe. It's not their vibe.
Do you think Minnesota spins the...
No.
God, this is tough. Tennessee?
No. He ain't going to go to Middle America and get lost. He wants too much.
New Orleans?
Raiders, dude. It's right there, sitting right in front of you.
Yeah. All right, here's a dark horse for you. Dark horse.
Mm-hmm.
Where's he from?
He's from Northern California. You thinking San Francisco?
No. I think San Francisco's, they're in with Purdy. Depending on what the Rams do with Stafford is what I'm asking.
Gotcha.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. But you're right. Speaking of Russell Wilson, by the way, you had some audio you wanted to play last week. We just never got to it. So this is Jay Glazer on Russell. Let's hear it.
Russell Wilson obviously has had a long career and going back to free agency. Pete Carroll, I mean, this is kind of connecting dots.
That ain't going to happen.
That one's over, right?
That's not going to happen.
That one's over. Do you think it's more likely Russ goes back to the Steelers? Because the ending there was
think that's
also
gonna
a little
happen
weird, too. So just a new start for Russ.
I think you'll see a new start for Russell somewhere else.
Yeah.
Who is the starting quarterback of the Steelers? Do you think it's Justin, or do you think it's somebody?
I don't know. And again, like, these guys are the Senior Bowl. I was texting with Mike Tomlin the other day. He's the Senior Bowl. Yeah, like, they're thinking about so they can compartmentalize only so much. So Senior Bowl, right? And then all of a sudden, next week they have combine meetings, right? And so they're going to have to start talking about free agency and what's out there. But I don't think they know who their starting quarterback's going to be yet.
So that was from the Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Matthew Berry and Jay Glazer. I don't know if Russell really has a spot to go, at least as a starter. His days as a starter, I think, are done.
Well, you mentioned all those teams when you were bringing up Aaron Rodgers. I think he's more likely to fall one of those lesser teams than he would be.
Yeah.
I mean,
like Tennessee?
Yeah. A team like that.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible how quickly that all kind of fell apart.
Maybe go work with a rookie as a backup with the Giants. Maybe show him the way.
Does the winning for him last year count for anything? Because now that's what people are saying about Jalen Hurts. Now he's the ultimate champion.
I
He's
don't
a
know
Super
if
Bowl
it does.
champion,
Otherwise,
but-
he'd be the Pittsburgh quarterback. If it mattered, he'd be back in Pittsburgh. I mean, look at how Pittsburgh views him. Pittsburgh took him on for very little money and said, all right, let's do it. And now they don't want him.
Gosh, you know what?
That speaks volumes.
So he started his run with the Steelers. He was 6-1. And then, Vic, he lost his final 5 games of the year.
Mm-hmm. And they got bad. They got predictable. They got,
And they scored 13, 17, 10, 17, 14 in the final games. That's brutal. Texture says Rodgers is going to Minnesota because of the Favre correlation. That would be funny if he does the exact same thing. Plays for Green Bay.
Full circle.
Goes to New York and is awful, just like Favre was, and then goes to Minnesota and crushes it. And don't put it past him, Vic, to be petty and try and stick it to the Packers. Maybe they are going to do it.
Who has
drafted McCarthy?
I'll ask you a question because this has come up in Denver before. You had a choice of a quarterback to run your team right now. Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson?
Now?
Yeah, right now. At their point in their careers, right now. Who you picking?
I think Russ is done. I would, if I had to choose, I don't want either one, but if I had to choose, I would kick the tires for one more year of Rodgers.
I think so, because Rodgers didn't exactly look great. He looked done.
Yeah. I still think it's Russ. Would you take Russ again?
I don't think I'd take
over
either.
Rodgers? Well, you didn't give me that option. I said neither.
It's my question. You're the answer.
You said one or the other. You didn't say neither. Of course the answer is neither.
I don't have to answer a question I asked.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If the Broncos had to sign one of these guys to play quarterback for them.
Rodgers.
Yeah, I think so. But neither are, like, good.
Isn't that crazy that you would take the lesser of the two evils? And I hate to put it that way, but we've done the Russ thing. It's just not there. You would hope that maybe Aaron Rodgers can find some fountain of youth, but he lost it last year. He looked gone.
Which quarterback do you think would annoy Sean Payton more? We know what that is like with Russell.
Yeah.
I think Rodgers would be worse.
Hey, this came up over the weekend. Debo got his wish. He's going to get traded. The Niners have agreed to look into trades. And every time somebody's going to get traded, what happens in every NFL market? Our team's got to go get them.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Broncos in that fit? I love the talent. I don't trust the health. It's very much like AD. I love the player. I love what he can do. He would be valuable from the get-go. I don't know if he's going to be available on a week-to-week basis.
Here's what's strange about him. He was not too long ago seen as like the best Swiss Army knife that you could ask for.
My God, he was a running back, like a really good one. Remember when he just was? That's what he did.
Yeah. God, I thought he was younger than this. He's going to be 30. Or no, he just turned 29.
And
so
dude,
he's 29.
put there's been a lot of pounding there.
Yeah.
I mean, his body's been taxed.
Look, I'm not against it. It would depend on price, I suppose. I mean, he would fit the Joker bill for Sean Payton. I don't know. He's an interesting case. But he's one of those guys, like, I get concerned about. Does it take a lot to keep you happy? He feels like one of those guys.
Yeah. Well, he's the diva.
Yeah.
He puts the diva in receiver. That's that position. But my God, when he's going as a competitor.
Oh, for sure.
When he's going.
And he's a bowling ball.
Hey, by the way, did you see last night in the middle of the game? What was A.J. Brown all mad about? What was going on there?
That's another guy where I'm confused.
What was he all mad about? I wasn't paying too close of attention at that point. He got into it with somebody about a pass route. Something happened. In a closer game, that can hurt you. The game was over. It was laughable, but
yeah,
that's what receivers do, though. Think about all the top receivers. There aren't many that don't do that.
Right. I don't have the answer for it. He's a fiery guy. He's done this before. He's one of them. Like, remember, Vic? They were winning football games, and he was not happy because he would get
I know.
like 2 catches.
I know.
Those are the guys that I'm always like,
you got to be worried. I would have
Yeah.
told, hey, get your book out. Just read a couple chapters. Calm down.
Tell you what, he looks happy now. I mean, he was the guy everybody thought it was about, like, he was upset with Sirianni.
I guess according to our Twitchers, he ran the wrong route and he got into it. He was being yelled at for that. Hey, did you see Joel Embiid get into it with Kelly Oubre over the weekend? And they came to terms. You know, they like hugged it out.
Yeah.
Wow.
So was it like on the sideline or
yeah.
what?
Yeah, it was a timeout called. They lost a game they shouldn't have lost, and Embiid yelled at Oubre for not hustling back on a play,
Right.
and Oubre went right at him. Because I know what Oubre probably told him. Oubre's like, "You have no right to tell me you haven't played."
Oh, he's even acting it out like he's doing the slow jog
Yeah.
back. See, this is the problem with a guy like Embiid. He should be your leader, and I don't think
You
he's
can't
respected that way.
if you don't play, you can't
Yeah.
be. You can't be a leader. You have to play. You have to get on. You have to be available.
Right. And it's look to a I guess similar sort of context. That's kind of what we've been talking about with the Avs and Landeskog too. Like he's the team leader,
Yes.
but it's tough to do that when you're not around. Again,
Now he doesn't come with the drama that
Right.
is Joel Embiid.
right. But it's tough. You're right. All right, so we're going to give away this $50 gift card to Safeway when we come back again. One last chance to get in. Text the word chocolate in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got $50 we're giving away every day this week, along with a $250 grand prize on Friday. Stick around. Does it feel weird that football's over?
A lot of people are saying, "What do we do now?"
Well, that's going to be a great question after Wednesday.
I'm in a different line of work. I got a lot to do.
Not after Wednesday.
Oh, for All-Star
Wednesday, we're going to have after Wednesday, no Nuggets, no Avs, no football for like a week.
That's what I'm doing. Hey, I'm gonna say this again for those who haven't listened to our show or are new to the show. Welcome aboard. We really appreciate you making us the top-rated sports show in town. Not sure why, but whatever. Time away is just as important as time with. I will go to my grave with that. And that includes everything in life. Marriage. My only marital advice, and I'm not one to give it. I've been married now going on 30 years. Time away is just as important as time with. Football, you need an off season, man.
Hey, listen.
You got to have it.
I'm fine with the off season. What I'm not fine with is the off season starts and immediately the Avs and Nuggets don't play basketball or hockey. That's what I'm not cool with. I need something to take me over, okay? And we're going to have like a week after Wednesday of nothing because this Four Nations tournament. Now, I think I am going to be watching a lot of the Four Nations. By the way, we're carrying those games right here out to 2 Sports Radio 92.5. Here's the thing, though. Your best players play for Canada. But I'm an American, so I need to root for the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to have a little bit of that feel like the Olympics did, where it was Jokic, Team Serbia, playing against the U.S., and you're like, I want my country to win.
Yeah, that is a weird...
But Nathan McKinnon and Kel McCarr and Devon Taves play for Canada.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do there? Like, you know what this reminds me of? The Olympics and Dream Team versus Serbia.
Well, that's what I was just saying.
Oh, is that what you said? Yeah. I wasn't paying attention to you.
You were staring at me as I was saying it.
Yeah, because I was thinking.
You were literally looking me dead in the eyes.
Yeah, but what you said did not hit home.
Okay.
So try saying it again.
Said, it's like I'm an American. I want to root for my country. Yeah. It's like how I felt in the Olympics when the U.S. played Serbia.
You're exactly right.
Except, there was a lot of people who dislike the people on the U.S.'s roster in the Olympics. You don't really dislike a lot of Americans on the hockey team.
Can I be blunt? I don't have much of a rooting interest in what is this tournament called again?
Four Nations.
Yeah. Are you like, oh my God?
I'm going to need something to get into.
I know, but I mean, are you like, oh?
Look, yeah, this feels like a conjured up thing that it's like the in-season tournament is what I'd call it. It's like they're hyping this thing like it's a big deal. To me, it's like, okay, yep, countries are playing each other. If it were the Olympics, different story.
Mm-hmm. It's the Olympics.
It's the Olympics. By the way, did you see Canada's starting lineup that they have in this thing?
Well, it's Canada. They're always going to have a fearsome lineup.
But it's insane.
Canada should be favored every time they hit the ice in every way.
But it's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, you got your 3 Avs players are on it. Like,
how's that Venezuelan team?
Not in the Four Nations.
Well, then we'd have something. Why not?
Vic, going by your own sort of logic, if you can't make your own ice, then you don't deserve a team.
Play hockey.
Now, I don't know the Venezuelan climate all that well. I do know I think it's pretty hot there, though.
There's no reason Colombia should not have a team in the Four Nations.
Venezuela get snow.
Mauritania.
Yes, it snows in Venezuela, but only at the highest elevations of the Andes Mountains. Does not count.
Throw a rink up there. Get guys trained. How did they come across? How did they come by these 4 countries? I've always wondered that. Like, are there other countries going, hey, we want in?
What, like Japan?
I don't know. What other countries would qualify there? So you got Finland, Sweden, U.S., and Canada, right?
Mm-hmm.
What other countries? One of them Czechs? Switzerland?
Yeah, I don't know.
Germany? Germany had, would they want in?
Part of it, I think, is you have to have enough players to kind of field a team. I'm sure Russia could be involved in this.
They're not invited to anything.
Had it not been for Russia being Russia, yeah. I'm sure they could have a really good team that can compete in this thing. I don't know enough about the populations of these other countries and how adept they are at putting together a roster. I don't think you want to put somebody in this tournament just to lose 11 to nothing. You know what I mean? But like I said, I'm going to need something. Something's going to have to get me over the hump while the Avs and Nuggets and football are all done. Now, the good news, when is the first spring training game? Yeah, I'm already in that mode. I'm already in that mode.
Don't say that. Don't
say what?
You're a spring training guy? You watch these games?
I don't watch all the games, but I'll catch a few. Oof. I told you I'm starting to get my baseball itch already.
That's a big oof.
Hang on,
That's
see.
a big oof. I've been to many spring trainings.
10 days.
I've been to games and I don't watch the games.
10 days from now, first game of spring training. For the Rockies, it's going to be the 21st.
No. See, spring training to me is something you go to.
Oh, but
it's
hang
like
on.
No. I draw the line there.
I'm going to make the case.
Make whatever case you want.
The Rockies have a whole bunch of young talent that I want to see how it, at least initially, can come together.
Okay.
I'm excited about the Rocky season. This is not like hyperbole, by the way, or exaggeration.
That's fine.
I'm excited about the Rocky season.
The season, not spring training. Spring training is just
get you in there. It's like my football training camp. You see the guys back in pads, and it's like, all right, maybe.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger is Bryant.
Nelly only has those on his hotkeys just to piss me off every time. You ever notice when he plays something Rockies related? It never says something about, we're really excited about Tovar taking the next step. It's always about KB.
This is a missed opportunity. Now
Kevin Freeland? Thank you.
You bring it up. So the Super Bowl and football season ends. All right? It's gone. And these other sports conveniently just stop playing for a while.
Yeah, what are you guys doing?
How stupid are you? I'm going to call out the NBA and the NHL right now. I'm going to call them out. Everybody. All of you fans, me included. All of you. How stupid are you? So the NFL stops doing business, and you decide when the NFL stops doing business, let's take a couple weeks off, chill out a little bit.
How
dumb are you?
The third week of January or something, you know what I mean? What are we doing here? Time this out better. You have your window now. Your window's here.
You should have done your Four Nations and your All-Star break in January, when the NFL was playing playoff games.
Really stupid. Rockies are projected at 107 losses. What's to root for? I will take a bet with somebody they don't lose 107 games. I'll do it right now. By the way, our first winner this week of the Safeway gift card for $50 is Wendell Turner. Congratulations, Wendell. You got $50 to Safeway.
Yeah.
If you guys texted in that keyword, we're going to have one every single day this week at 9:20, and the grand prize, $250, will be at the end of the week. But if you register in any of these, you have a chance to win that one at the end of the week as well. It's not just us, every single show. 11. So for us, 9:20. Morning Sprint, 11:20. PhD, 2:20. And Kreckman and Lindahl, 4:20 are the times to hear the keyword of the day to get yourself set up for Valentine's Day.
I think it's almost 8 p.m. 6 p.m. in France, where Moser is. What do you think he's doing right now? What do you think Moser's doing?
He's bare-chested and banging his chest.
He sent me a photo last night. He was at dinner with somebody.
Probably annoying somebody who's French.
Like in how? In what manner? It's only 6 p.m., so he's got a lot of time left.
I was watching Band of Brothers the other day, and I remember
right
this.
Here.
This is the exact place I saw.
This is it right here.
Something like
Marie.
that.
This is
Something
it.
like that. Yep.
People don't give Mick Mars his due credit as a guitar player, Jack.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We were talking about the opulence of the Super Bowl, right? $gajillion tickets, $59 cocktails. Well, yesterday, the internet became obsessed with Tom Brady's watch, and they did what they do best, and they tracked it down. Turns out Brady was rocking a yellow sapphire caviar tourbillon by Jacob & Company. Guess how much one of those sells for?
I saw this. Is it like 600 G's?
Too low.
Oh, my God, more?
$740,000.
Why?
For a watch.
Why?
He's Tom Brady. He do what he wants.
Need that to... You're wearing a mansion on your wrist? What are we doing here? By the way, here's
I'm
something.
not a watch guy, but he can do what he wants.
I love my watch.
You wear a watch?
Yeah, it's a phone. It's got a clock on it. Just quickly here, 20 years ago, Vic, a Big Mac cost $2.60. It's now $6. One share of Apple was $2.17. It's now $2.27. The average MLB ticket was $21. It is now $38. But in 2005, the Marlins payroll was $60 million. It is now $58 million. So some things never change. All right. You guys have a great day. Check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts. You just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
And you wanted history? History! The most satisfying Super Bowl that I could have possibly imagined last night. I enjoyed that 98% as much as I did when the Broncos won Super Bowl 50 back in 2015. That played out as perfectly as possible. From start to finish, 40-22 is your final. Eagles over the Chiefs. A three-peat? No. The greatest of all time? Not so fast, my friend Patrick Mahomes. The worst game we have ever seen that guy play. And I was drinking tears, just licking them up off the floor. I could not get enough. That game was toast at halftime to the point where people in our text thread were going, well, do we just go watch something else? Hell no, you don't. I'm going to watch this decapitation the entire way through. That was amazing, Coach Sanford. No notes. No notes.
The storyline for that game for me could have been so many different things. And I think a lot of people want to make it about the pass rush of the Philadelphia Eagles. The fact that a fairly, we'll call them fairly anonymous group of pass rushers that didn't come in with a ton of accolades outside of Jalen Carter. Sweat, my other defensive tackle that had the strip sack fumble at the end of the game.
Williams.
Was it Witten?
Williams.
Okay, that guy. Like, were those guys household names to you before the game started?
Nope.
Okay. You could certainly talk about the Jalen Hurts performance, which I thought was phenomenal. And it's something that I've been telling you the entire season.
You have.
People say the guy can't throw the football. Well, he just egregiously outperformed the GOAT, the witch, Patrick Mahomes. He crushed him. The CPOE stat that I've been citing the entire season, completion percentage over expected, has nothing to do with his ability to run the football, has nothing to do with Saquon Barkley. It has to do with expected completions. He is better than what is expected. And he's number one in the National Football League and has been number one, is much greater than Patrick Mahomes in that stat through the regular season, and it played out. He is a very good quarterback. But the real storyline of all of this, Raj, and the one that I might not never really understand, Patrick Mahomes was atrocious. Terrible, horrible, awful in every single way. If you have to assume that he was healthy the entire game, okay? Do you hear what I just said? If you believe and are told beyond a shadow of a doubt that Patrick Mahomes remained healthy throughout the game. You see where I'm getting at here, Raj? Healthy. You played a sport with a helmet that gets there's a lot of contact. You ever played in a game where you didn't tell the coach about something?
Sure have.
You know what I'm talking about?
Sure do.
I may or may not have coached some players that I could not understand what was going on at the quarterback position during the game, and then I find out the next day when I have a conversation with that player and they're in a fog, they were not healthy during that game. And I wish I would have known at the time because I would have given them the hook. Anyway, with that being said, I have never seen Patrick Mahomes look so lost in the pocket, see the field so unbelievably poorly. He was atrocious in that game. And the problem is that you can certainly point to the fact that he might not have been quote unquote healthy after maybe something happened in that first quarter. He didn't pull himself out. So this is your legacy. That is your resume in the biggest game, an opportunity to do something that's never happened in the history of pro football. And that's a three-peat with the quarterback position. And you played horrifically.
We've never seen him look flustered. You have never seen him in his 7 years as a starter look like he wasn't ready for the moment. Look like he wasn't in complete control of the moment, right? Everything going into half was, it was setting up to be, is this his Tom Brady comeback against the Atlanta Falcons moment, right? They're talking about every single Super Bowl that they've won, Mahomes has trailed by at least 10 in them. It's 24 rip at half. And at that point you went, it looks like the moment is finally too large for Patrick Mahomes.
Which we all know is not the case, Raj. Is there such thing as the moment being too big for somebody who's been in the biggest moment time after time after time after time and has exceeded expectations when the moment was that big? Either the game itself or the moment in the game.
I suppose it's a little different here. And I'm not sitting here dancing on the grave of Patrick Mahomes. He's still young. He's going into his 8th season as a starter. They're not going anywhere. Like, it would not shock me if the Chiefs won the Super Bowl as early as next season. But yes, he has risen to every occasion thus far in his career. Every occasion. Outside of, Joe Burrow beating him in the AFC title game. This is a little different. This was something that's never been done before. This was Brady and the Patriots going into that Super Bowl against Eli and the Giants, trying to do something that had never been done before. Yes, there had been an undefeated season with the Dolphins. Back, 72 Dolphins? But no one had ever had that many wins. And they shrunk in that situation. It took a Herculean effort from the Giants that year, but they shrunk in that moment. This is the first time that Mahomes had that opportunity. Something that had never been done before and something that he could stamp and go, I'm the greatest now. Because he's in the conversation, rightfully so. But last night would have put the stamp. Tom Brady's calling my game. Tom Brady is on color for the game that I get to go move over. And he shrunk. And credit the Eagles defense. That was they didn't blitz once and you sacked the guy 6 different times.
Which is all the more reason why I believe that this was the worst performance and an incredibly uncharacteristic, otherworldly performance from Patrick Mahomes, and for all the wrong reasons. And here's why I see it from my trained eyes as somebody who's coached the quarterback position, done a lot of grade sheets, okay? Do you know how many grade sheets I've filled out from the quarterback position over the last 18, 20 years? Whether it's a practice, a scrimmage, a game, I grade every play. I grade quarterback movement in the pocket. That was the definition of an abomination at the quarterback position. He walked himself into sacks, Raj. It wasn't unblocked getting smoked at 1.5 seconds, which could happen. It was Patrick Mahomes about midway through the first quarter. I was watching him in the pocket move into the problems. And he was turning into it was almost like he was trying to get nestled into a blanket of the pocket of where he was going to be getting hit, as opposed to working in the quiet spot of the pocket, which he is the best in the National Football League at doing. It was horrible.
The strip sack was telling to me. And it was, right, there's 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
That one was a little different.
You're down by 31. He gets hit in the head after it happens. I was waiting for him to get up and start complaining to the referees and pointing to his head.
No.
He knew this is futile.
Yep.
And that made me smile a little bit. Because I was waiting for the theatrics of how can I not get this call? And honestly, should have been called.
The bottom line in this game was the Chiefs offense right now in its current state, and this is great news for the Denver Broncos. It's Patrick Mahomes and a bunch of not great.
What'd you think of Xavier Worthy?
He was pretty fantastic. As the game obviously progressed. He's the best piece, but he's still a little guy. He still has that, kind of like that Marvin Mims trait where you just can't devote an entire game plan to him.
No, you can't.
Because like Tyreek Hill is little, but he's thick.
Right.
And he's a guy that can run through traffic, and you can give him tunnel screens and go. Xavier Worthy, you gotta dial up shots down the field and hit him in stride.
He did hit him. The one pass that touchdown was beautiful. It was a gorgeous throw. It's a 50-yard bomb. He puts it in a window that is 6 inches away from the covering safety. It was a beautiful throw, but I mean the score was 40-14. Like Philly took the gas or the pedal off the gas after the first series of the second half.
The other thing about Philly, they seem to do this to people. Just obliterate them.
Second series, the 34-0 when Hurts went over the top to Devonta Smith.
It was wild.
That was awesome.
This gives this result, and then you also compare it to the result that that they had the Eagles being against the Commanders, where I actually thought that Jaden Daniels played really good ball, and they just boat raced him. Because they have the perfect combination of a roster build of defensive personnel and the ability to control the football by way of running the rock. And that's how you win championships. That's what you asked me. How could this
on
happen?
Friday?
Well, Eagles are built as the number one defense in pro football, and they can run the ball as well as top 3 team in the National Football League. That's how you win games. What I didn't expect is Patrick Mahomes to be this bad. What I didn't expect is for him to turn the football over. I didn't expect him to walk into what felt like double-digit sacks. I know it wasn't. And as a result, that's why this was a bludgeoning. And that was the only way that the Eagles were going to win this game, is to boat race the Kansas City Chiefs, to destroy them.
If you told me that Saquon Barkley would have been held under 60 yards with no scores on 25 carries and with a long of under 10, right? I think his long was 10, maybe 11 in the game. I would have gone, this thing is, the Chiefs win by 2 scores. They did that without arguably the most important player in the league.
You knew the biggest winner of this weekend was? Las Vegas. Books. Because there was nothing, like player prop wise, there's nothing that hit that you thought really should hit.
Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown was a pretty...
That was one.
That was a solid one.
But their odds were, they protected themselves because of the tush push.
I'm not a fan of the film yourself while you're waiting for a...
Did Saquon score?
I don't think Saquon scored. No, he didn't.
You imagine how much money was put on Saquon Barkley, like all of the props that would have gone on Saquon Barkley in this game. For yards?
It's a lot of loss.
Oh my gosh. And then can you imagine the numbers that were placed on Patrick Mahomes? I mean
Mahomes,
he ended up with, what was it, 220?
If you look at his counting stats, 257 yards,
that's
the over.
He hit the number. He did.
3 touchdowns, that's over 1.5, and that's typically where that line sits.
Yeah.
Unless you were hoping that he was going to throw fewer than 1 interception, Mahomes probably made people money on individual bets.
What would be your guess on the percentages of just the betting public that put it on, that would have gone money line Chiefs? 60%, 70%, 80%?
I have
just because
no
of the
idea
witch.
what the handles were, but in my personal text threads with my buddies, it was like 75-25 bets on Chiefs, but they were hate bets. They were like,
correct.
I'm upset that I'm expecting to make money on this. I don't want to root for them. So it was kind of an emotional hedge. I appreciate that. I was saying with the Jalen Hurts tush push touchdown, I'm not a huge fan of people videoing themselves reacting to either games or bets that they've placed. But did you see the one of a bunch of friends? I think they're a bunch of probably, college frat guys who were watching the game in Philly, all with Eagles jerseys on. And Hurts throws the touchdown. It gets called back at the 1.5 yard line, right? Because the knee's down.
Yep.
And all of them set up a phone. They all get into tush push formation, and they film it as the play's happening, pushing through. And they won, collectively, each guy threw in $100 or something. And they won, $5,000. I thought it was great.
Another big winner, in addition to Vegas, is the other 2 teams that are going to be in contention in the AFC West.
We'll talk about who those 2 teams are next.
I thought our team played really well. I feel like I didn't play to my standard, just with especially the struggles that I had early in the season. And so there's things that I have to get better at, and they kind of showed today on the biggest stage. And so I'm about to find a way this offseason to combat what defenses are doing to me as far as rush lanes and different coverages that they're playing. And that's the beauty of football, is that you never can be satisfied with just coming out there and playing and thinking you're going to have success year in and year out. These defenses are going to continue to get better and better, and so I have to get better. And so I take a lot of ownership in that, and I want to hopefully come back and play better football this next season.
Well, I wouldn't say the witch is dead, but the witch is hurting.
Tough day for the witch. Tell you what, man, a lot of water was put on the witch. Now, what the Wicked Witch of one of the
She was melted with water.
Water. Apparently, with Mahomes,
Wicked Witch of the West was melted with water. How did the Wicked Witch of the East perish?
Don't know.
Dorothy found her shoes under a house. She was crushed by a house.
That's right.
Dorothy's house comes in on a
tornado.
You don't say. Crushes the.
So that was a bit. That was a bit more the tornado and being crushed under the house.
They got crushed by a house.
That was where Mahomes was.
That was crushed by a house. I think the in this analogy, the bucket of water being thrown on the witch would have been, a slugfest that the Eagles somehow come out with a Philly on the end and win the thing. This was, we all thought that we were dancing with the Munchkins on the Yellow Brick Road, and Dorothy comes in and hammer slams one on top of your head, and then you're toast. That's what happened last night. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned, who are the two teams in the AFC West that benefit most from what we saw last night? I would assume that the Raiders aren't part of this conversation.
Not yet. We'll see what happens with the Raiders. They made I think, a wise and energizing selection with their head coach and Pete Carroll going forward. We'll find out if they make what I would believe to be a wise and energizing, potentially franchise-defining draft moment to get Shedeur Sanders somehow, some way. But when you see the way that these Chiefs were comprised, Travis Kelce's washed. And that's been the target for Patrick Mahomes for the last, at least 3 years.
Washed. He's done.
Washed. Can't move. He hasn't been able to move effectively really for 2 years.
And there's those games where he'll pop up and he go just like any Hall of Fame level athlete is. Travis Kelce, shoe and Hall of Famer.
Yeah, if Kelce sees a lot of zone coverage, he knows how to settle in the zone and find space.
Right. Jason Giambi, when he was wearing his golden thong here with the Rockies, that guy was not a good baseball player anymore. But you popped him in a pinch hit situation, and he could hit a dong. Like, that can happen. That's what Travis Kelce is right now.
DeAndre Hopkins is not going to be a solution moving forward. That was unbelievable when he tripped over himself wide open and fell down with one arm. It looked like.
Talk about game-changing plays.
That was like, this thing's over.
That was it.
Because it was like the one opportunity to get something going. Do you realize that the Chiefs...
Where was that drop? I'll find that.
The Chiefs in the entire... I don't know if you saw this stat offensively. We talked about Mahomes being as bad as he was. You want to know let's go through the complete list of NFL teams that failed to cross midfield on their first 9 drives of a game this season. Want to know the names of those teams, including that's the Carolina Panthers could be mixed in there.
This year.
In the 2024-25 overall campaign, regular season and postseason,
I'm going to guess the Broncos are part of that list. The
list of teams that failed to cross midfield on their first 9 drives of a game. The Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and that's it.
Come on.
The only time it happened this entire year. 9 drives, didn't cross midfield. So the point being, back to the Chiefs, is their offensive construction right now is Patrick Mahomes is obviously the guy that has to generate by way of brilliant play, by way of unbelievable pocket movement. Normally, yesterday was as bad as it gets in a pocket movement sense. If he's not on, if he's not right, that's what you're going to get. Because they had no ability to turn the ball and hand it off to somebody. Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco in the 24 season, they proved to be ham and eggers, Raj. They weren't Saquon Barkley. They weren't Derrick Henry. They weren't James Cook of the Buffalo Bills. And then your wide receivers, Hollywood Brown, we were told that his reinsertion into the lineup was going to give them all kinds of pop, and he's not good. He didn't do much this year. DeAndre Hopkins ain't going to be a part of this thing going forward. I like Xavier Worthy. It's a nice piece. It's a really good piece.
Just don't let them get Deebo Samuel or Cooper Kupp.
Those guys are going to be in the same boat, man, as Travis Kelce.
I think they're different. Well,
God,
they will be
the
eventually.
Injury history is
guys,
just adding up on those dudes, man.
I think those guys both have more in the tank than Hopkins or Kelce right now.
They do.
The Chiefs are, and this is, I know this is Monday morning after the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are more gettable now than they ever have been.
The thing that is real with that football team, their defense. It's a real defense. It's a real pass rush. George Karlaftis.
How long is Chris Jones going to be at the top of it?
He looks pretty good still, man. I mean, he got a little banged up in the game yesterday. It's kind of weird. His knee brace was malfunctioning, but I think there was something else going on with a high ankle sprain. Something was bothering him. They have good pieces on the defense side of the ball. I believe that.
Pass rushers on the other side of 30, man. Not many of those guys stay elite once they hit 30.
Though, interior, and then you got Leo Chenal still, George Karlaftis. Those are
it's
good
a
young players.
I think where their defense is built right now, and it should be. And look at the two teams that were in the Super Bowl. They have young elite secondaries, both of those programs.
But you're right. The defense, certainly in the front, is going to be aging. Chris Jones is going to be aging out at some point. He's not there yet. From the text thread, good reminder, Rashee Rice will be back next year, but pretty inconsistent player. Had some issues. I would say there's some question marks around his overall tenure as a Kansas City Chief. I think the opportunity to not just compete for, but to win the AFC West division is right before you if you are the Denver Broncos or the Los Angeles Chargers. And it's going to come down to who does the offseason better. If there is a clear winner of the offseason between the Broncos and the Chargers, I think that team is poised to be a divisional champ. And that's what Sean Payton talked about at the end of the season, that he wants to get a home game in the postseason.
I also think it's pretty clear that you'll look at Kansas City this year in the offseason and go, this is the most active they're going to be in terms of retooling the things around Patrick Mahomes, especially if Kelce retires. If Kelce decides to hang him up, hey, I'm done. I've got my rings. I feel old. I know I look old.
Do they just go pay T. Higgins?
Maybe. You might.
And
I think this will be the most active offseason for Kansas City going, all right, we couldn't win this way. For me, this feels like the 2013 Super Bowl with the Broncos and the Seahawks, where it was we're right on the doorstep. We should have won either this year or should have won the year that Joe Flacco threw it over everyone's head. And clearly there's some sort of disconnect. I think Kansas City will do it quicker. And they will be active this offseason in trying to get actual legit help on the outside for him. But they're held hostage by Travis Kelce.
What did that game, and even the Broncos game against the Chiefs, where the Broncos played we'll call it a full Chiefs lineup at Arrowhead, what did these games show that the Chiefs are deficient of offensively right now, from a positional standpoint? What don't the Chiefs have that they need to address in the offseason? The Chiefs.
A true wide receiver threat?
Yes.
What am I missing?
Tight end. They're going to have to address the tight end.
There's not many ways to address tight end this year. The only way that you can address tight end right now is via draft.
And that's it. And they're going to have to address running back. I mean, unless you're just banking on Isaiah Pacheco returning to form, but man, he looks small out there. Not only has he been banged up, the way he runs, the violent nature at which he runs, man, Shelf lives in the NFL as a running back, especially if you're a smaller build, they're not very long, Raj. And Kareem Hunt's, Samaje Perine, those guys are they're ham and eggers. These guys are fill in the gap kind of players.
You mentioned that DeAndre Hopkins drop, man. I think that is the biggest turning point of the game. It was 24 rip, under a minute to go in the half, right? And Kansas City gets the ball back at.
Got a chance to win the middle 8.
You have a chance. You had a chance to do it. 24-0. That ball would have been caught on the Philadelphia side of the 50, right? I believe it was 3rd and 11 or something from the Kansas City 30. Would have been caught on the opposite side of the 50. You had a timeout left, if not 2. 1st and 10 from, let's call it the 47 if he catches that ball. With 50 seconds to go. Kansas City then starts to feel momentum. Oh, hey, we're back. Don't worry about us. We got this thing. They march down. They get a touchdown. They get the ball back to start the second half of this game. And instead of getting the ball after the half and punting after 5 plays, I think if he catches that ball, you're looking at 24-10, 24-14, and then Philly starts to pucker up.
Then it feels a little bit like a more Chiefs-ish game.
Yep, just wait for it, right? Because if you have that touchdown, and then let's say you just even hold them to 24-10 at that first drive of the second half, you're in the vicinity of the referees can do something about this. There is going to be a call that either Philly gets an interception, it gets called back, or they force a fumble or force a 3 and out, but it gets called back due to, some sort of defensive pass interference in the deep secondary. That's where you would have been. And it all happens because DeAndre Hopkins doesn't hold on to a football. D-Hop 5 years ago makes that catch. Travis Kelce 3 years ago makes that catch. It was mind-numbing to sit there and watch. It was amazing. I've been waiting for this for years.
Do the Eagles have a chance to go on a dynastic run?
You can't go that early on dynasty. They just won their first with this group.
Yeah,
you can't do that. They've been there two out of the last 3.
They're constructed from a roster perspective so brilliantly, and somebody that I personally know has been a part of the Broncos organization for some time and is very influential in that build from a draft perspective, and that's Matt Russell, who is the former assistant GM for the Denver Broncos, does a lot of their draft board stuff. Howie Roseman's been doing ridiculously good work. They are
the 2 dudes who have picks yesterday.
Dude, Cooper DeJean,
stud. Unreal.
Was that your favorite? Was that your favorite non-Bronco play of maybe the last decade?
Oh yeah.
You were full mass yesterday.
Everyone should have been. Tell me if I'm wrong. Because there were a lot of people that were telling me I was wrong about one thing, and I'll tell you my hot take from last night that people were ripping me on Twitter for. Tell me I'm wrong that was the most cathartic feeling that you could have gotten from a non-Broncos game of the last decade. Tell me another game dating back to 2015. And if you remove 2015, what was the next play? Was it the Broncos in 2014 after losing to Baltimore, or rather, was it 2013? After losing to Baltimore in the playoffs, and then Peyton comes back on week 1 of the next season, throws for 6 touchdowns. That probably felt great. Last night was just as close to that for me. Just watching annihilation of a team that we all thought was invincible. Superman getting crushed under a boulder. That's what it was last night. And I wasn't going to look away. My wife didn't want to look away. Didn't want to look. I looked at her and went, hey, it's 24-0, midway through the third quarter. Like, do you just want to throw on the Diddy documentary on HBO and start getting caught up on that thing? And she goes, are you kidding me? My wife was happier than I was. I think she hates Mahomes more than I do. Hates watching that guy. My hot take, Coach. I think the score bug is one of the best score bugs in the history of NFL broadcasting.
I liked it too.
I think it was so good.
You and I are gonna have so many people that are screaming at us now. You know what I loved about it is that it wasn't filled in
Yes.
as a huge bar.
Yes.
That you could actually see underneath it, in between it.
Yep.
Even between like the 0, you could see the grass.
Yep.
I thought it was awesome.
The only time that it went full bar is in between plays when they had a stat that would jump up, and then it would have that animation where it would go from a third to half the screen, and then it would go away once the stat was over.
Yep.
I thought that the
felt
size of it was
futuristic.
fine. It felt futuristic, but it also felt retro at the same time because
Yeah.
it didn't have any logos in it, and I loved that.
Almost felt a little video gamey too.
I thought it was great, and I got eviscerated on Twitter. Lee Blair came in.
Oh, you know what?
Long-time altitude employee on the TV broadcast. Vic said he hated it. He was, it's too big. Like, when are you watching the bottom part of the screen anyways?
Yeah, well, I think
How
the morning
bad is your
sprint,
attention span that you're watching the bottom of the screen during a play?
the morning sprint got eviscerated on Twitter last night. I learned the term ratioed. So ratioed means that you have a tweet that's sent out that has way more comments than likes or retweets, right? My tweet that I sent out was early in the contest because we all know there was the narrative that the refs are going to win this thing for the Chiefs, hell or high water. And I said that was a very clear offensive pass interference on A.J. Brown to McDuffie. I think it was McDuffie. Maybe. Either way.
Yeah.
Whenever you push away a DB's face gear to catch a football, it is 100% going to be an offensive pass interference insofar as the ref can see it. I got destroyed for that take. I mean, destroyed.
Coach, I've been trying to coach you. I've been trying to teach you. Much like you to me.
Please teach me. I have to say what all the fans want me to say?
You're not allowed to say anything that is remotely pro Chiefs.
It's over.
Can I say things that are pro knower of
Pro
football?
ball?
Pro knower of ball? And I think that's where I really lost people. As I said, anybody who doesn't see this as an offensive PI doth not know ball. Something along those lines. And a lot of people took great offense, especially when Tom Brady himself is like, yeah, that's not an offensive PI. So I had tweeted that out, and Tom Brady then is watching the replay and comments that, yeah, that was not an offensive PI. So I said Tom Brady does not know ball. And that didn't go well for the old coach.
I've been making the argument today that I might be the happiest guy in the country. I might be the second happiest guy in the country.
Who's happiest?
Tom Brady.
Yes. Guy, he was throwing it out there pretty good too. He was throwing out the vibe.
He hardly said anything the last 2 minutes of the broadcast because
he's so giddy.
You could
He's
hear
laughing.
his smile cracking, just the collagen in his face, the
God, he looks so
Botox
weird right
injections.
now.
He does.
I can't stand
He got
his
the whole
look.
Hollywood treatment.
Did you
man.
see his really weird pants that he was wearing?
Yeah,
when he was
whole
walking
no
in
belt
with the
thing that
in the t-shirt.
Yeah,
he had that way, dude. He looked strange, man.
Also, I'm not a huge fan of the long sleeve button down with a tie but no jacket. I think if you're gonna go tie button down, you got to put a jacket over it. And if you're not gonna do jacket, take the tie off, roll the sleeves up, and commit to the bit.
Was Tom Brady good on the broadcast?
Meh.
Wasn't bad.
He was not terrible. I did not think that I gained anything from having Tom Brady in my ears.
The other thing is, as somebody who's stuffing my face with pizza and wings and beer and all the things during a Super Bowl, I don't want to see perfect jawlines like Tom Brady and Tom Cruise. Those dudes look weird. They don't even look like human beings anymore.
I'm still going to go watch the next Mission Impossible. I'll tell you that for free. There hasn't been a Mission Impossible that I have not been entertained by.
They're entertaining.
They figured them and Fast and Furious, man, they figured it out.
Did Tom Cruise also look really weird though? Like when he was
Tom Cruise, 60.
No, I think he's older than that.
No, he's not older than 60.
He looked weird, man. Like I looked at my wife.
Tom Cruise is 62.
62. Between the two Toms, can they just give some face work a break for a while and just let your age show? It's perfectly okay. Age is a beautiful thing to show, man. It's a badge of honor. Show it, Toms. Gosh dang it, man. You guys look weird. Get off my Super Bowl screen. I want to stuff my face with unhealthy food and get inflammation.
Inflammation. Hey, we're giving away a bunch of cash this week on Altitude Sports Radio. Stay tuned. On the other side, I'll tell you how you can win it.
Hey, Denver, it's Coach Mike Sanford. If you're like me, you thought about skipping out on the Super Bowl, but you saw a pretty good game if you wanted to see the Chiefs go down. And instead, go up to get your ski on, get your snowboard on. Well, ski season we're in the middle of it. We're right in the thick of it. If you're like me and the family, my family of 5, it's officially go time. I got the perfect place for you to get away quickly, get efficiently on the slopes, and get a whole bunch of time in of actually riding and skiing, not waiting in lines. And this weekend, President's Day weekend, I got the spot for you. That's Loveland Ski Area. I love it because I get to skip all that traffic going through the tunnel, don't have to hit Eisenhower Tunnel, and I can head straight to Loveland where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. With more than 1,800 acres of skiable terrain and the highest average snowfall in the Front Range, look no further than Loveland Ski Area. Find discounted passes on sale now at skiloveland.com. between the two Toms, can they just give some face work a break for a while and just like let your age show? It's perfectly okay. Age is a beautiful thing to show, man. It's a badge of honor. Show it, Toms. Gosh dang it, man. You guys look weird. Get off my Super Bowl screen. I want to stuff my face with unhealthy food and get inflamacion.
But Harrison Ford was kind of showing his age a little bit.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sure he's had
very welcome.
He's had work done, but Harrison Ford doesn't look like he's 50, even though he's in his 70s.
They did. He was on the Jeep commercial.
Great commercial.
I
think Harrison Ford is actually in his early 80s now.
By far the best commercial. Not even close. Don't at me.
It was a good commercial because I think the way that they ended the Jeep commercial.
My favorite commercial, though, not the Jeep commercial, was the girl farming her own potato.
Potato
for
farmer.
Lay's.
So
beautiful.
good.
God, I was
so
almost
good.
in tears, man.
Great commercial.
It had me.
As somebody from Mississippi, that pulled my heartstrings right there.
Hey, for me, as somebody that graduated from Boise State University,
Go Spuds.
Potatoes, baby. Famous Idaho potatoes.
There's a high school in Moorhead, Minnesota.
Oh, I like it.
And their mascot, they're the Moorhead Spuds.
Love it.
It's just a potato.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that, to be honest.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. Just
the Moorhead High School? Yeah, got it. It must be a fun place to go to high school.
Right to
I digress. Right I know. Cool it over there. You know the reason why you liked that potato commercial? It was directed by Taika Waititi, who did Thor Ragnarok and Love and Thunder and Jojo Rabbit and What We Do in the Shadows.
It's like the visuals of it were just beautiful.
Great commercial. Harrison Ford in the Jeep commercial.
Music.
Great. I thought the Clydesdale pushing the keg across the country, awesome.
I was entertained by the Seal Mountain Dew. Baja
Seal
Blast.
becomes a seal?
Yeah, it was. The problem with some of those commercials is when they blow their cover on social media ahead of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you know what? I dislike seeing Super Bowl ads before the Super Bowl just as much as I hate watching the NBA draft now where Shams comes out with the tweet about who's getting selected or Woj has a bomb 7 minutes before the selection comes through and I already know the draft. Same thing happened with the NFL draft for years. Got a little bit better last year.
What'd you think about the flesh cowboy hats?
Horrible.
Dude, that made
Vomit-inducing.
I know. I was like, I feel like I need to leave.
It made my skin crawl.
It was so like, what's the point of it?
You want to be like so different that people remember you, so we're talking about it on radio the next day.
Yeah, but I'm not naming the company, nor I don't
just
say
the
it.
fleshy
Don't
hats.
say it.
I actually
Flesh
don't know.
hat,
I just don't know who
terribleness.
the commercial was
Yeah,
for.
exactly.
I think I know who it was for.
No, we don't know. We have no clue because it was so gross. It made me want to go to the bathroom and puke and just get rid of some of the wings that I ate.
I'm one of those idiots that loves anything Matthew McConaughey was in, so I enjoyed his, football as a cover for selling us food. Thought that was solid. It's a good commercial.
Fox, outside of the score bug, I thought was pretty below average.
So funny. The only thing about the broadcast that you and I like is
the score bug that everybody else hated.
Yes.
I thought, even though I certainly loved the intent of kind of the walk-in together, and I know you missed this because you were grabbing food, but the walk-in down Bourbon Street that felt live. Like it was like, is this a live walk-in? Sean Payton was in it. Did you see that, KJ?
Sean Payton was in the walk-in?
Yeah,
It
so
sure
they're walking down Bourbon Street, and it ends up being Lady Gaga performing an emotional song about, obviously, the atrocity that happened on Bourbon Street around New Year's. But it just felt like, is this live? Is this not live? And then it kind of kept going with Tom Brady and who is his partner, broadcast partner? I don't even know.
Kevin
Burkhardt with their really weird backdrop. Also, like they were in the broadcast booth, but they were in an AI Bourbon Street with nobody on it.
Little green screen
action. It was just awkward. The combination of those two things were big misses, in my opinion, for Fox. Huge misses.
Outside the Super Bowl, this was an awesome weekend. An awesome weekend
It
for
was
Colorado
great. No,
sports
it was
fans.
also the Super Bowl.
The Chiefs got obliterated, best case scenario. And then on top of that, the Nuggets have won 6 straight. The Avs go into the break by winning back-to-back games in Calgary and in Edmonton. And that Edmonton game, coach, was I pray to the hockey gods that we get Colorado Edmonton as a Western Conference final this year.
That was such an unhinged game.
Just back and forth and goals every 60 seconds and the top players in the world playing at their best. Nathan MacKinnon had 7 points in 2 days.
Yep. Back-to-back days.
The guy had 7 points in 24 and a half hours.
Also, I felt very vindicated. There was a Rachel Toss interview with Marty Necas, and I heard him pronounce the name that he wants to be, how it should be pronounced.
Necas?
Nope. Necas.
Necas?
Like probably not as hard on the os, but Necas.
But is he saying that's how he wants it pronounced? Because we've heard...
No, she asked him.
We've heard Nikola Jokic say it's Nikola Jokic, and then Nikola doesn't give a damn, so we don't call him Nikola.
I think
we call him Nikola.
Necas is easy. I think that sounds right. It was Marty Necas. And then his nickname is Netchie.
Netchie's good.
Yeah.
Netchie's a good nickname.
Netchie's his nickname. And so I think N-A-Y hyphen. And then I'd say it's like C-H-A-S. Necas. Not a hard ass. It's not a Necas. Necas. Not hard.
We're getting policed on calling Twitter and not X. We're talking about how we don't tweet anymore, but we post. Cool it over there, bud. Cool it.
Did Elon sneak into our DMs here?
I wouldn't put it past him, man.
Elon.
I wouldn't put it past him.
You got to fix our government's efficiency. Don't worry about me calling it a tweet or a post for the love of all things.
Don't worry about what Big Balls is doing. Come on,
doubt, man.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We are giving away $50 every single day this week and $250 on Friday by listening at 9:20, 11:20, 2:20, and 4:20. We'll give out a keyword that you can text in along with your name to 303-504-0925. Everybody who texts will be entered for a $50 Safeway gift card on that show. So 9:20 for the morning, 11:20 for us, so on and so forth. If you text in with that keyword, you will automatically be entered for the drawing on Friday. That is a $250 grand prize, right? So be listening 20 minutes from right now. We're going to give that keyword away at 11:20. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Do not forget that special someone and show them that you care with a beautiful flower arrangement, savory chocolates, and more for everything that you need. Make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started today at Safeway.com or download the Safeway app. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, Alex Ryan Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford. This is the Morning Sprint. KJ Granderson spinning the ones and twos behind the glass today. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Shot Massa text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can also watch us on YouTube or on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR.
Raj, you know it's a beautiful thing? Do you hear that song that's spinning right there? Can you name the artist?
Beastie Boys?
Beastie Boys?
Yeah.
You know what song it isn't and we don't have to hear after last night's game?
What's that?
You have to fight for your right.
I'm
so glad we didn't have to hear that, man. How seriously, how cringy was Travis Kelce with a microphone after a Super Bowl championship doing that or whatever chant it would be?
It was miserable. I did not.
Nope. No. Take it off. Take it off. I don't want to hear it.
It's a good song, though.
No, I want more Brass Monkey. Give me some more Brass Monkey. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is the post-Chiefs era.
I didn't get a cringe moment last night with the Eagles.
No,
I was
Sirianni was great.
And his kid,
he was humble.
The kid jumps up and goes, "You're wet." Cackled. I was cackling on the couch.
You were getting he's so cute.
I thought it was adorable.
So cute. I just love it. They just destroyed the Chiefs.
I'm getting into that mode. Things are becoming more
things, man,
to me as the days go on.
You're getting cuter.
Things are getting a little bit like I get a little teary-eyed when speaking of commercials.
Okay. Fired.
The commercial, the little girl running just down the street. Oh, it got you. The little 2.5-year-old, 3-year-old girl or something sprinting down the sidewalks.
By herself?
Just by herself. She's running.
She's going to get kidnapped?
No, and the whole commercial
That's what I would have thought. I'm like, somebody wants that kid.
These legs at 3 years old are unstoppable, and in 10 years they'll be unbearable. I was a puddle. A puddle. Things are getting me, man.
Yeah.
They're getting me.
It happens. Speaking of
getting changed, I'm being softened as the days go on.
Things not getting somebody. How impressed were we with Nick Sirianni during the national anthem when they were looking for that meme-worthy moment from the Super Bowl?
The no Sean Moreno tears.
Do you remember how hard Nick Sirianni was crying last Super Bowl?
Yeah.
He really intentionally held it together.
Hey, he's been there and done that now.
But you could tell he was so close to those. Like they panned out. Like, did you see Chris Jones when it went to him during the national anthem? He had tissue ready. He is so emotional. Chris Jones of the Chiefs is the most emotional player I think I've ever seen. He is a walking meme.
Well, he fell off the bench when D-Hop dropped that pass.
Oh, yeah. He literally got into an all-fours position of...
Chris Jones knew it was over then.
Oh,
he knew game over. See ya.
Chris Jones, knower of ball.
Knower of ball.
A very emotional knower of ball, but a knower of ball.
Can't drop that pass if you want to win a Super Bowl. Can't do it.
Thou shalt not.
Can't do it.
Thou shalt not drop said pass.
Coach, you see Jay Glazer at the Super Bowl had a few things to say about Broncos quarterback Bo Nix.
But I love, too, is Bo doesn't take his crap, and that's what you need. Because Sean will wear you out. Sean will fire his coaches 9 times during a game and then act like it afterwards. It's like, oh, did I really do that? Oh, no, I didn't do that. No, I was just kidding. I didn't mean it.
This is a real thing in the coaching industry. I've actually never worked for a head coach that actually verbally fired me during a game. I've only worked for head coaches that actually fired me after a season. My dad worked for Urban Meyer. They worked together for a total of 4 years. 2 years where they were both assistants at Notre Dame together, and then 2 years where my dad was the offensive coordinator at University of Utah, the Alex Smith era. At the time, Urban Meyer's the head football coach, still young in his head coaching career. Had been a head coach for a couple of years at Bowling Green, then Utah, and then he leaves Utah, goes to Florida. Rest is history. My dad would tell me stories after, and it's like one of those deals where when it happens on the headsets, what happens on the headsets stays on the headsets. You don't talk about it. But my dad, confided in me, his son, who's involved in football as well. And he would tell me that Dan Mullen and Billy Gonzalez, who were Urban's GAs, graduate assistant coaches, they're young coaches early on in their careers, would get fired between 30 and 35 times during the game. Like, Dan Mullen, you're fired. Shut up. Don't speak because you are fired. You're no longer employed here. So apparently Sean Payton's the same way. Fires people. And then after the game, I guess Urban would be like either blacked out and just proceeded to go forward like he didn't even remember saying it. I bet Sean Payton's got a little bit of that too.
How do you think Peyton and Knicks are feeling this morning? Do you think after watching that game, there's any change in in terms of how they think how close the Broncos are?
I believe that
because it changes for me, but I am not a quarterback of an NFL franchise, and I'm not a Super Bowl winning head coach. Therefore,
I believe that Bo Nix is the most mature human in the room as it relates to the Broncos' current brain trust he is very mature. He is process oriented. He is, what can I do better? What can I improve? Whereas I think Sean Payton probably got emotional and has already very, very, very clearly laid it out that he is gunning for the Chiefs. And right now, there is quite a bit of a chink in the armor of the Chiefs currently. And so what do you think Sean Payton's thinking right now? We got to get some freaking weapons. I need my joker. He woke up this morning, and he's in New Orleans. Probably had a big night last night, I'm guessing. Woke up this morning, probably headache, He's like, gosh, I need a freaking joker.
Michelada, is that what those things are called?
The only thing that would get this hangover to go
Red
away
beer.
Is a good joker. I need myself a joker for Bo.
And this morning, Deebo Samuel being given the okay to seek a trade. However, if San Francisco does either cut him or trade him prior to June 1, they're on the books for a $31.6 million dead cap with him.
So you wouldn't get an offseason, a true offseason with OTAs minicamp.
Right.
With him and Bo.
But would you want him in OTAs and minicamp with his injury history? He's 29.
Systematically, you'd want him,
you'd want him there, but it doesn't.
The big shocker for me in the one minicamp OTA practice that we were able to go to this offseason, the guy that caught my eye, it's like, this dude's going to break out this year for this team. It was Marvin Mims. And it took a while because training camp felt like he was not going to be a part of the plans, game planning wise. And it took a while during the regular season to see it to fruition. But I do think that those OTAs and minicamp, they matter for the synergy created with a young quarterback.
Matters for a young guy. Does it matter for an older receiver?
Well, I'm saying it matters for Bo.
Okay.
To have his guys that he's going to be working with. And then you start developing that relationship, and then you spend your July, late June, early July together, and you're doing, meeting up in Dallas, Texas, where Stiddy or whoever's putting on an unofficial training camp for the receivers and quarterbacks.
I gotta admit,
hang together.
Gotta admit, if I'm a wide receiver, star tight end, star running back, and I get the call that I have to go to Frisco for a week with the homies, I'm a little upset. Take me somewhere nicer.
You want to win a Super Bowl?
It doesn't matter. I can get better in Cabo as long as there's a field.
That's what Ezekiel Elliott did. That's where he set up camp. Problem with Ezekiel Elliott, I ran into him at the office, a little famous taco joint right on the beach. I saw him there. He also looked like he had been developing a bit of inflamacion himself. He didn't want to leave Cabo.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
Stayed there and kicked it.
You were telling me that you can only hold passing academies and places that you want to leave.
Here's the thing you got to do, Raj. You got to stay focused on the task at hand. We've got to make sure that football stays football. It doesn't get blurred. The lines don't get blurred. We're spending time at the bar chasing tail.
You got to keep the main thing the main thing.
We're going to take this down to Texas. We're going to be down there in Texas where football lives and breathes.
I know that the Chiefs feel more gettable today than they ever have. And I would not be shocked if they won a Super Bowl next year. You still have Patrick Mahomes, and he's only going into year 8. I won't be shocked if he wins a Super Bowl any year over the next 10 years.
Just for one day, can we just talk about how he sucked?
We
yesterday?
I just did the whole hour.
And can we continue to talk about it?
Grave yesterday.
Can we let that marinate? Can we believe that there's an opportunity to not just take down the Chiefs in a Super Bowl, but to take them down in the AFC West, in the division, Raj?
You were talking about how Sean Payton needs to go out and get his joker, his guy, his offensive weapon. But that's not how the game played out last night. Right? That's not how the Eagles won this Super Bowl. The Eagles won this Super Bowl because they had arguably both the best offensive and defensive lines in the league, and then supplemented that with a young, wonderful draft class in the secondary and a quarterback that does his job, right? Like Jalen Hurts, this might be a slap in the face to Jalen now that he's a Super Bowl MVP, but Jalen feels Nixie, right? Like he's not going to. Does Jalen wow you with anything? He wowed me with his legs last night.
I thought he was unbelievable throwing the football.
I know. You said the CPOE, I know.
But his downfield throwing, Raj, is really good. He doesn't miss, man. He miss throws.
He didn't miss Devonta. But we saw Bo start to connect on that later on the season.
I agree, but this guy doesn't miss throws, and he does have a very strong arm. He's got a very strong arm. He has the ability to drive the football down the field into tight windows. The guy is good. And all people want to do is talk about him from a place of bias because of his acumen as a runner, that he's not a good passer. I've been fighting City Hall on that for the entire year, Raj. Like, Jalen Hurts is a very good quarterback. You don't win the Super Bowl MVP award as a quarterback by being just pedestrian. You don't get to it twice in your first 4 years.
Should have won it twice.
You don't win the Heisman Trophy after getting benched at Alabama for Tua Tagovailoa, and then you go to Oklahoma, win the dang Heisman Trophy because you're not very good. The guy has great wiring, which I do think is Bo Nix-ish.
All right, so that's where my head is going. I've been trying.
I do think there's a maturity, and there's no pettiness to the way Jalen Hurts goes about his business.
He does. This is who I am. This is what I'm designed to do, and I'm going to do it. It doesn't feel like Jalen ever plays out of his box, and I don't think Bo is going to be that either.
I agree with that. The question remains, and this is something that I went into the draft season of 2024 last year after having done my homework, and I had my questions on the top end arm talent of Bo Nix. Top end as a fit balls into very, very, very tight spaces. Also driving the football down the field consistently. All right? Those are things that I still question. I don't think that it's a huge question because I think the system fit for Bo Nix with Sean Payton is glorious. It's awesome. And it's only going to get better, especially if the pieces around Bo Nix get better.
So pieces around him, taking what Philadelphia has. I don't want to talk about the skill positions yet. So AJ.
God, they have some really good skill positions.
AJ, Devonta, and Saquon off the board. I didn't even get to Dallas Goedert.
And who is a dude.
Okay, so those 4 guys off the board right now. Pieces around Bo. Do the Broncos have the requisite offensive line, defensive line, and secondary to not necessarily do what the Eagles did last night, but to be close to it?
My belief level in the offensive line is very, very high for the Denver Broncos. Not only have you financially invested in it, you have brought forth an offensive line who I believe, if you commit to a real back, a Saquon Barkley, I know he's one of one, caliber in the conversation type of back, I think that you can lean into their strengths of being a very good run blocking unit. Right now, you haven't done that. You got to prove that to me, Sean. Like, you have to. And having 2 or 3 different guys and saying, to me, that shows that you're gonna dabble in the run game. Commit to it. Guess who committed to the run game this year?
They committed to it to the point where Kansas City, it looked like Kansas City was like, we're going to stop Saquon and nothing else.
Yep.
We're cool with everything else happening around us.
Which is a big win. Schematically, it's a big win. And then you end up having a Super Bowl MVP quarterback because that you prove that you can do the things that are not being taken away by the opposing defense.
You're not a one-trick pony.
Correct. So my confidence level in the offensive line is very high. My confidence in the defensive line is very high. My confidence in the secondary is probably a lot higher than a lot of people would believe. I do think that a safety with range, whether that is in-house in JL Skinner because he has length and range and he's physical, I just feel like PJ Locke and Brandon Jones as the only tandem in the secondary as safeties, they're smaller. I'd like a little bit more physical presence. I believe in Riley Moss. A healthy Riley Moss opposite PS2 is going to have a marvelous third year. Second year as a full-time starter. Watch. I believe in Jaquan McMillan. Fantastic nickel. The pieces are there. Need to get an interior defensive lineman. Have to.
We're giving away $50 every day this week and $250 on Friday thanks to our friends at Safeway by listening at 9:20, 11:20, 2:20 p.m., and 4:20 p.m. You'll get a text keyword, and you'll have to text that keyword into 303-504-0925 along with your first and your last name. Everyone who texts that keyword is going to be entered to win a $50 Safeway gift card on that show. So morning at 9:20, us at 11:20, so on and so forth, as well as winning the $250 prize on Friday. You'll be entered to win that on Friday. Don't go anywhere. Coming up in 4 minutes, just on the other side of the break, I'm going to tell you what that keyword is.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Before we get into KJ's NFL Notes on the Monday after the Super Bowl, want to give you guys your Safeway keyword. Again, we're giving away $50 every single day on the show, as well as $250 on Friday. And your keyword today to text into 303-504-0925 with your first and last name is heart. H-E-A-R-T. That's the word heart with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. 0925. Once you do that, you'll be entered for today's $50 gift card as well as Friday's $250 grand prize gift card, thanks to Safeway. So don't miss those. Your keywords every single day this week. 9:20, 11:20, 2:20, and 4:20. And then we'll have a grand prize winner on Friday at 2:50. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Heart.
Heart is your safe word from Safeway.
Heart sounds like it's too easy of a safe word. Heart. you have to do the hand signal at the same time too. Isn't that the millennial heart though? Has your daughter shown you how like the kids do the heart now?
No.
It's
when
you go home today and you haven't seen it. No, that looks like a triangle. I don't know. It's weird. The kid, like the Gen Z kids do it with like 3 fingers now. It's weird. It's weird looking. Ask your daughter how she does it and then come back and show us. That's your homework tonight, Coach.
A big part of my enjoyment of the Super Bowl halftime show was the fact that I watched it with a 15-year-old, a 10-year-old, and an 8-year-old. My daughter is obsessed with SZA, who is fantastic.
I'm assuming that the halftime show got a big green check mark in their book.
Huge.
Yeah, me too.
Big hit at the Sanford household.
KJ?
The Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22.
Say it again. Say it again for the people in the back there.
The Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. Woo! To win Super Bowl 59. The Eagles finally slayed Goliath, and it is now their franchise guy, Jalen Hurts' time to rise above the criticism. He's the only quarterback in NFL history.
In history?
In history.
Okay, keep going.
To have these in a single game, regular season or postseason, to throw 200-plus yards, rush for 70-plus yards, throw multiple touchdowns, rush for a touchdown, have a completion percentage of 75% or higher, and average 10 or more yards per pass attempt. And the most important thing is win the game.
And people were trying to say that this guy shouldn't have been the Super Bowl MVP.
Put
some respect on that man's name.
Put some respect on him, man. Here's Jalen Hurts sticking up for himself.
I think, personally myself, I've just been able to use every experience and learn from it. The good, the bad, all of it, using it as fuel to pursue my own greatness. And I think I couldn't do any of these things without the guys around me. You know, we had a special group this year. We were able to learn from the past and get some nice new pieces and get over that hump.
Jalen Hurts only won Super Bowl MVP because the media who votes on that award are too stupid to figure out how to give it to someone on defense who just held the Chiefs to 1 touchdown in 60 minutes of football. 1 touchdown. Although, didn't the Chiefs score 3? Because Patrick Mahomes had 3.
That's from one of our lovely listeners on this Shop Mazda text
I would
line.
also like to point out that 20% of the MVP vote in the Super Bowl since 2001, 20% is fan vote based. There's a 16 panelist voting board for the Super Bowl MVP every year. And 20% of the vote is up to the public. So you guys did this if you don't like it. Jalen Hurts deserved this award.
Yeah, I got into a weird tweet beef last night with KSC's own voice of the Rapids, Connor Cape, apparently a big Chiefs guy. Huh? And he was saying that Jalen Hurts doesn't
fireable offense.
Doesn't deserve the MVP.
Just kidding, Connor. I love
that
you.
It should have gone to some sweat. I mean, he's great. Chiefs defense was great, but also Patrick Mahomes walking himself into sack after sack after sack.
Josh Sweat had a great game. He didn't have a Von Miller game.
Nope.
He didn't. 6 total tackles, just 2 of them solo, 2.5 sacks, 3 quarterback hits. Had he had 2.5 sacks and had gotten that strip fumble at the end of the game, then maybe I give it to him. Vaughn went 5 tackles, 2 solo, 2.5 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles on those 2.5 sacks. And both of them should have been returned for touchdowns. Only one of them was recovered in the end zone. Both turned into touchdowns. If he had gotten one of those turnovers, I give him the award. But he didn't. The Eagles defense as a whole was the MVP of the game.
Guys, he did something, and I'm talking about Jalen Hurts, that's never been done in regular or postseason at the quarterback position. Do people not understand this?
He was great.
200 plus yards, 70 rushing yards or more, multiple touchdown passes, rush for a touchdown, and complete 75% of his passes. That is historic play of the quarterback position in the modern era where the quarterback position requires you to do things with your legs as well. And he did everything at a high level.
He made one dumb play.
Yeah, cool.
One.
They were up 40-6 when he was in the game. He departed up 40-6.
Also, I thought this was a little weird. I know you bring in all the backups and you should, as a head coach up by that much, get everyone in the game for their Super Bowl victory. You can tell the kids about it. You show up on score sheets, all that stuff. He brings in Kenny Pickett to take the knees in the first series, but then Philly gets the ball back. Don't you want to bring in Jalen Hurts and Saquon and Devonta and A.J. Brown for a victory formation at the end of the game so that your guys do that? Or is that just me?
I would have been just scared to
Pickett
death.
stuff.
I would have been scared to death of Kenny Pickett's little tiny baby hands fumbling the snap. I mean, those things are tiny. See him coming.
Oh my God!
You see him coming out of the tunnel at the game's introduction of the Eagles. I'm like, who is number 7 with white gloves on? Guy's got small hands and he smells like cabbage. Is that a try-hard slot receiver?
Should Andy Reid have put in Carson Wentz for a series at the end of the game?
I think Patty Mahomes.
I think it would have been funny, man.
I think he was wanting to play some ball and get those stats back to right.
His stats for the game look fun. Like the 2 interceptions is not good, but 257 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was a little bit of that, like even.
Oh, it was garbage time.
Think about the Broncos-Chargers game this year in the one in Denver.
Yep.
Bo Nix ends up throwing for like 375 or 275, 2 or 3 touchdowns.
Oh, that's a good game.
Yeah,
you sure
really?
about that?
Did you watch it with the game in the balance?
You know what that was? That second half, particularly the end of the third quarter and the fourth quarter for Mahomes, when he is 36 and has inevitably gone to another 2 or 3 Super Bowls, the way that this is going right now. Ding dong, the witch is not yet dead, but I hope that soon it is. When he's 36, these 3 touchdowns are going to get him over the mark of most touchdowns in NFL history in a Super Bowl and all that crap. And we're going to have to look back at this Eagles game and go, he threw for 3 touchdowns in that game? That guy sucked that day. What's next?
Let's go, Birds! According to Ian Rappaport, Travis Kelce is expected to take some time after the Super Bowl to consider his future and make a decision before free agency, which begins March 12th. During a question that he was asked on opening night last week regarding what he plans to be doing 3 years from now, Travis Kelce said, quote, hopefully still playing football. I love doing this. I love coming into work every day. I feel like I still got a lot of good football left in me. We'll see what happens. I know I've been setting myself up for other opportunities in my life. That's always been the goal, knowing that football only lasts for so long. Patrick Mahomes, he takes a few minutes and kind of speaks up for his guy and talks about, letting Travis, be his own man in a situation like this.
I'll let Travis make that decision on his own, man. He's given so much to this team and to the NFL and been such a joy, not only for me to work with, but for people to watch. And so he knows he still has a lot of football left in him. I mean, you can see it. He always makes plays in the biggest moments. But it's if he wants to put in that grind. It's a grind to go out there and play 20 games, whatever it is, and get to the Super Bowl, and he's done enough to be a gold jacket guy and first ballot Hall of Famer. But I know he still has love for the game, and he'll get to spend some time with his family and make that decision on his own. But I mean, he knows he'll come back here with welcome arms.
It feels like game, set, match, Raj, when you watch it. Just the optics of Travis Kelce's season. Man, it just doesn't seem like he has much, if anything, left in the tank. For a 17-game season, you realize that Travis Kelce showed up in kind of a champagne color glittered dress shirt. That's what he wore to the.
I did not.
He wore. I mean, I'm talking really glittery, like it shimmers.
I missed the beginning of the Super Bowl.
It was shimmering.
I was picking up sushi.
You realize that Travis Kelce didn't have a plan B for his departure of the stadium other than his shimmery champagne gold glittery.
Oh, he had to put it back on?
He wore it on his way out, head down, tears in his eyes. It's tough walking out after a game like that with glitter.
All right, so the quote is, "We'll see what happens. I know I've been setting myself up for other opportunities in my life. That's always been the goal, knowing that football only lasts so long." And people are killing me for having sushi in the Super Bowl. I've got a wife. She had a craving. I submitted to the craving.
Smart man.
Smart man.
Very smart.
I'm very proud of myself. Also, the sushi was fantastic.
And also, Raj was a clean, sober Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
God, I tell you what, man.
I
Healthy living
I was on
over
top
there.
of it.
Yeah, that's
I
why
was coming off like 2.5 hours of sleep. I just wanted to feel great this morning.
I just love it, man. You don't. There's no inflammation whatsoever. You can tell you ate healthy, you didn't drink copious amounts of it. You look great. Unlike some of our sales team, it looks like
there's some puffy individuals walking in this morning.
There's some people that just look like
they took the old. They took what Alex Earl was saying on that Carl's Jr. ad to heart.
I mean, I looked at one of our people and I was like, it was a male. And I was like, I didn't say it, but I thought about it. I'm like, he shoved an air hose up his butthole. Speaking of which, that very famous soundbite right there. Okay, play that one more time. Do you realize where that comes from? Nick Sirianni, the year after losing to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, beats the Chiefs at Arrowhead in a game, and there are Chiefs fans in the exiting tunnel to the field, screaming and yelling at Sirianni. And he said one more time to them. Nick Sirianni gave them the business. And you know what, Raj? I've been talking about Nick Sirianni on the hot seat for the entirety of this year.
I thought he was going to lose his job last offseason.
He is a Super Bowl winning head football coach. And you know what? I give him all the credit in the world to standing up in a very, very tough town to do football. Is he a little bit annoying at times? Yeah. Does it appear like he's matured and grown up and just a little bit more comfortable in his skin now? Yeah. But to that, man, all of the negativity surrounding Nick Sirianni that I've thrown in his direction, that the media has thrown in direction, all of that negativity, I say, get rid of it.
To finish up Kelce, it's a 3-year, $100 million podcast deal that he splits with his brother. That comes out to an average annual of $16 2/3 million per year to talk into a microphone. He made $17 million this year playing football. If I have the choice as a 35-year-old with 3 Super Bowl rings, and I get to talk for $17 million rather than have to go through mini camp, OTAs, training camp, an 18-week NFL season, and probably 2 to 3 playoff games. Dude, I'm retiring. I'm going to go to every one of my girlfriend's shows on her private jet, and I'm going to sit and rake in millions just by using my vocal cords. If he knows what's good for him, man, just hang him up. You're good. You're not going and selling insurance.
No.
You're not going and coaching Pop Warner football and making $7,000 as a youth skills coach. Like, come on, man. Just retire. Get out of here. I don't want to see you playing anymore. 2/3 million. KJ, what's next?
Let's go Birds! The biggest storyline as we move into this Monday after the Super Bowl has been the GOAT conversation between Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. And nationally, it appears that a lot of people are saying that it's over. But Kane and Vic this morning talked about that they don't think that it's over. Mahomes is only 29. They believe he has anywhere between 9 to 12 years left, and there's no reason to give up on Mahomes just yet. He has a million moons to go, and not to mention Brady went a full decade between Super Bowls, and he still went on to win 4 more after that. So do you guys believe the GOAT debate is over?
Over? No, but you can put a pin in it, right? Because we were expecting this Monday morning to wake up with another ring, a three-peat that had never been done before in the NFL, and crown him. But I'm ready to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, they should be. If you look right now at Tom Brady over the course of 10 Super Bowls, 6 interceptions Tom Brady threw over the course of 10 Super Bowls. Do you realize how many Patrick Mahomes has thrown in 5 Super Bowls?
7?
7. And they are both 3-2 at the 5 game marker of their career.
He's in the conversation. Prior to Sunday, he was leading the conversation. It was a foregone conclusion that on Monday morning, Patrick Mahomes is going to be crowned the greatest quarterback ever to play the game. And now I'm willing to go, let's cool it a little bit.
The more challenging thing for the GOAT conversation isn't necessarily just the recency bias of how badly Mahomes played, but he's kind of done it twice. That Super Bowl against Tampa, against the GOAT himself, was not a good performance from Patrick Mahomes. I take it even a step further. Do you realize in head-to-head Super Bowls, and you want to talk about a true villain, head-to-head Super Bowls, Patrick Mahomes versus Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has 654 total yards of offense in those two to Patrick Mahomes' 477 yards. Jalen Hurts' offenses have had 37 first downs. Patrick Mahomes have had 25. And then the turnover to touchdown ratio, touchdowns for Jalen Hurts, 7 to 2 turnovers in 2 head-to-heads, and then 6 to 3 for Patrick Mahomes. Head-to-head right now, Jalen Hurts has outperformed Patrick Mahomes in 2 Super Bowls. He's 1-1, but statistically, he has the big upper hand in that matchup.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by MountainHighAppliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at MountainHighAppliance.com. Don't forget today's keyword on the morning sprint to win $50 to Safeway and $250 on Friday. Your keyword to enter is HEART, HEART. Text that in with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. You'll be entered to win $50 today, as well as Friday's $250 gift card, thanks to our friends at Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day.
After last night's debacle, if you're a Chiefs fan, and just glorious day for football if you're a Broncos fan, the football season is officially over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. From college basketball, hockey, NBA, and everything in between, Circus Sports has everything that you're looking for. And Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download that Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I got to level with you. You gave me a lot of praise,
SZA.
Coach. I have to admit, I did not know who SZA was when she was singing.
She's good, man. Talented.
Oh my God.
But I know.
My daughter, my 15-year-old daughter, gives me no other choice but to know exactly who SZA is. We listen to a lot of SZA in the crib. What do you think?
So,
does that give me a little more street cred?
So
KJ?
the kids,
Oh, of course.
the kids influence your music listening.
Correct.
Do you also influence theirs back?
Oh, they listen to 90s, 2000s emo and hardcore like
My
no
God.
15, 10, and 8-year-old on planet
Just
Earth. do.
crushing the Black Parade.
Oh, yeah. yes. They get it all, man. They get it all.
Speaking of which, Coach, you were solo dad this weekend.
I sure was. And I had the trip of all trips up north, man.
Did the boys survive?
Dude, the boys survived. We had it. So
Did the house
cooked.
survive?
I cooked.
I saw Hamburger Helper mac
I made
and cheese.
cheeseburger macaroni from Hamburger Helper. And to say it was a hit would be this understatement of my life. The boys loved it.
I enjoyed the vlogging of the let's watch my house burn down in real time.
The boys were buzzing, man. I even cleaned. The house was clean to perfection when my wife and daughter returned back home to a safe and non-burned down house.
You gave me too much credit about, doing lean eating and just drinking. I didn't have a beer or anything during the Super Bowl, and you were giving me too much credit. I was coming off of like 90 minutes of sleep on the floor of a Monarch Casino hotel room the night before.
What happened there, man?
It's a very nerdy thing that we do every year, but also like a dude's rock type of thing. My fantasy baseball league, I have been in with the same guys since 2009. Basically the same 8 guys. We lost one tragically in a car accident. Pour one out for my buddy Jeff Gorel. But the majority of the guys have been in this league since 2009. I was a sophomore in high school when this thing started.
Wow.
And every year we get together for our draft, but we also get together just as a dude's rock type of thing.
Is it always the Super Bowl Saturday weekend?
It's typically around it. And we get together what we like to
So
call.
you got full hall pass.
Oh yeah, we like to.
Wow.
We like to call it our winter meetings.
Just wait till you have kids. You won't get those same hall passes, brother.
We like to call it the winter meetings, and we go up and we hold a meeting of like, here are rule changes. Here's
Major
the
League Baseball's
keepers.
winter
Oh yeah,
meetings.
it's so lame. It's the lamest thing in the world, but it's an excuse to go up with your buddies and have a couple of drinks and throw some money on a table. And
how was it? Do you have fun up there?
I always have a good time.
I've never been up to Monarch.
It's an affordable time to have it's an hour away.
Yeah, I've driven by. It looks really cool.
Our staycation this week, by the way, is brought to you by Central City.
There we go. And my staycation was in Fort Collins, Colorado, because I have been very anti-college basketball. So I realized I had just me and the boys. Like, what can we get? Where can we go? There's no Avs games. There's no home Nuggets games. All right, what about college hoops? Let's look at the Buffs. They're at Houston. Oh, man, they haven't won. They're 0-12 in Big 12 play. CU men's basketball team, 0-12. So I look and see if men's or women's basketball at CSU would be at home, and sure enough, Nico Medved's boys, who are playing some hot basketball, they're hosting San Diego State, 2 of the top 3 teams in the Mountain West Conference, and it happens to be an Ag Day orange out, baby, and it was electric. I'd never been to Moby Arena before.
The new stadium suite.
It's not new. I mean, that thing's an old barn now.
Didn't they?
They've done a lot of really cool things.
Say, didn't
they added this really cool loft area, which it's essentially like it's so clever.
It's the same sarcophagus, but the inside they have put in millions of dollars. Am I wrong?
It's a pretty old building.
Rammies, you tell me. I thought they put in a lot of money to help
the
redo it.
FNBO loft, which is in one of the baselines, is amazing. It's a standing basically a beer garden for a basketball game, which I've never seen before.
Cool.
It was awesome. And just had a great time, man. Boys got to go meet Nick Clifford, who'll absolutely be playing in the National Basketball Association a year from now, Rammy. And the CSU Rams get a big W, man. And they're in great position. Them and New Mexico and Utah State are the top 3 teams in the Mountain West.
It was a great weekend for Colorado sports. Chiefs lose, Rammies win. Nuggets have won 6 straight. Right, you're undefeated in the month of February, and you're playing teams that you should beat, but you're racking up wins. You're a win and a half out of the 2 seed in the West right now. The 1 seed is gone. Forget about that thing. But 2-3 seed is what you're going to be fighting for. You don't play without, or you don't play with, rather, Michael Porter Jr.
Just what was the story there? It was just like injured. Was there an injury announced?
I didn't see it. But 3 straight, KJ, do you know 3 straight games, 30 points, and he doesn't play against Sun? Is it because like KD didn't play and no one needs him against Phoenix?
Got a
hamstring. They say it was hamstring tightness. I don't know. That may be code for the infamous 2 words
I don't know.
Can't say.
Oh, the anti-inflammatory.
Pip him for a couple of days. You don't need him against Portland. You play Portland twice, then you go on the All-Star break. If MPJ's feeling a little sore, sit that guy down.
The anti-inflammatories.
Do what the Avs did with Josh Manson, man. Josh Manson could have played the last 2 games of this road trip. And they went, you have 2 weeks off. Go away. Go away. Do the same thing with MPJ. You can beat them shorthanded. Portland's no good. Avs get back-to-back wins. They go into the break having a little bit of momentum. You get over the hump, that mental hump of, can we actually beat the guys to get through in the West in the Edmonton Oilers? And McKinnon goes off for 7 points. There was a little point in time, Coach, where Nathan McKinnon actually did not hold the lead for most points in the NHL. Leon Draisaitl jumped over him, had 81 points, and then McKinnon goes, I see you're 81. I'm going to end the day with 87. He looked good. Mackenzie Blackwood was not great against Edmonton, but second of a back-to-back. Typically, goalies don't play both of those games. I was happy with it. I'm still disappointed in the Casey Middlestat experience right now. I hope he is.
What did you tell me, Raj? He just needs
to Cabo.
Go to Cabo. We got there. We're here.
Go to Tahiti.
We're going to be okay.
Go to Fiji. Go to Bali.
Whatever the cool guy on the side of the beach is trying to sell you, buy it. Be good for the soul, huh, Case? Casey Middlestat, I think it's going to be okay, Raj. I really believe it's going to be okay because I got a lot riding on him on that brand new jersey I bought of his before the season started. I need Mitts to come back and be Mitts. Be a little less perimeter.
If he doesn't, and they move on from him, you could keep the jersey and just replace the name tag with Drury. Not Jack Drury, but his uncle wore 37 until he switched over to 18.
Can I get the stitching done?
I'm sure you could. You can find a seamstress.
Yeah.
I bet you there's someone.
What about
someone
a seamster?
Listening right now, or a seamster?
You ever met a seamster?
I have not. Isn't that just like a tailor?
Yeah.
Are those different?
I didn't.
I got a tailor in Cherry Creek you can go use.
Yeah, I got a seamster.
It's going to cost you way more money than you want, but you're going to look great
never
walking
heard
out.
Seamster. I like it.
Yeah, I think that's the way that you do it. You can salvage that uniform. Like I have a signed Tyson Berry jersey sitting in the house, and I don't think it's worth framing. I'm just kind of waiting for another number 4 to come around, but it is signed by Tyson, and I don't know what to do with it. It just sits in my closet.
So the Denver Nuggets are going for 7 straight, huh?
7 straight.
That's pretty spectacular.
Tonight, 7 p.m., 6:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5.
What's the run since the really what's like the last 20? It's got to be 15-5.
Well, they won 5 straight before losing, or 4 straight before losing 3 straight. They had the one off loss against the Celtics, and that was kind of the Christmas light schedule where you're going win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. Where they started to really rack up the W's was against LA.
The Denver Nuggets have a record of 15-5 in their last 20 games.
That's going back to that LA game.
It's pretty good.
Not bad. Nuggets looking to gain ground in the West.
Oh, baby, I forgot to even mention it.
What's that?
The Lakers still don't have a center, do they, Raj?
So right.
Oh,
they're so screwed.
Oh, Luka Doncic, and they're going to play with a bunch of 6-footers, man. They're going to look like the Fighting Alex Ryan-Emmys.
All right, that was offside. You're going to end the show on that? How
you
dare
betcha.
you? Congratulations to our winner, walking away with $50 to Safeway, Daniel Martinez. If you didn't win on our show, $220 with PhD, $420 with Kreckman and Lindahl, and then every single day throughout the week, you can win $50 to Safeway and $250 on Friday. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys at 10 a.m. Chiefs lose, thank God.
Well, it was a good run for the Chiefs. And all good things must come to an end. And thank God the Chiefs dynasty is finally over. Good run, though. Good run. But this thing is toast.
Well, I said it last week or 2 weeks ago. I said if they lose this game, and especially big time, they're done. Yeah, you aren't. I don't think you'll hear from the Chiefs the rest of Mahomes' career other than he has a great year.
Well, let's hope, man. Let's hope. That'd certainly be nice if this was the end of it. I guess he's got the same record as Brady right now. They're both 3-2 in their first 5 Super Bowls.
That's right.
Or 2-3. Sorry.
3-2.
No, 3-2. 3-2.
3-2.
3-2. 3-2. 3-2.
Been to 7 straight AFC championships now.
Oh, it was great. It was a great run.
I did not see it coming, man. I did not see this coming at all. I thought the Chiefs were going to win this thing, especially at the beginning when A.J. Brown got called on that phantom
Here it comes.
Offensive pass interference. I'm like, oh, you got to be freaking kidding me.
Here it comes.
First drive of the game, or was that second drive of the game, whatever it was?
First,
I think it was the first one. Yeah, here it comes.
First big third down.
Refs are starting the chase for the three-peat.
And then it reversed, though, for the next
It did.
quarters.
And you know what? Didn't you? So someone said that the other day. Like, at what point does this reverse? Because the refs are now just not wanting to be called that anymore.
You know what's funny? In the beginning of the game, I didn't really care, in all honesty. My wife was so great. She booked us a weekend in the Mount Princeton Hot Springs. I was going to go dog sledding, but the dog sledding was in Leadville. And I'm like, hey? No, we're just going to stay here. It was great. An awesome place to just chill and relax and get in the pool. And we had just 2 straight sunny days. And at the end of it, it was like, oh, okay, now it's time for the Super Bowl. And we stayed Sunday night. Just got back here, actually, about a half hour ago. It's great. Sunday night, no traffic coming back on a Monday. Can't speak highly enough of it.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
And she's into the whole Travis and Taylor Swift thing. So I was like, all right, I'll just roll with you. I love my wife. This is a great weekend, whatever you want. But then as the Eagles started scoring, I just felt myself like enjoying it so much. And at the end, I understand where you may think it's boring and it's not very interesting. I was sickly attracted to every second of the game to see how disastrous it would actually get for the Chiefs.
God, I wish I could have been. I wish I could have felt that way. I was the one going into this game like, yeah, I'm actually kind of excited to see it. I'm excited to see if the three-peat happens. What happens with the Eagles? After about 30 minutes, I couldn't be any more done with that game if somebody paid me to stop. I mean, I was like somebody who's paying me to be uninterested in that thing.
Well, I certainly understand. I mean, it's 24-0. The game's over at halftime. But then I just got into other weirder things like, can they hit the 45 differential? Can it be the first shutout in the history of the Super Bowl? You know, how humiliating can it get? And then Mahomes, threw some nice plays, some garbage touchdowns that didn't really mean anything.
We call those Dante Bichette home runs.
Yeah, he had some Dante Bichette home runs. Bottom of the 8th, you're down 11-3.
Boom.
Nice.
468 feet. Whoa.
Kill that one. Way to go. I just loved every second of it. And you know what? I really like Jalen Hurts. He is humble. He's a good athlete. He's a great leader. Saquon Barkley's a real likable dude. Brett Kane, I was listening to him this morning, like he hates Nick Sirianni. I guess I don't get it, like why you hate Nick Sirianni.
Because he's a follower of whatever.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, that was a big thing at the end of last year when they bombed in the playoffs and then start the season 2-2. Pretty good finish to the season. Would they finish 14-3?
Yeah,
on their full record or something like that. Pretty good after starting 2-2.
I forget the exact, but you sure?
I think so. Yeah, and so everybody was hating him, fired to go. He's just a follower.
Oh, okay, so I don't really get it. Listen, I think every coach worth his salt has a little of arrogance, leadership. I think arrogance, leadership, whatever, is just part and parcel with being a great coach. Now, whether you like it or not, I suppose, that's up to you. But I don't think you can be a great coach without a little sugar in your system.
Well, I think you've seen an evolution in that dude over the last couple of years. I mean, he started out as just quirky, and then he was getting in fights with his guys on the sideline. And now I think he's found a pretty sweet spot there of being himself, not being afraid of fighting with his guys, and yet now all of a sudden being relatable because of how weird he is. Shoot, I mean, he's gotten there. And yeah, to somebody on the text line who within 2 seconds they asked, yeah, I'll give it to you. Somebody, because my whole big thing has been wake me up when a running quarterback wins a Super Bowl. Wake me up when it happens. Yeah, I'll give it to you. A running quarterback just won a Super Bowl. That's what just happened.
He had some good throws, though.
Oh,
he was. They didn't ask
in this game. In this
yeah.
game, he wasn't asked to run like he usually does, right? But yeah, absolutely, that is a running quarterback that just won a Super Bowl.
By the way, the Chiefs just, hey, listen, I know it's been a big joke. I said, hey, they're the worst 15-1 team ever. They're this, they're that. The Chiefs just really aren't that good, and they weren't that good. They figured out ways to win, though, which is admirable to say the least. And the Bills should be ashamed of themselves for losing to the Chiefs in the playoffs.
You know what? That was the only take I had watching it, because I'll be honest with you, the only reason I watched that game, especially the second half, is because I knew we would talk about it today, because it was over. Philadelphia is by far the best. I thought Philadelphia would win. I sat by a guy at the Chiefs, my buddy who's with the TV production, Nick, and I said, I hope you guys win, whatever. But I said, I don't think you'll win. I think Philadelphia's a better team, and it proved out to be. But Kansas City, aging tight end, and 2 aging wide receivers.
Yep.
And you're showing in a game like that where you probably need special.
And a beat-up offensive line that seriously had been getting hammered the whole season.
And an offensive line that made me – I talked to Andy this morning. I said, after watching that offensive line, I feel bad being critical on Denver's offensive line 2 years ago. I mean, it's like that line was better than what this was.
And that's why, as much as I hope you're right, I kind of roll my eyes at this. It's all over. Okay, we'll see. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is still there. Mahomes was not himself. He was a shell of himself. Just talking with Mike on the way out the door, Mike thinks he was concussed early in the first quarter, and that would make a whole lot of sense.
That would make sense.
Because the way he was shelled up every time he was dropping back into pass protection and just terrible pocket presence, it just was not the dude that we knew.
Well, and then let's give credit where it needs to go. The guy that the DMac absolutely hate. I was happy for Vic Fangio.
Well, and how about the game plan?
I thought that was cool.
How about the game plan that Vic Fangio had?
They didn't blitz.
Not a time. Not a single drop back was he blitzed the entire game. That was the.
And still sacked him 6 times.
I'm not saying it was the same defense, because it's not. It's a 3-4, 4-3 under. There's nuances that are different to it. But that was the Pete Carroll philosophy of defense. We are going to do what we do. We're going to rush 4 guys, and we're going to make you beat us. We're going to drop back into coverage. We're going to play simple football, and you're going to have to beat us. And when you've got 4 guys that get after the QB like they've got, it works.
I've seen other Denver media people like, hey, I'm happy for Vic Fangio. I guess I don't quite get it.
Oh, I am.
I like Vic.
I'm extremely.
Why?
Because he was always good to me, and I got to do with the dealings personally. So
right.
It's like Fox. There's a lot of people who are happy with Fox. John was always good to me. I like John.
I love John.
And Vic was the same way. He would come to Nuggets games, and we'd sit there and talk 5-10 minutes for a game, and he was just always kind to me. So I've always kind of cheered for him.
Vic is a very likable dude. Very, very likable dude.
Why does DMac hate him?
Because I was around him for 3 straight years.
Because he didn't wear a suit.
No, I was around the dude for 3 straight years, day in and day out at practice, and the guy just didn't get it. He didn't understand the nuances.
But you know what he gets?
He's not an ass kisser or a narcissist.
He didn't understand the value of the quarterback in football, Scott. And I just
fine. But you know what he does get? Being a defensive coordinator. And
cool.
And he's a likable dude.
Not to me.
Is he Wade Phillips?
No. Oh, is he Wade Phillips? Yes.
In that he was probably a better coordinator than he was head coach. And listen, I love Wade, too. Wade was great to me also.
I didn't chop it up with Vic on a personal level, nor did he really try amongst the people that covered him day in and day out. But there's a lot of people that seem to like him. But I cannot get over the fact that he just, in my opinion, helped destroy the Denver Broncos franchise.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
Would you rather have one more year of Vic or bring in Hackett for that 1 year?
Right.
I would have rather had Vic.
Yeah.
But I would have rather had VJ for another year than Vic Fangio. And I'd rather have neither of them. I'd rather have Sean Payton. I'm very happy having Sean Payton as the head coach of this team. I know you don't personally like him.
No.
How about Sean? Did you guys watch the beginning of the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
King of New Orleans.
He's an awkward walker. Anybody ever notice that?
Well, you know what? I'm glad you said that.
He's just an awkward walker.
I'm glad you said that, because I was like, is he hammered?
No, I didn't think he was hammered. I just think he's an awkward walker. He didn't know what to do with himself.
Well, he got to be on piano side with Lady Gaga. I'm like, wow, he is the king of New Orleans, man.
Yeah, why didn't he stay there?
That's actually a really good question.
I mean, get him into cap hell and then run out when it gets bad, and then all of a sudden he's.
I think there was some
revered.
other issues going on there. I think there were some other issues.
He was rumored to be trying to get out of there for a long time. There was always connections with Dallas, and I know he had family stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, he said he's got a house there in New Orleans still. He didn't give up his house there. He's the king of New Orleans, man. But I'm glad he's here, man. You got a shot.
Let me ask you this.
Got a shot now. And in the AFC West, you got a shot. Next year, you got a shot.
Is Mike Shanahan still the king of Denver?
Shanny, yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
See,
so.
Wednesdays
He
out on the
always will be.
patio in the summer. That dude rules with his Corinthian leather skin, his white hair now that looks splendid like a frosted mountaintop.
Yeah.
He comes out on that. He's got that white shirt to show off the rest of the tan. He is the king. Shanny is the freaking king of the Cougars and Denver. All of it, he's the king.
I cannot believe how Philly was able to dominate them with such a simple game plan. Just simple.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Well, it's funny. Did you hear what Gronk said too? He goes, "This is how we beat him too." He goes, "This is how we beat him." He was actually not very shy about it.
Yeah.
He said, "We put pressure with 4 guys, and that was it." Tampa beating the Chiefs. That's how they did it. And that's that. That's a wrap.
Well, listen.
That's how you beat Mahomes. The end. The Broncos did figure it out twice, and they just a stupid special teams play did him in from what would have been a great deserved win. So that sucks.
Didn't even when Fangio was coach here, I mean, he played Kansas City pretty tough. And there was a couple of games he had a chance to beat them then. And I think he tried to do the same thing he did in this game with less talent.
Yeah. Well, that's the key. When you're going to run a defense like this, you got to have the dogs, man. Because why do most teams blitz when they don't have the talent? That's how you overcome it. You got to have the dogs if you're going to do this.
But somebody said at the end of the game there was 3 guys, but one guy's a rookie DB. You got a special teams guy you put into your middle linebacker, and then there was another position and they're doing it with that. And they had that defensive performance with that.
We will have Adam Schefter on with us in about 14 minutes, and I have a suggestion for you guys about talking about the halftime show. But hang on. I'll roll it past you. There's options here, and your reaction 303-504-0925. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, just do yourself a favor. There's only one car dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a great experience, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I've been buying cars from Phil Long since my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because I built a long-term relationship, and I value relationships in life. So that's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. And you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, because when you go to Phil Long Ford, there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. No reason to shop all over Colorado. Go to one dealership, find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a long time. The interest rates are solid. The incentive deals are fantastic. Today's the day to go find yourself a new vehicle at Phil Long Ford. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
he just keeps getting better. He knows how to win. He does a great job of being able to block out all the outside noise. I think it's, I find it funny when it's like, well, Jalen is good because he's got a good team around him. Like, that's football. Like, again, you cannot be great without the greatness of others. Like, Jalen can't do it by himself. He needs AJ. He needs that offensive line. He needs Saquon.
No, Jalen was great. MVP. Adam Schefter joins us in 7 minutes to chat all about it. Lots of branches from the Super Bowl tree to go to, but I just want to ask you guys, do you understand what was going on during the halftime show? It's kind of a yes or no sort of question right now. Do you understand what was happening?
A performance.
Okay, so that might be a no.
I understand where you're going, yes.
But do you understand what was happening? You understand where I'm going, but do you understand the story of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what'd you think?
I enjoyed it.
You liked it?
I enjoyed it.
Okay.
And for all the reasons you're going to bring up, you would probably assume I didn't enjoy it. But I did. I like Kendrick Lamar. I thought it was entertaining. I get it. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. I certainly understand that there's people out there, like I heard 3 words in the whole thing. Yeah, I got it. People feel that way about Hard Rock also. So I understand there's a political narrative to this thing that people are going to take a stance on. I'm not going to take a stance on the political side of it. I'm just going to say I enjoyed it, and I thought it was hilarious seeing Serena Williams crip walk.
Okay, well, right on. I didn't understand it, Scott, Tyler, to just keep it real. I didn't get everything behind it. So when I was watching it for the first time, I was kind of like, huh? But then I went back and I sort of dug into the whole Kendrick Lamar Drake thing. And really what it was like Game of Thrones. It was like 2 kings battling things out in their own world. Did you have any idea that Serena Williams was an ex of Drake?
No, she's not. No, she's not. He coveted the hell out of Serena Williams publicly, and she didn't entertain it.
Okay, maybe
she married and just had a kid.
Yeah, maybe semantically I'm not putting it the right way, but there was a relationship between Drake and.
No.
Well, okay.
He wanted there to be one.
Uh-huh.
She had no interest.
Okay. There was something between Drake and Serena, correct?
There was noise between Drake and Serena.
I guess. I wouldn't call them a relationship.
Whatever you want to call it. There was something.
Noise.
There was something with
Drake. Drake was publicly fixed on Serena.
Okay,
yes.
So there was a thing between Drake and Serena, even if it was more Drake than Serena.
Sure.
Drake ripped Serena in some sort of song or something. He said negative things about Serena in the past. True?
I actually didn't know that he said negative things, but I knew that she had dissed him.
My research shows that happened. Another ex of Drake's, or an ex of Drake's, another previous relationship was SZA, the other woman who was up on stage with Kendrick Lamar. So Kendrick Lamar on stage had 2 women who had contentious relationships with Drake. Just start there in this Game of Thrones, okay? Then you throw in basically the pedophile accusations and whether or not he would do the song, Not Like Us? And that was a big deal whether he would do this song or not. Am I reeling you in yet, Scott, or not? I still don't gotcha?
Yeah, whatever.
Not yet?
And he's in the middle of rapping, not acknowledging the camera in front of him. And then he turns to the camera and says, "Hey, Drake, you're certified pedophile."
And then the one line that he needed to do in the song was this line, A minor, which is, kind of a clever play on words because he's accusing Drake of being a pedophile. But he says, "You're like a bad chord, A minor." When he said A minor, the entire stadium sang A minor. And then like a video game, it said like game over in the back with like their cell phones or whatever. If you didn't like it, you didn't like it. I get it. But the story behind it is kind of ridiculous.
There was also a whole other political narrative behind it that people are crushing him for as well, with Samuel L. Jackson and all the other stuff. But none of it bothered me. I thought it was entertaining. I think he's I get why people would look at it and be like, oh my God, that was dry. He's not dancing. He's like walking. He's just barely moving, all of it. But look, man, if you're probably over 40, you hated it. If you're under 40, you might like it.
Well, I'm over 50.
Did you like it?
I didn't understand it at first. But it's like when I watch Game of Thrones, I have to go back and I have to watch a video to explain what I just watched. Thank you, Dan. So as soon as I understood what the story was behind the whole thing, it became way more interesting to me. I mean, way more. So did I like it at the time? Well, I didn't know the story at the time.
Well, I didn't know we had to be entertained and have a story along with the entertainment.
Well, you don't have to.
I didn't know there needed to be subliminal messages to make it cool.
You can watch Katy Perry just sing to the left shark and just dance up and down. You can do that, too. That's happened in many Super Bowls.
Or Lady Gaga falling off the top of a stage, and that was cool. That was cool. Listen, if you're going to play rap for 15, 20 straight minutes for me, if the word sugar and hill ain't in the gang right there, then I'm not sure.
I like a good story, though.
Yeah, see, I had no idea about the story. And I don't even know what Tyler's talking about political. I had no idea.
There were statements made with Samuel L. Jackson about his whole album is basically a self-reflection on what it is to be an American and who he is and all sorts of stuff. Like everything listen, this is my research.
You actually researched a halftime show?
I did. I had to because I had to understand what the hell was going on.
I just think you either like it or you don't like it.
Fair.
I thought he lip synced, and I'm not big on lip syncing performances. So,
listen, I thought the whole thing, in retrospect, once I understood what was going on, was pretty damn interesting. But at the time, I had no idea what was happening. So at the time, I was pretty bored the whole time because I had no idea what was going on. And I don't blame people for not liking it because who else is going to sit there and actually do 3 hours of the feud between these two guys and what's going on? I mean, I get it. Not many people are going to do that. But I'm kind of glad I did. Because it turned out to be one of the more remarkable halftime shows, whether you knew it or not.
But you knew it 12 hours after the fact.
Correct. So if you didn't like it at the time and you were just like, why do I got to work so hard to understand this?
Yeah, I didn't want to work hard.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
I don't blame you.
I wanted to be entertained.
Was it not entertaining just watching?
We sat in the group I sat with, looked at it and said, I think we would have had more aerial shots so we could see the mishmash of the reds and the whites and the blues, and they're coming in and outs and moving stuff.
Yeah.
Instead, when it's just face level, it was just, and then you could tell he's lip syncing a lot of it, and you're like,
oh, I don't think he was lip syncing.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of lip syncing.
Well, all rappers do that with the harmony parts of
there's
the song.
backing tracks for sure.
Right,
There's
right.
definitely backing tracks.
But he raps the rap part of it.
Correct.
And I thought the audio on his beginning rapping, you couldn't hardly hear what he was saying.
Well, that was a fair argument because a lot of people said they couldn't hear a single word until he said A minor.
Yeah, I couldn't hardly see. I couldn't hear a word. So I'm like,
Tyler got it. Tyler's down.
I know all of it. Yeah.
Tyler gets it.
Yeah, I'm caught up on all the Drake, Kendrick beef.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't care.
Okay, fair enough. Absolutely fair enough.
The red and blue had it had two symbols for it though. One of it was definitely taking a shot at certain people in politics, and another of it was he's bringing the Crips and the Bloods together. And that's why he was able to have Serena Crip walk in and all that stuff.
Yeah, see, I just want to be entertained. I don't need messages.
That was nothing but messages.
Well, that's why I probably didn't get it.
Well, you probably got Samuel's messages, unless you didn't hear him.
No, I didn't take anything from Samuel.
Was very political too. There was a very political lean. Of course, President Trump was the first sitting president to be at a Super Bowl. So there was all sorts of stuff going on at the same time. It was pretty remarkable if you sort of dug into it. But if you were just sitting there with bean dip drooling down your chin and you just want another chicken wing and what the hell's going on, you're probably crying for Left Shark from Katy Perry to just sort of pop up there.
You know what? I can be honest with you. I don't know if I've actually watched the entirety of any of the halftime shows in the last decade.
Too. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam, you're back at home. The Super Bowl week is over. Did it turn out like you expected, or were you shocked of the dominance of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, I don't think anybody expected that kind of result. I was, it's easy to say now, I was expecting the Eagles to win the game. I didn't think it would be as one-sided as it was. it felt like them. In fact, I was with some Philadelphia people on Friday afternoon. I'm like, "You're winning this game." I just felt it.
Really?
I just felt it. Oh yeah. I could show you. Jim Kramer texted me. He's like, "There are Chiefs fans everywhere here in New Orleans." I'm like, "Calm down. Don't worry. Your team's gonna win. Don't worry about it." So by the way, incoming text just now, right now.
Get it?
Mike Trout. Eagles win. He's
Trout.
a big Eagles fan. Big Eagles fan. Huge Eagles fan.
All right. Do you think that game has any implication on the long-term dynasty of the Kansas City Chiefs?
Well, yeah, of course it does. They're still a dynasty, and they were on the precipice of doing something that nobody had ever done. So that would have put them into a different category in my mind. It would have elevated them. Now they're one of a handful of dynasties that we've seen, and they had a chance to do something that nobody else had ever done. Didn't do it. And I actually thought of this last night as it pertains to Denver and the Chargers and the Raiders. Like, teams that lose in the Super Bowl typically struggle the next year. They have there's a little bit of a hangover effect.
Philadelphia, what, a year or so ago, right?
Yeah. There's something to that, and so I know it doesn't mean much to Broncos fans this morning, but that could be something. That could be something based on history that impacts their season next year, and we'll see if it does.
When you look at the Chiefs, and I said this a while ago, you got an aging tight end, 2 aging wide receivers, an offensive line that didn't hold up at all last night for a 4-man rush. It would seem to me the Chiefs, you're not going to ever be in rebuilding because you got Patrick Mahomes, but they've got a lot of updating they need to do along that team. Would you agree with that?
I think they need some players, like playmakers is what they need to do. They need to add playmakers. They need to shore up some positions. They have the building block in Mahomes, so they're always going to be there. Like, you just think of all the versions of good Bronco teams there were with Elway through the years. And that's what it's like in Kansas City. You're just subbing in guys to kind of complement him. He's the centerpiece. He's going to be there. He's not going anywhere. And he'll have to be dealt with for years to come for Denver.
Why did you have such a feeling late in the week about the Eagles? What was it? Why?
It's a good question. It felt that way to me. Why? I don't know. Why do you feel certain things going into a game, right? Like, I just kind of felt like it was their time. You know what? A couple of people had said, like, last time we were here against the Chiefs, we were tourists in Rome for the first time, all wide-eyed. Now we came here, we're traveling on purpose. I felt like the Chiefs, as great as they've been this year, as great as they've been, and they were unbelievable, there were a lot of narrow victories that they just escaped. Isaiah Likely's toe, Aiden O'Connell's fumble, Will Lutz's missed kick, and after a while, that goes away. And the other thing that I thought about is the Eagles. I know we always fall back, and I do this as much as anybody, on the quarterback and head coach. And Mahomes is the greatest, and Andy Reid's the greatest, and you say advantage Kansas City. But where they didn't have an advantage, that became obvious in the game, was on the offensive and defensive lines. And that is where games are won. So I feel like the other thing is, what was the we were talking about today. Marvin Hagler.
Yeah.
When he was fighting somebody, talked about somebody sleeping in satin sheets. They had won 2 in a row. Like, there's a reason nobody's won 3 in a row.
Right.
Because they're sleeping in satin sheets. Right? And there was an element of this team. I'm just telling you, DMac, on Friday, I saw a couple of Eagles. I'm like, you're winning this game.
You knew.
That's what I felt.
You knew. I'll tell you this.
Well,
I
want to be very clear. You never know, but that's what I felt.
Adam, I felt this at Super Bowl 48 with the Broncos. It just didn't feel right. It didn't. And being over with the Seahawks was like, whoa, they are way more in control. Complete opposite Super Bowl 50. When I was around like the Panthers guys, I was like, this ain't right. And it was just kind of a feeling. There wasn't any logic behind it. And when you saw Tyler and his teammates over in the hotel there in Santa Clara, there was just a levelness to it that was like, whoa, the Broncos are going to win this one. You could just tell.
I felt back in Super Bowl 32 that Denver was going to win that game. They were 14-point underdogs. I picked them in the Denver Post that day. I just felt it, and maybe you're too close to it. This one, I don't know. I'm just telling you, like, and I didn't feel it right away. It kind of came to me as the week went on. And also, is everybody picking the Chiefs? Everybody. And I'm like, everybody's never right. Like, it's just not that easy. I just felt the Chiefs. I felt the Eagles were going to beat the Chiefs.
Sure seemed like there was a lot of speculation that came out just hours before the game that this might be Travis Kelce's last game he ever plays. You got a gut feeling on that?
I think that could go either way. I think that it didn't change, just people talking about it before the game. It's been up in the air. It continues to be up in the air. And you know what? It's not so much that he's going to make the decision as he's going to have it made for him. If there's some movie company and TV show company and media company that comes to him and says, you know, we want you, we're going to pay you this, and he's making more money doing media and movies, then it's going to be easy to move on. If it doesn't materialize in a way that he finds satisfactory and he feels like there is unfinished, then he'll go back to football. And I don't think he can make the decision today just because he doesn't have all the information to make the decision today.
But talk about a guy, you talk about sleeping in satin sheets the last couple of years. He'd been enjoying some satin sheets.
Well, yeah. I mean, but yeah. But he's unbelievable. Like, he's the greatest tight end. Again, Scott, sleeping in satin sheets is not a bad thing, right? It's a great thing. It shows that you've made it. But the point that we're making is that the difference in the NFL from one team to another is not that great. Like, there are a lot of great teams.
Hey, listen, Rocky had to lose to Clubber Lane and realize I got to get back to my old cotton sheets and get out of the satin before he won it back, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, many of those Eagles never slept in satin sheets before, right? Cooper DeJean never did. Quinyon Mitchell never did. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, they never slept in satin sheets before. They're trying to win their first Super. You know who else never slept in satin sheets? Vic Fangio. Never slept in satin sheets before. Okay? So just for a lot of people. So the Chiefs, they're coming off 2 in a row. It's another one. Again, that was how I felt.
Hey, I do have a question unrelated to the Super Bowl, though, real quick. Sean Payton has been anything but shy about his desire for a joker on this football team, and arguably the best joker in football, maybe not last season, but for the last 3 or 4 years, Deebo Samuel is now seeking a trade from the 49ers. I know he makes a lot of money. I know you got to trade for him. Do you think that this is something Sean Payton should and will pursue?
I see Sean, he's been so good at coming up with his own young people on rookie contracts. That's not to say that he couldn't add Deebo, because I think Sean, for all the noise he's made about wanting a joker, I think he'd be very happy having 2 jokers. Yeah. And if he can lock in Deebo as a joker, I'm not saying he will, but I think it's important for them to go draft that tight end or running back. They could certainly use Deebo. Definitely. He would fit there. I could see it. But I don't think he's rushing out to do it. I don't know if he's like he heard this and like, boy, we got to go figure out a way to get Deebo Samuel.
What would a healthy Deebo Samuel do for Kansas City?
Well, they've got a few wide receivers right now, which is interesting. They've got Marquise Brown and I think DeAndre Hopkins are up. But I think the big thing there, Scott, is Rashee Rice is going to be a free agent. And he's coming back from the knee injury, I should say. Those other guys are free agents. If they get Rashee Rice back and he's healthy, that would be a big addition. And I think if you're the Chiefs, you want to bring back one of those other guys.
Adam, last one here as we wrap things up. What happened during this Super Bowl that you've never seen or experienced before in all your Super Bowls?
Well, I'll tell you a fun story. Because that's what the Super Bowl is about. It's about stories.
Absolutely.
My wife and my daughter came down last Sunday night, and they left Tuesday because my daughter had to do media night. My wife took her back Tuesday to school. And then Friday night, my son and my daughter came back because she had to do post-game for Nickelodeon last night when I was her runner on the field, which is great. I have no post-game responsibilities other than to help my Dylan get interviews on the field.
That's hysterical.
So Friday night, they came down. And they landed late. I didn't know what time they were going to land. So I didn't make any dinner reservations the Friday night before the Super Bowl in New Orleans. I just didn't know. So there was a sushi restaurant across the street from the hotel. We went to go in there, and we couldn't get in because there were so many people in long lines. And it turned out there was a Post Malone concert.
Okay.
We were trying to navigate our way through that. We finally got our way into the sushi restaurant, and they couldn't seat us. It was full. Okay. So we go to the steakhouse across the street. 2-hour wait.
Oh.
Okay. We start walking around, and my kids, 16, 24, getting cranky.
Yeah.
Dad, need to make a reservation.
Yeah.
So my son stops a guy walking on the street. He's walking 2 dogs, so he looked like he lived in the neighborhood. Hey, can you recommend a place? Yeah. Merrill's, right up the street over here, about 50. Okay. We go inside. They say it's an hour wait.
Ugh.
I'm like, we're standing there. I'm like, can we order dinner at the bar? Yes. Well, as we order dinner at the bar, we see Booger McFarlane get up. He knew the manager of the restaurant, and Warren Sapp, the Colorado defensive line coach, my friend, who I used to work with in the NFL Network, was there. They both came over. They spoke to the manager. They got us a table. So we sit down finally, like an hour and a half. We're looking for a table. We're all happy. We're sitting in this place, Merrill's, and the chef in the kitchen comes out, and he comes to introduce himself to us. His name was E.J. Lagasse. And I go, Lagasse, like related to Emerald? And he's like, yeah, that's my dad. I'm like, Emerald Lagasse? Dad? He goes, yeah. Emerald comes out of the kitchen. So now we got Emerald and EJ at a place that we stumbled into later cooking in that restaurant in New Orleans.
Wow. So you hit the mother low.
Awesome.
Now, did your two kids understand what just happened?
No, I think I'm like to my daughter, Dylan, do you know who this is? No, look it up on Google, Dylan. Okay, read about it. Okay? Yeah.
That's awesome.
So we sat there, took pictures of Emerald and EJ. They sent down a bunch of food. We ate all it. I mean, that's something that never has happened before in a Super Bowl.
And with
DMac.
that,
and with your kids, which makes it even better.
Yeah.
And with my kids. And, by the way, and then last night, oh my, there were so many things. Like it was a wild one. I mean, so many cool things. So many cool things. People you bump into, people you meet. Yeah. What is the quote that somebody gave me? And I sent it to them. Today. The quote was, it's a good quote, Scott. Ready? The more real you get, the more unreal it gets.
Wow.
The more real you get, the more unreal it gets.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
And that Muhammad Ali apparently once said that. And all I can tell you is that's how I would describe Super Bowl week. The more real you get, the more unreal it gets. And there were a lot of those things. You know what else is great?
Yeah.
Randy Moss showing back up.
Oh, yeah. How about that? How's he doing?
That was unbelievable. Like, he looked thin, but he looked great. And he was so happy on the set with the guys. And he only wanted to, after the Super Bowl, one of my favorite times of the week is after the Super Bowl, just kind of, okay, you just finished your final pregame show. I haven't had a Sunday off since Labor Day. I know that next Sunday I don't have to go up to Bristol, Connecticut at 4:30 in the morning. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, it's nice for 6 months of the year not to have to get up at 4 a.m. on a Sunday to go drive 2 hours. And so I like to finish that pregame show and just kind of sit around, bask in it, wait inside the Super Bowl. The stadium's filling up, celebrity. It's just the teams. You feel the energy. I mean, you guys have been, you know what it's like, right? It's unlike anything else. but Randy wanted to go with the ESPN crew to lunch. So after we wrapped the pregame show, Sunday Counting, we went to a local restaurant, which took us like an hour to get, a mile. And then it was like an hour to get back. I missed the entire pregame, but we got to have lunch with Randy, which was off the charts. And it was great. And it was so nice to see him back. And they did a video for him at the start of Sunday Countdown. I don't know if anybody got to see the top of the show. I posted the video on my Instagram account, my Twitter. I watched it. I got emotional. I was tearing up. It was unbelievable, and he was crying too.
And they paid tribute to Chris Mortensen in the press box, right? Saw that.
Yeah. Well, when they played the video, Randy, I was thinking of Mort because we would always take every year a Super Bowl picture on the field, for our hits. So yeah, of course, I think of him every Sunday. But that's a special Sunday. And, of course, the NFL was kind enough to honor him with a game ball in the press box.
Good stuff, Adam. Good stuff. All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, geez, it's do you guys got anything else, for Adam?
You want to break down the halftime show on the way out?
I didn't understand any of it. Like, I'm not cool enough and hip enough to understand any of it. Like, I asked my daughter, like, what do we think of that? Yeah, she liked it. Okay, other people but I had some guy just now. He's getting sandwiches for my kids, and guy's like, what was that halftime show? I'm like, you're asking the wrong guy. Like, I don't know. You tell me, was it good or not?
All right, I'll tell you this real quick, because I didn't understand any of it either, watching it live.
He looked it up.
I looked it up. For whatever it's worth, if you look it up and understand there was a big story behind the whole thing, it's actually pretty amazing what was going on. But I did not understand it, Adam, at the time. I had to go look it up. So
his feud with Drake, something with his feud with Drake?
Yes. And relationship with SZA and Serena, and including a line, and the whole, didn't it hit you when the whole crowd chanted A minor and the game over thing? I mean, there was reasons behind all of it. But again, if you don't understand the story, like this was a story. This was kind of the conclusion of a story. So whether or not you give a crap about the story, you're not going to give a crap about the show. But I'm going to guess your daughter and maybe your son too understood the story a lot better than you. I'm sure they did.
They both liked it. I mean, I didn't hear like, oh my God, that was the greatest thing that ever. Like I've heard that for some halftime shows that I've been at. I didn't hear that.
Well, that's what it was. Adam, we will start talking about the season because right now everybody is 0-0, and it all starts again.
And let me just say this. Back in the fall, I made the decision to come over here, and I made the decision to come over here because of you guys and the other guys. I'm being honest. Like they said, okay, I was talking to Dave Fleck, like who would I be on with? And he said you guys, and he said the other guys. And I'm like, done. Because when you do this stuff, I don't have to do this stuff.
Right.
But it's fun to do, and it's great when you do it with people that you like and respect and admire. And you guys do a great job, and it's been a pleasure to be on with you all year long. I've enjoyed it. I saved up my biggest story of the year to break as soon as I hang up on this segment.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well,
but I wanted to just honestly thank you guys for all the work that you did and making it as enjoyable as it was all season long. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, our pleasure. 100%, Adam.
Yeah, all right. Now you can focus some real time on your fantasy basketball team.
By the way, Scott, last night, my daughter, the PA announcer, she's going, who's this guy in the PA? I go,
Alan Roach, our guy.
Exactly. He used to be in Denver. Like, I think he still might be in Denver.
Yeah, I think he lives here.
He is.
I said, I think he might have moved to Minnesota.
He travels from Denver to Minnesota just for the Vikings home games.
Okay.
He lives in Denver, though. He still does PA for the Avalanche most nights.
Yeah, I said to Dylan, this guy, Alan Roach from Denver, and he used to work on the radio with us during Broncos broadcasts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And, but she picked up on his. She's like, "Oh, he's got a great voice." I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. So
smart girl.
Anyway,
yeah,
we're doling out a lot of compliments. You guys did a great job. I was really tremendous to be with you all year long. Really enjoyed it. As you could see, like our segments were supposed to. They always go over,
right?
And they would keep going if I didn't have to go do NFL Live like I do today. And 8 minutes. So
we'll let you go, and we love you too, Adam, and it's awesome to have you on.
Yeah, appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, Adam.
See you, pal.
We'll see you.
Okay, take care, guys. See you, buddies.
Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Is that our last Adam Schefter show of the year? is that it?
I think it is, isn't it?
I guess.
Well,
I guess it is.
You got my music? Well, then hit it.
What? You got something?
Football's over. Let's celebrate.
You get about 4 days.
You know what that means, Scott?
You get about 4 days.
Hold on. Hold on. Kill the music. Now bring the music back. You know what that means? It's draft season, baby. Let's go.
We can do a mock draft right now if you want.
Why don't you wait? I'm heading out for All-Star break, so why don't you guys
get on that?
Yeah,
you get about 4 days.
4 days just to hammer the draft.
4 days.
Hammer the draft on Friday.
No. You get 4 days where we really don't hammer the draft.
Well, no, then get back into it on Friday.
Oh, we're gonna get back to it on Friday.
Yeah, good.
And then
And
Monday,
and
then
Tuesday,
Tuesday, and Wednesday,
Yeah.
Thursday,
And then
every
and
freaking
Friday,
day after
and every
that.
single day up until April 24th or whatever that is. Plus, we get free agency in the middle of it. We got the combine. We got pro days.
You hear that noise? Never thought I could hear ratings drop.
Oh, we'll see. We're fixing to find out, as Gary Kubiak would once say. Because now we know how to beat the Chiefs, and they ain't all that. And that should be damn exciting. Should the Broncos move to Deebo Samuel? We'll attack that coming up next here on PhD.
We do the evaluation of our team.
Yeah.
And the purpose of that is then to establish what we call musts, needs, and wants.
Must, needs, wants. Okay.
So who are our musts?
Your must, you need a veteran wide receiver. That's what I think. I'd like to see you.
I would say we need a joker.
Deebo Samuel. You got you got Deebo Light and Marvin Mims. Could Deebo Samuel be coming to the Broncos? We'll get there in just a second. Thank you to Safeway as they saved the day this Valentine's Day week. God, man. Valentine's Day is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday? Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God.
Friday.
I asked my wife, does this count? Is this good enough, what we're doing this weekend? And she was like, yeah.
Who planned it?
She did.
On the free gift card?
Yeah.
That counts.
Doesn't it? It doesn't?
Well, for me it does, but I'm
okay.
I'm a guy
Let me off the hook, will you?
To me, Valentine's is just a Hallmark, holiday.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, thanks for Safeway. Because all week your chance to win Safeway gift cards can help you with Valentine's Day. Be listening at 9:20, 11:20, 2:20, 4:20 for a keyword to text along with your name to 303-504-0925. Everyone who texts is entered for a $50 Safeway gift card, as well as the $250 prize on Friday for that show. Every show is giving away a $50 gift card each day and $250 gift card on Friday. Each keyword you text is another chance to win the daily prize at the end of the week. So $220 for us, right? Yep. That's coming up later today. Thank you to Safeway. All right, Deebo Samuel. Should the Broncos try to go get Deebo Samuel?
I want them to, yeah. And I'm generally speaking not that type of guy. I don't love trades, generally speaking. I don't love paying dudes that have been very, very hurt over the course of their career. But I think what you got to do, and it probably would not happen because he's going to want a new deal right now. It would be awesome if you could trade for him on a one-year rental. That'd be really cool because then you could make a commitment in a couple months down the road. But Deebo wants out for a reason. And the reason he wants out is not just he's unhappy with his production, which he is a little bit unhappy with what happened last year, but it's because his contract is up at the end of 2025. So wherever he goes, he's expecting probably $30 million per year from that team. I think it's very difficult to find a free agent wide receiver that is worthy of that money. And I think you've been trying to convince ourselves, not you, us, that T. Higgins would be worthy of that type of money. If Deebo Samuel was nothing but a healthy wide receiver, he's worth that money and more. Mm-hmm. He's worth every last dollar that you could give him. He's the best joker in the NFL. If we're looking for a joker, that is the best joker in the NFL. And so I guess where I'm at on Deebo Samuel, yeah, I want him. I want to trade for him, and I guess if that means I got to give him a new contract, I'll give him a new contract. I'll cross my fingers and I'll hope and pray because I'm not worried about production. He's proven he's willing to produce after he gets paid. He's already gotten paid once. He got a $70 million deal, so I'm not worried about him being motivated. The only real concern with Deebo is health.
Well, he played 15 of the 17 this year, 15 of the 17 last year. Was 22 still a 16-game season?
Yes.
So he missed 3 games that year. 21, he played all the games. And the year before, his second year in the league, he missed 9.
Wait, so he did have 1 year he played every game?
21.
Okay. I didn't think he even had 1 year, but okay.
Yeah, and he had, of course, that's the year he also had only 77 receptions, but 1,400 yards, 18.5 a carry, but only 6 touchdowns.
I'm telling you, he's the best. He's the best joker in the NFL. If our goal is to get a joker, well, that's the best one in the NFL.
It's crazy what's going on here with his cap hit, though. If they were to trade him before June 1st, they would absorb a $31 million dead cap hit. If he is the post-June 1st thing, it'll decrease to $10,700,000 over the next couple of years. John Lynch has said there's no way we're going to release him. So it's a bit of a game of chicken right now if another team wants to get him, what they're willing to take on.
For the new team, it's not a big deal, okay? Because even if you do get him, the new team's not going to cut him. And his cap hit is only $15.8 million. It's the dead cap is what crushes Debo. The dead cap for him is 31. So if you trade for him, your cap hit is going to be $15.8 million next year, assuming he plays on that current deal. But you're going to probably rip that thing up and you're giving him a new deal anyways.
Well, but wasn't that the same thing they did with Russ if you waited till after June 1st and the cap hit wasn't quite as big?
But that's
So if
all
they're gonna-
problems for San Francisco, not for us.
But I'm just saying, but if they can go from $31 million to $10 million, they're not going to trade him till after June 1st anyway.
It's
right?
pretty tempting just to be patient and see if they just release him, if they just let him go, unless somebody's going to be aggressive to come up and snag him.
Well, I don't think they would do that because they've got him under contract for a very reasonable salary next year.
Right.
Next year's salary is very, very reasonable.
I mean, they don't have to do anything. They can just keep him. They don't have to do a damn thing.
But in would you still classify Denver? And I know they made the playoffs this year, but would you not still classify them in rebuilding still? I mean, they're still trying to build. Maybe they took a big jump last year with Bo and everything else. But do you want to get a guy who will be 30 and command $25, $30 million of your cap?
Well, DMac says we'll win a Super Bowl within 2 more years.
Yes.
So if that's the goal, then the answer is yes.
Well, especially now that we know the Chiefs are toast and that thing is over.
You're so. Why do you have to say that?
Because I'll tell you why.
Like-
Their most important weapon in the past has been Travis Kelce. He's done. He's toast. They've got offensive line issues. And the chickens come home to roost at some point when you spend money on all sorts of other things, and you're going to be soft somewhere else. It's pretty apparent where they're soft at right now.
Dude,
But
when you
you still
look
got
when you
Andy
look at
Reid.
Super Bowls and you look at the teams that are in it, you look at quarterbacks, and it's the same quarterbacks every freaking year. He ain't going anywhere. That team is going to be fine. Are they winning a Super Bowl next year? I don't know, but I promise you, Patrick Mahomes has got 2 or 3 more in him still.
Probably, but probably not next year, and it's going to be weak the year after that. And don't forget, Tom Brady went 10 years between Super Bowls. So where's the window for a team like the Broncos or, say, the Chargers?
Or the Raiders
Hold
now.
on.
Possibly.
Hold on. He went 10 years without winning the Super Bowl.
Correct.
Not 10 years without going to the Super
No,
Bowl.
I get it. He lost in like the AFC champion. There was vulnerability.
He went to the Super Bowl every other year of his career.
Okay, but he lost in the AFC championship twice to the Broncos. Listen, he was injured a year.
But I mean,
didn't go there.
is that a team that's over? A team that's losing in the AFC championships?
They're probably going to have their dips. And if you were to say
agree.
the most predictable dip for the Kansas City Chiefs is most likely in the next 2 years. Now, I'm not saying they can't build themselves back. They can. They're like anybody else, and they have the most important part. They've got the quarterback. They got a great coach. I don't see him going anywhere. So, yeah, but Travis Kelce is clearly going to move on.
I think they're going to be better when Travis Kelce moves on. He's in the way right now. Travis Kelce is just flat out in the way.
He may be, but I'm telling you, there's a window, there's a pocket right now. And when you watch that Super Bowl and you watch Jalen Hurts, do you think Bo Nix is that far behind Jalen Hurts, or do they kind of look like the same guy?
I ain't saying
think
that.
he's behiing Jalen Hurts.
Really?
Yeah, he ain't even close to Jalen Hurts right now.
Ooh, I think they kind of look like the same guy.
How old was Jalen when he went to Super Bowl?
I don't know. Got
He
me.
wasn't his first year?
26.
Second year? Second year. It was his second year.
You would think there were throws that Jalen Hurts made yesterday, Bo Nix couldn't?
Yeah.
What? Which throws?
Touchdown to Smith.
What, throwing the ball deep? Did you catch the playoff game against the Bills?
Yeah, the ball
What he did
would've
to
landed
Troy
on the
Franklin?
5. Yeah.
He threw a dime to Troy Franklin in the first series. Come on, man. Be fair.
I
am being fair.
I don't think Bo Nix is like a night and day comparison to Jalen. I think that it's fair to put him within the ballpark, but he ain't there. And it's important to point out, Jalen Hurts is an anomaly in winning Super Bowls. He's like a Peyton Manning when Peyton Manning won his Super Bowl. I got it. He's now the first running quarterback to win a Super Bowl. He is, and he got that done. So everybody out there that loves to point at it, you got it. You got one now. You got a running quarterback that won it. But that is an anomaly as of today.
Well, it did happen, and he ran for 72 yards, and to me, it was like, well, Bo can do that too. And that was like a big surprise that Bo could run as well as he did. So, yeah, I do think there's a pocket. I think there's a window. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Broncos because the Chargers and the Raiders are going to try their damnedest too.
But if you're of that belief, then you should be all in on Debo. You should be all in on veteran talent.
Fine.
Because the one thing that we don't have, dudes like they got. We don't got enough. I mean, I like our offensive line a lot. But our offensive line ain't that offensive line. We ain't got a running back like that. We ain't got a receiver like
Well,
that.
hold on. Slow down one thing at a time. If we're not that offensive line, how far behind are we?
Not that
Because
okay.
we have one of the highest paid offensive lines in the league.
I like our offensive line, but it's just not that. I mean that's an elite offensive line.
How close away is it?
We've got a probably top 10 offensive line.
All right. Running back, I get it. We're not even close. Agreed.
A lot of teams aren't close.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wide receiver, we ain't close.
We're not close.
Sean Payton does like the wide receiver
I don't care
room.
what Sean said.
But of course, it would be better if Deebo Samuel healthy was part of it. I'm with you 100% on that. Listen, man,
Hold on. What would be a cheaper get? Deebo Samuel, which I know we like because he can play Joker. Deebo Samuel or Cooper Kupp?
Cooper.
Which would be cheaper for you?
No. Cooper's going to play for $2 or $3 million probably.
Yeah, Cooper would be really cheap. I mean, I don't know. You could get them both probably. You try. You're going to have to trade for Deebo Samuel. You're not going to have to do anything for Cooper Kupp. He's just going to be, I think he'll just be released and you can just sign him. And the one guy I would overpay for, and I know you like somebody better, but man, I got some FOMO right now on Zach Bond. And he had one hell of a game yesterday. And that dude that was making all those plays, for everybody to know, was a Sean Payton guy who played for the Saints for 4 years. He went to the Eagles on a prove-it deal, a one-year prove-it deal.
Yeah.
He is a free agent, that dude.
I find it pretty damn unlikely, and I would like him too. I would not be down on the selection at all. You think the Eagles ain't prioritizing him?
Hell, they should be, but weren't the Broncos prioritizing Danny Trevathan and Malik Jackson? Wasn't that a big deal after they won a Super Bowl? And they didn't keep those two guys.
I think once Malik said, I'll wait till the end of the season, he was not a priority.
What do you think Zach Bond is?
We'll
Haven't they had the whole season to sign him up? Why didn't they get it done?
Because he's a one-hit wonder.
Okay. All right. But this is the game you play in free agency. You are going to overpay possibly for somebody. It's closing time at the bar. Do you want Zach Bond or not? You're going to have to overpay.
Yeah, I want an inside linebacker, so yes, I'd be fine with him. Drake Greenlaw would be my choice, but yes, I'd be fine with Zach.
Okay.
Which would be cheaper.
Greenlaw? Probably.
I think they're going to be in the same category, pretty close at least.
Listen, you're going to back up the Brinks truck no matter what for one of these two dudes. And you have to that's another big Broncos question. You got to overpay for one position. Who are you going to overpay for? Who's it going to be this year? Knowing you're overpaying. But that's what happens at free agency. It's like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
You can probably afford to overpay for one guy on offense and one guy on defense.
Okay. Where are we going? And that's the question that they got to answer. But at least the Broncos will be in that conversation, unlike last year, where they, it was Brandon Jones. I mean, it was, you remember our free agents last year? Anybody?
No.
Bueller? They did all right, actually. But, I mean, one was Levi Wallace. They ended up cutting him. One was Josh Reynolds. They cut him. One was Brandon Jones, who did okay, but they still need some more safety help, probably. And inside linebacker is a huge, position of film. Gargantuan. So it'll be fun. The offseason will be fun. Meanwhile, hey, pretty good weekend for the Nuggets and the Avalanche. No dumb questions on the way. Is the Miko trade working out the best it could be? And are these Nuggets indestructible? Because it feels like it. We'll get to that next. PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac. I was about to say just Darren McKee. Hi, guys. It's Darren McKee. Same guy. For the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's keep it real. I want to talk to you about issues that you're having in your relationship due to ED. If this is the case, all right, that's lousy. That stinks. I want you to have great weeks, great weekends. I want you to feel love. Love is in the air. Or maybe it's not, because ED can be a relationship destroyer. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have the treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Check it out. Schedule a consult today. Initial visit's only $99. Includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Right there for you. Call today at 720-440-7900. Visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. No dumb questions in just a second. We're getting into the Nuggets and the Avs here. But first, interesting sound. Deebo Samuel, of course, he's got a podcast. I mean, who doesn't? But here is what he said about other interesting teams in the league. This is Deebo Samuel.
Who's a team, in your opinion, that people should kind of be like, ooh, they might be something special?
I could say Denver. Bo Nix is playing really, really good ball right now. Your defense is outrageous. You got P2 out there who's, I would say, the best at the position right now. Probably been for the past 2 years. You got the other guy on the other side. I just think you need a couple more pieces, and then it'll be what it need to be, and you just have to get past Pat Mahomes every year.
Who that other white dude on the other side? I can't remember that dude's name.
Cooper DeJean.
No.
Riley Moss.
Yeah.
Cooper DeJean. Same person.
Yeah, my bad.
Same person.
You were right.
One big difference.
We'll get into it deeper in a little bit. In fact, there's a poll up right now on Twitter, and the question is relatively simple. It is, should the Broncos go after Deebo Samuel? So keep voting on that, and we'll get to that a little bit after 2 o'clock. Nice to see you back from Phoenix. Super interesting game to me on Saturday. Just a mixed mash of different folks doing different things, and I love it. I love seeing all of it.
Can I ask you one dumb question? I'm going to talk about it in pregame. I'm doing on the pregame tonight. I'm going to bring this up. Change of heart of how you kind of feel on Jalen Pickett compared to a year ago at this time?
Absolutely. A year ago this time, he was an afterthought G Leaguer, somebody that they could trade or get rid of and not think anything of. Way different. I don't know.
Way different, isn't it?
He, to me, is a solid contributor. Being able to just knock down a corner three every now and then is kind of crazy. There's athleticism there that I just didn't see last year. I guess I just didn't notice it. Pretty good handle. I like
He's not afraid. He'll go in there and
smaller
get a
guy.
rebound. Smaller guy.
Smaller guy. So that's a little, you got to kind of wrap your head around that. But solid, though. Solid dude.
Yeah. Well, Booker tried to take him on the baseline, couldn't, and tried to do that chest bump, step back. He chest bumped him. Pickett didn't move anywhere, and then followed and really had a great contest on the shot.
That Phoenix team looks disinterested.
Well, I talked to somebody there who's at all the games, and I said, "Yeah, you guys, didn't have Durant, didn't have Beal," and he goes, "Scott,
doesn't matter."
He said, "This is as dysfunctional as I've ever seen a team."
There you go, Matt Ishbia. Congratulations.
And I wonder with the post-trade deadline if it just got even more dysfunctional because maybe they thought that they were going to get rid of some pieces, specifically KD, and it didn't work out.
They were trying to get rid of him.
They're trying to get rid of Beal too, but Beal, there was the no trade, and then the hefty $50 million for a guy that if he goes to a good team, he's probably going to average 16 for you. You want to pay that guy $50 million.
Are we feeling like Jokic, Murray are kind of back?
Well, I think you're going to have to baby Murray all year with that knee.
That's fine.
I will say this: you took him off the one game at home. You won that game.
It's fine
on that back-to-back, and then he comes out and drops 30 the next night in Phoenix.
The schedule for the Nuggets ain't all bad. There's a little bit of a road trip coming up, but the rest of the schedule after that,
they got one long road trip.
One left. It looks like
in the whole thing. Yeah,
the rest
where
of it,
you end in Boston, I think, right?
That looks tough, but the rest of it is like I don't know, man.
Well, you got to take care of these two at home against Portland, who finally dropped a game.
They lost to Minnesota.
Close game at Minnesota. So you got to take care of both these games right here.
I'd make the argument they got to take care of one of them.
Well, I mean that's fine.
They're on a heater right now.
That's what I'm saying. I'd like to go into the break winning 8 games in a row, and then coming out of the break, guess who you got Charlotte.
I'll tell you this: I'd rather lose this one tonight, smoke them on Wednesday, get some good vibes. Because what are you going to be? Like
I'll tell you what,
9-1 or 8-2 or something?
Smoke them tonight because that last game before All-Star break,
everybody's checking out.
That's probably true.
That is a tough bet.
Well, listen, I'm up for winning no matter what. And frankly, the mix and match combination that Malone's pulling off, like it's like you're pulling a rabbit out of the hat no matter what you do. Right now, literally everything's working.
Do you also feel that AG's not 100%? I think he's playing about 80% of who he is.
Okay, but I would say a lot of guys are probably a little banged up right now, frankly. And everybody's just kind of hanging in there the best they can. But I am so encouraged in a variety of ways this team is figuring things out. And it is an elite offense. And you know what you cannot fake is fast break it in the paint. It is athleticism and toughness, and the Nuggets have that. They're the best in the NBA.
And who's your leader in both those categories?
Well, that's, of course, 28, 12, and 10. I mean, it's
well, no, I disagree.
You
said fast break.
Well, fast break, your leader is probably Christian Brown.
Yeah, right. Well, he's like top 3 in the league.
Yeah, doesn't
in fast break points.
Right. Doesn't he lead the league too in like dunks or something too?
He's probably up there, and I think he's got to be up there for minutes played, points in the paint.
Nice to have.
Oh,
Michael was talking about him in the fast break when we had him on the show.
Hey, man, I've been impressed. They drop those 3. They lose that stupid game to Chicago. You think the world is going to fall in. They barely hang on to beat Philadelphia. It's nails on the chalkboard against Charlotte, and then that's just like it's flipped the switch. So, sure, it'd be great to just go out with an 8-game winning streak. I'm wondering, like, how long it can really last, so go for it. I do not have a great feeling about tonight. I'm a little nervous about it because Portland's been playing so well.
Well, let me ask this. They were...
Who's playing tonight?
12 and 11. I don't know yet. 12 and 11, and they've been, since that time, they were 22 and 9.
Wow.
Does that make you feel
better? Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Yeah, I feel great about it. I feel great about the Nuggets right now. Any weird vibes that Calvin was throwing out Zeke and Sarge's name on the road? Any kind of...
Well, you said it best on Friday. I think it was Friday that I've never heard anybody like unloading like that ever. I mean, I thought that was like
pretty wild.
Well, that was okay. Well, but I appreciate it. Don't.
He was
around.
honest.
He's being honest.
Yep.
And you know what? To me, and Tyler's asked this question about Zeke, and has he lived up to probably the value of his contract as far as money? No.
He sort of is of late.
But you need to get some from him. He's not going to be a scorer, but if he can be a defender guy at that big position, 3-4, boom, 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 and get your rebounds, and then the occasional putback, whatever, from that standpoint, his importance to this team is not scoring. And you just said they got a great scoring team. It's not going to be scoring, but if he can be a big defender and help, I mean, I thought he did great with Zion.
Well, Malone's been praising his defense of late, so
he certainly hasn't been a negative.
He's not been a negative.
Yeah,
and I think that's huge.
All right, we'll get to the Avalanche. By the way, knock me over with the feather. You get shut out in Vancouver, a team that's been like, and then you go win in Calgary and Edmonton to wrap things up before Four Nations? What? And that game against Edmonton was a banger, man. That was exciting. 5-4 hockey game, back and forth, 3 superstars, 4 if you want to Draisaitl Makar with McKinnon and McDavid. Like, that was awesome.
Hockey game.
And then you're watching Netches. I'll just go with how Moser says it. And you're like, I think we got the best end of this deal. But then I look at the Canes. They're okay. They're doing all right. They're a little bit, I thought this Mikko guy was going to give us a little more. But they're actually doing kind of okay. But
has Mikko scored for them?
Yeah. But he's not had the same contributions that Netches has had. And you get Netches on the cheap for a couple years, and you're going to lose Mikko no matter what. So it might turn out to just be a good deal for everybody. Just might be one of them trades that works out really for everybody. All right, let's do No Dumb Questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, you and I were enthralled just a moment ago. We learned that there's a hashtag WATL. We learned that there's a hashtag WATL. Feel free, if you're in your office or something, just put that in there and see what you get. We think it's World Axe Throwing League.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Right. We think there's and I don't know if it's professional. I'm assuming they have sponsors and everything else.
It looked professional.
It looked professional, right? So they're throwing these big old axes, which we've all. I mean, if you're a dude, who doesn't have an axe, right? I mean, we all got axes, right?
Got 3.
Yeah. And do you have an axe or an awl?
I got both.
Oh, see, I have 2 hand axes and an awl.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I just have like
one.
an axe to grind, but that's just a personal
I
metaphor.
mean, my favorite's the little mini one.
Yeah, the little hatchets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they throw these things. They throw short-handled and long-handled. But the key being, I'm sitting there watching this thing, and these guys can throw them. Right?
Yeah, what's the question?
In
Yes.
apocalypse, I mean, and I ask you this, would that not be, throwing knives and throwing axes in an apocalypse, not be a pretty good skill to have?
Well, what's a better weapon in an apocalypse? An axe or a knife?
I'm thinking axe because of the dual purpose. You're not going to chop a tree down with a knife.
True. You get a little bit more length also in a hand-to-hand battle.
Yeah,
you don't have to let the zombie get so close to you.
Good.
A gun, you would eventually run out of bullets.
If you don't have a press and all the stuff that goes with it.
The axe, once it does its business, you get to take it out and use it again.
Just grind it on a stone, get it sharper.
I mean, you can't miss.
Yeah. So the question, first dumb question.
In an apocalypse situation.
Knife and / or axe throwing would be a very good skill to have.
You ever been to an axe bar? They've got axe throwing bars
AX?
now. AXE.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those
An X throwing bar.
I've been into ASS bars before, but axe.
I went to a bar the other night, and I'm stone cold sober because I don't drink, right? But have you ever played Stump? Do you know what that is?
Yes, with the nails.
It's like a Midwestern thing, right?
Yeah.
So they're playing Stump in this bar, and everybody's got a hammer, right? And you put a nail in a little stump, and you got to flip the hammer, and then you got to smack somebody else's nail down all in one motion, however you catch the hammer, right? And I'm stone cold sober, but I'm sitting here with a bunch of drunk people. Everybody's flipping hammers up in the air and like swinging this thing down. I'm like, in today's world, I actually cannot believe that they allow this in a bar.
We played up in Grand Lake. We have a big.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, we put it together. But the loser, what you do, the first person has their nail loses, and they have to do a shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
I did shots of Red Bull.
Well, the best thing to have is a 5-pound sledge, hand sledge, pretty good. Those things, or 3.5 pounds, I guess would be best. 3.5. You know what I'm saying? The 3.5 pound sledge, you can just hit that thing and boom.
You know what skill I'd rather have, though, in an apocalyptic situation? You're very confrontational with the axe stuff. I'd rather have, like, the abilities to build things underground. Like, survival skills, I would rather have.
You got to be able to go on the offensive. There's only one way to clear them out.
Yeah.
You can't live on defense.
I just think I think defense wins championships.
But do you realize if you do that, the other skill sets you have to have now that you've done that? What's it? Hydroponics? What's the one where you grow?
Hydroponics?
Hydroponics. You're going to have to learn hydroponics.
Dan? Yeah, so I'd have to learn that, sure. Because I'd have to be like Matt Damon on Mars.
And you're still going to need some sort of protein. So, I mean, are you going to wear, raise beavers or?
I'm sorry?
I don't know how I would raise beavers.
Well, some food that breeds quickly and that you could, butcher and eat.
Yeah, that's a good question, man. Who am I kidding?
No.
I'd be dead within 5 seconds in apocalypse.
You can't survive an apocalypse on defense. You can't do that.
I'd be one of the first people dead in any kind of apocalypse
you do want a fortress.
Situation.
Don't get me wrong. You want a fortress so you could lay your head down in.
Yeah, but I literally have no skills to survive anything apocalyptic.
But do you realize you're young enough to learn these skills? So here's the next no dumb question.
Yeah, but what about my laziness?
What's the first skill you need to learn to prepare for an apocalypse?
It's I'm watching the YouTube videos, building a shelter underground. I'm seeing how they do it just out of mud.
And when you say underground, it might be on the side of a hill. You dig it out. You put wood.
Yeah.
That type
you
of
hide
thing.
it, but it's still underground.
Yeah, and you get leaves and stuff over it, so it looks like who can find it.
Looks like it takes about 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Well, the videos are usually 90 seconds. So they use, I will say this.
Why am I watching this stuff?
They complete them in about eight videos of 90 seconds. So you might be right on the timing.
The 2 wormholes I've gone down on YouTube recently are the Drake Kendrick Lamar thing and building shelters underground out of wood
or just
mud.
out in the woods, right? Have you seen the one the guy that
I've seen them all. I'm pretty sure I've seen them all.
They do it out of stone even? And
yes.
Yeah.
Stone, wood, mud.
Have you ever watched Lone Survivor?
Yep.
You remember the one year the guy won it? Did he actually killed a musk ox? But he built that rock shelter
I know
into
exactly
the
what you're
ground.
talking about.
I mean, that was he won that thing easy. Yeah, he won that thing. And what did he spend 100 days or something like that?
It's a lot. Alone? It's a lot.
I have an ethical dilemma, but it's not really a question. but I have a Super Bowl ethical dilemma. So it's in kind of its own category, but it does have to do with the Super Bowl. Really quick, I'll do that here in a second. Who would win in a fight, the morning show against the afternoon show? So Vic, Kane, those guys against, I guess, Nate and Andy.
Nate and Andy.
Andy's taking them all down.
Andy's taking them all down.
I mean, I don't know what Nate's doing, but
what is Nate doing?
Andy can take on at least 4 or 5.
Nate needs just to get a wound in somewhere.
They would get Springer too, and they'd have Steve Nelson, but that's
that
was like useless.
Like that right there. It's kind of like Paul Westphal said one time in Sports Illustrated. Ed Neely and I had a jump ball, and he said he was sitting over on the sidelines looking at that and say, "No one's going to win." So Springer and Nelly,
yeah. Nelly's the sacrifice guy. Like in an apocalypse. Chris Carter once said you got to have a fall guy, right?
Yeah.
Or was that Rand? Who was that?
Well,
Chris Carter.
Chris Carter said that.
Yeah, you got to have a fall guy.
Yeah.
Do you have to have a sacrifice guy also?
Probably. You want somebody to be the tip of the spear who's going down quick.
Or catches the tip of the spear.
Like, hey, man, I love you so much. Like you're just amazing.
Yeah, like when
you go first.
When Mel Gibson yelled, "Freedom!" I mean, he's started the charge, but he let other guys go past him.
Kind of slowly got backwards.
Yeah, he kind of, whoa, Nelly.
You need Kreckman and
Lindahl?
Springer. No,
Springer,
to just take the ball guy from Nebraska and just keep him busy while Andy disposes of the other 2 cats.
A reminder, I'll give you my Super Bowl ethical dilemma here in a second. At 2:20 today, listen for a keyword to text along with your name to 303-504-0925. All this week, chance to win Safeway gift cards to help you with your Valentine's Day needs. That's coming up again at 2:20. Thank you to Safeway. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, we'll go through the demise of the Chiefs here in about 13 minutes, which is awesome. But let me throw ethical dilemmas. This is a Super Bowl viewing ethical dilemma for you guys. So, like I said earlier, we did get out of town. We didn't boycott the Super Bowl. Of course, we watched it, but like it wasn't the center of our lives. It was kind of like, hey, we're doing something else, and hey, the Super Bowl's now on. Well, part of it, we went to the Mount Princeton Hot Springs, and there's a cool restaurant. We had dinner there Saturday night, which is where we spent a couple bucks, but I love eating dinner just at the bar. They had like a Wagyu like hamburger that was actually cheaper, but still an expensive hamburger. I was like, ooh, I'm going to get that. Like second half of the Super Bowl.
Is it Wagyu or Wagyu?
Wagyu.
Netchus or Natchus. Anyways, it's a burger. But I've been thinking about having that damn burger since I was in that restaurant for 2 straight days. Like with a nice cold beer.
Hold on. The Wagyu burger at Del Frisco's is phenomenal. And this is why I'm a big defender of being able to order a burger at a steakhouse.
Yeah, we weren't sitting at a white cloth table cementing a deal with George Payton to be the GM.
I'm just telling you.
We were sitting
phenomenal.
We were sitting at a bar chilling out at the end of the day. There's a big difference. Context matters.
Mm-mm.
That being said, I'm sitting there. I got my burger. I got my beer. Everything's great. The Chiefs are getting waxed. There's big, huge elk that are pinned up to the side of the wall, and there's a buffalo. Maybe the future of Ralphie if she can't figure out how to run. I don't know. They're just up there. Just a fireplace is roaring. Empty seat next to my wife. And thank God I was on the very end. This didn't happen on purpose. But dumb football guy sits down with dumb football guy wife. And I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, but nothing is more infuriating when you're just sitting down to chill out when you run into dumb football guy and it's the Super Bowl.
I did it yesterday.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was this. Who's this? The Seahawks? This is the woman. Where's the game? Is the weather bad? They're playing inside of a dome, and everybody knows it's in New Orleans.
So was it dumb football guy or dumb football guy's wife?
Both. They were tag teaming the dumbness. And then, of course, he wants to share things about his life. We live in Old Littleton in a house built in the... Nobody's asking. Nobody cares. And I was losing it internally. But normally, I love engaging in conversations at the bar. I usually love it. I love it. I look for it. I'm hoping that we can engage in some fun, back and forth. But I had to sit near dumb football guy and dumb football guy's wife. Is it the Seahawks? Was a question. And where's the game being played? Is the weather an issue?
Well, but the second question, if you don't really watch football, you may not know New Orleans.
Sure. It's nighttime.
The first one, the second one.
It's the second half of the Super Bowl, and you're asking where the game's being played.
You're probably not real engaged.
You think? And it was just, they, Tyler, didn't shut up the entire time that they were there.
But were they talking to you guys or just talking to themselves and you're over here, which is burning you even more?
Because my wife is, she is a saint, and she will engage in a nice way. And she knew I was ticked off by the whole thing because I wouldn't even look at them. I couldn't, because I knew if I looked at them, I would just be a jerk to them with I really felt like saying, well, really, you guys should go somewhere else right now. You really should just walk away.
Were you scanning the bar for other seats?
Yeah, there was nowhere else to go. There was a tabletop nearby, but that was yeah.
Oh. I had a similar experience. I did, except for they were doing me the favor of allowing me to watch the game. They weren't overly intrigued anyways. I don't ask too many details here, okay?
Okay.
But
you know what I'm saying.
But so I didn't feel it wasn't as pressure filled because they were doing me the favor of allowing me to watch, which actually turned out to be a relatively easy way to watch a football game because nobody was really, really overly interested.
All right. Here's my ethical dilemma. When you run into dumb sports people watching an important event with you, do you say something or do you just let it go?
No.
Let it go.
You let it go. Yeah, you can't be an a-hole.
I mean, a game, how important really was it to you that you go and take a little vacation weekend?
It wasn't. It was, it's whatever at that point. But, like, who's playing the Seahawks? I mean, because of the Eagles uniforms.
Oh, did you see what Mahomes wore to the game, by the way?
I did. That was a flex.
Wow. Straight Eagles green suit.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. And did you see what Kelsey was wearing?
Yeah, the porn star
Straight
outfit.
70s porn star.
Let me tell you, man. It looks cool going in. You got to put that shizzle on when you leave.
Yeah, it wasn't as cool for him going out, was it?
If I was one of those athletes.
He lost the sunglasses on the way
If I was
out.
one of those athletes, it's not like I would prepare for it, but I'd have a pair of sweats close by that I could just throw on and, let some assistant deal with the garment bag with the fancy clothes. Because you look like an idiot walking out in that stuff. Kelsey looked like a moron walking out in his red whatever velour suit or whatever the hell it was.
With the tears in his eyes.
Orangey red, sparkly, yeah.
That was a choice. That was definitely a choice.
Yeah. I thought, when I first saw it, I said, Uncle Rico at the Super Bowl.
I don't think Kelsey's going to retire. I know everybody's saying it. I don't think he's going to retire. What is the dude going to do in his life without football?
Nothing.
I know he's got other stuff. I know his podcast makes him $16 million a year. I know he'll have opportunities to do little cameos in movies and everything. He ain't walking away.
He shouldn't. He should keep playing. You got the rest of your life for that crap. By the way, the whole country is getting fatigued with all of that. Taylor getting booed? Okay.
Yeah, but that's nothing new. She's been getting booed forever.
Not like that, man.
Yes.
Not in Kansas City.
At the Super Bowl, a supposedly neutral site, she's getting booed?
She's been getting booed a long time.
Really? Because
yes.
I'm going to guess Taylor Swift, it's pretty nice most places she goes. Where do you think she's getting booed, Tyler?
It's been going on for a long time.
Where?
In the NFL.
You think she's getting booed to Kansas City?
No.
Okay, where else is she going that she's getting booed?
To games.
What? I guess that's my point. How many road games does she go to?
I haven't seen
she doesn't go to a lot of road games. She just goes to Kansas City.
She gets booed. It's definitely not the first time.
All right.
First time I've heard it.
Anne Hathaway wasn't getting booed. They put her up there. Paul Rudd wasn't getting booed. They put him up there.
How about Paul Rudd? I mean, you can tell he's a Chiefs fan. See him in the game. Head was like buried. I mean, he was dying.
How'd we feel about actors introducing them on their way in?
Thought it was cool. Bradley, John Hamm, who's a Chiefs fan, and Bradley Cooper, who's definitely an Eagles fan. I thought it was cool.
I thought it wasn't their time. It wasn't their time. It was the team's time.
It's a little fun. Man, are you what else are you anti here in the Super Bowl? Like,
that was literally the first one.
What else are you?
I've been pro Kendrick. That was literally the first one.
So you were down on John Hamm and Bradley Cooper.
Yeah.
My biggest thing when I saw John Hamm.
Because the guys are coming out of the tunnel. It's their time now.
My biggest thing when I saw John Hamm, I'm like, dude, you died.
Who?
John
Hamm?
He died, right?
I don't know the John Hamm you're talking about, but I'm sure it's an
what do you mean he
I'm
died?
sure it's an old Western actor.
What's his name then?
John Hamm?
The guy you just talked about.
John Hamm and Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. John Hamm, the good-looking guy that was in the one.
Oh, he's not good looking anymore.
Oh, he's not?
What are you talking about?
What are you saying?
He died in the TV series that's on with the oil man, landman.
Oh my God. I thought you were talking about some other John Hamm that actually died in real life.
No, last time I saw him, he's laying in a hospital bed, and I'm hearing beep.
Hey, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Great. Now I won't have to watch Landman. Now I know what happens.
Well, but there's still question whether he is or not, right?
We technically don't know.
Okay, because I'm not there yet. I'm still like.
Well, you've had three.
I know. It's taking forever to get there. I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, so when I saw him, I'm going, dude, you're awful happy for a dude that just got waxed off a series.
What does the Chiefs collapse mean?
I'm sure he got paid still.
What does it mean for the Broncos? And how do you as a Broncos fan feel right now? It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you're struggling with hair loss, know that you can do something about it. It's time for you to take control. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're a little bit frustrated because nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. Guys, make a commitment to yourself to get your hair back with my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. Pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. I promise you, you will not regret investing in yourself, doing it the right way, because when you go to Advanced Hair, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee there, folks. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So you've got no time to waste. Pick up the phone, call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Before we get to Deebo Samuel, and a reminder, the keyword for our Safeway giveaway for Valentine's Day coming up in 15 minutes. What was your favorite part of watching the Chiefs just get destroyed yesterday? Your favorite part?
Let the Chiefs fan go first.
I didn't care.
Okay.
I thought I
So your favorite part was you didn't care?
I mean, no, I told you I watched the game so I could talk about
The
it
game
today.
sucked.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I wasn't even into it. It sucked. After about 30 minutes, I was forcing myself to continue watching it.
I had so many favorite parts of it, but let me rephrase.
So you're one of those guys like Raj that you just enjoy other people's suffering.
It was so great. I mean, I'm sitting there like, ooh, could they, I'm looking things up, lose by 45 or more? And unfortunately, they did. And could they be the first team shutout ever in the history of a Super Bowl? Ooh, they didn't get that. Could Patrick Mahomes be sacked or run into 9 or more sacks? Could Cooper DeJean get a second pick six? Could future Bronco Zach Bond make another incredible play? I mean, it was just endless. Could Saquon Barkley just run through the entire burned out, tired defensive line of the Chiefs for like a 80-yard touchdown at any point? I mean, I was intrigued by all of it.
Well, I will say the only thing that did suck for that game is the total yards rushing and whatever that he ends up passing Terrell Davis for all time, counting regular season and playoffs. But he did it in one more game, and you forget that Terrell Davis had second and third best. Now second, third best.
Yeah, but Terrell, unlike other people, was very, very gracious about it, and he was celebrating the dude. You know, he wasn't bitter about it like Dickerson and some other people have been. He celebrated it because that's what you're supposed to do.
I saw a clip of Terrell on that Mark Schlereth Fox show with our pal Craig Carton on that one, and he was just saying ABC, anybody but Chiefs. Anybody but Chiefs.
Well, he's a Bronco.
No kidding, and that felt good. And then, yeah, my wife is in love with the Travis Kelce. She's all telling me about Kylie Kelce and how her and Jason met like on a dating app. I mean, she was doing some deep dives on that family. But I just sat there and just absolute joy, like a little kid on Christmas, just watching the Chiefs just get
did anybody
freaking
see
killed.
The video of the other Kelce brother driving a golf cart with a Eagles logo or thing and then tipping it or something?
I did
crashing
not.
it?
I did not catch that.
No. One
But
told me she saw that.
you know, I mean, there's probably part of Jason Kelce that's like, hey, I love my brother, but I'm an Eagle.
Right. Well, all the guys in the offensive line are his boys.
I hate to admit it, I guess. I hate to admit it. I didn't feel any of that. I didn't feel like this utter joy that the Chiefs were getting embarrassed. I don't hate Andy Reid. I just can't. I can't hate Andy Reid. I didn't feel any of that. I was just bummed out we didn't have a good game.
Let me pose the question a different way. Based on how
I'd be curious I'd be curious polling the people how they felt about it. Like is it going to be an absolute landslide for Broncos fans that they just felt utter jubilation in that game, or would they prefer an actual football game?
Do you really need a poll on that?
I guess so, because I just asked for one.
Yeah,
I would have for a guy who didn't have a dog in the hunt, I would have rather seen, what was it, the Super Bowl 2 years ago, 35, 33, something like that. I'd rather see something like that.
I would have rather seen exactly what we saw. I would rather not have seen a close game, and here's why. I thought that game opened up so many windows for the Broncos in terms of what to expect next year. Is silly. And then you put into context how many close games the Chiefs actually did win by. Okay, they got lucky. And I know I was being a little bit facetious and serious at the same time. They were the worst undefeated team. They were the worst 15-1 team. They were the worst team to show up in a Super Bowl because they just weren't that great of a team. And that's how they played. And that, to me, opens up a world of possibilities for the Broncos next year.
But not just the Broncos.
Not just the Broncos, but the Broncos are one of them.
I mean,
sure.
And I thought the wisest thing you said today, if you're in Buffalo today, you're kicking yourself.
You are kicking yourself. Although I think they would have lost to the Eagles.
I do too, but I think it'd have been a better game.
I agree, but I think it would have been
I think
the ultimate
Cincinnati Eagles would have been a better game.
I think Broncos Eagles would have been a better game. But listen, I got to give the Eagles credit, man. It is a gargantuan offensive line. It's a quarterback.
6'6", 338 is what it averages.
It's ridiculous. It's a quarterback.
They got Mekhi Becton playing on the inside.
Yeah. It's a quarterback who I think he earned his MVP. Although you could have, I don't know if you can collectively give an MVP to a defense. That probably was the most deserving, but it's hard to just pick one guy. They got a coach who understands what it takes to manage a team that's complicated, to say the least, with personalities.
Well, dude, he's got your wide receiver yelling at you in the first half, and then you throw a great touchdown pass, and now they're hugging afterwards.
You got a GM who figured out how to get a deal done to get Saquon Barkley and an ownership who has taken their team to the championship here repeatedly with two different coaches.
Did you see Saquon after that first drive when A.J. Brown gets called for the phantom offensive pass interference, and the whole sideline is all ticked off, and it's like, here we go. I thought it was cool to see Saquon when he came to the sideline. He takes his helmet off. He's like, hey, calm down, boys. We're good. That's a leader, man. That's a dude that understood the moment.
Yeah, he's clearly a good dude. He's an incredible talent. And just, I was a little bit wrong on the Eagles story. The Eagles story is actually pretty cool. The deeper I got into it. I'm just not a big Philadelphia fan, but their story's cool. And the story of Jalen Hurts is pretty damn cool. And so is Saquon. So
one of the cool, somebody did an interview with Saquon and said something, are you worried, and this had to be done earlier, whatever, or did you see the video of Jalen Hurts squatting 600 pounds? Are you worried about that? Because he squat more than you or whatever? And he looks at him and goes, nah. And they showed Jalen Hurts squatting, and he had to get help. It was why he was at OU. Had to get help, and they were ready for it, and he got it one time. Then they cut to a film of Saquon doing 585 and repping it. It just boom, boom, boom. Are you worried that he can squat more? And he goes, nah.
Now, if this was Eagles-Bills, and the Eagles did to the Bills what they just did to the Chiefs, I would have been bored by the game. It just would have been sad. It would have sucked. It was because it was the Chiefs that I was gloating so much and taking so much pleasure in it. No doubt about it.
Well, listen, the AFC West, I think you're trying to hint at, is given hope.
No doubt about it.
That maybe there's
no doubt about
a little slippage in the growth, and then maybe right now there's an opportunity. But you get an experienced coach, whatever you think about his age or whatever. But you get a pretty experienced coach in the Raiders. Do you think they're going to go be like they were last year? Or you think they're going to be tougher? Mm-hmm. I think they're going to be tougher.
Tougher, but they're going to be 1 year away because they're going to have to do it with a new quarterback. And likely it's going to be.
What did Sean Payton do with a new quarterback?
He got him to the playoffs. Yep. They're going to be more dangerous, no doubt.
You don't think there's an opportunity for them to do that?
Of course, because they're going to have an easy schedule relatively. Can Shadur Sanders in 1 year do the same thing Bo Nix did?
We'll see.
We'll see.
And in the Chargers, I mean, they've been pretty good.
Chargers are going to be dangerous too. But it's not like...
you couldn't beat them, right?
They were tough.
You got swept by them, and you swept the Raiders.
That's true. And you split with the Chiefs, and you should have swept the Chiefs. The Broncos do have the Eagles, by the way, on their schedule next year.
Yep.
That could be opening night. Could be Thursday opening night.
But would
could
you?
Be.
No,
it could be. I'm telling you,
it'll be the Chiefs, Philadelphia opening night.
Okay,
that's what it usually
because they're playing the AFC West, and you got the two Super Bowl teams.
You're right. It could be. Or are we just gonna move on from the Chiefs because that's yesterday's news?
I think you're a little excited to dismiss the Chiefs right now. And I hope you're right.
The world is sick of the Chiefs.
Oh, I know.
And the three-peat story just did not hold enough water to be that interesting during the game. Not really.
Oh, the world's sick, and I hope you're right. I just think we're a little foolish here if we think the Chiefs are just going to fall off the map, man. I mean, could I see them having an 11-win season, a 10-win season at some point? Maybe. But it's still going to be a damn good team, man. And it's going to be a team that's still going to be the favorites. Next year, they're going to be the favorites. They'll probably be the favorites the year after that. And it's probably not going anywhere. But it might get more and more competitive. But that, dude, they're going to be the top dogs.
It's complicated with the Chiefs because their most dynamic or interesting offensive weapon, Kelsey, is toast.
Yeah, but they just made it to the Super Bowl with Kelsey toast.
True.
So, I mean, really?
And you had a rookie wide receiver that got a touchdown last night.
Xavier Worthy.
He's going to have a year
I
experience.
mean, Kelsey didn't do
He's
anything
fine.
for him the entire year.
How are we feeling about DeAndre Hopkins?
Done.
He's good?
But again,
Okay.
they just made it to the Super Bowl with DeAndre Hopkins at the end.
But that's not the most important thing. The reason they limped into the playoffs.
He had a big drop early.
The reason they were limping and barely surviving was their offensive line just is not that great. You have to do major surgery on that offensive line, and that's hard to do. That is not easy to do. But that's going to be a big problem for them next year, too. That's not going to be an easy solution. I love it.
And you're drafting at 31.
And you're drafting at 31. Now, when they were drafting last year at 31, hey, it's a luxury. We're going to go get Xavier Worthy, 32.
The Chiefs
32.
need to make a really tough decision and almost encourage Travis to walk away. Because it's not so much like I do think Travis Kelce is in the way, number one. Did you guys see what happened to Samaje at the end of the game? That was a little bit sad.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
What was behind that?
I don't think there was anything intentional behind it, but Patrick Mahomes is going down the bench, giving a high five to everybody. And then he sees Travis Kelce. There's one guy between him and Travis Kelce, and he skips over Samaje. Samaje stands up to kind of give him a bro hug, and he skips over him to go give Kelce a hug. I don't think it was intentional. I just think that he happened to see Kelce, and he just went straight to his guy. But Kelce is a presence in that room that, number one, is probably a distraction for Mahomes. But number two, they probably need to make a tough decision as an organization that it is time to just reset. It's time to kind of get rid of the old guard, and we got to move forward with the young pups.
We have a poll out there right now. Should the Broncos go after Deebo Samuel? We'll tell you how that poll is slanting. And Dan and Let's Football Go will ask the big question. How aggressive should the Broncos be getting that joker? That's next. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. They are the absolute best. All right, here we are, just a little past 2:23. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone. Show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Today, the keyword is Arrow. So text Arrow, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. Arrow, first and last name, 303-504-0925. You get that done, you'll be entered for today's $50 gift card, plus Friday's $250 gift card, thanks to Safeway. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, let's football go!
All right, we'll start with Broncos offseason plans, free agency, the draft. Sean Payton said the team wants a Joker-type player as a need for the team. A lot of speculation has been that Deebo Samuel could be an option for the Broncos. Here is Deebo Samuel earlier today talking about the Broncos.
Kind of be like, ooh, they might be something special.
I could say Denver. Bo Nix is playing really, really good ball right now. Your defense is outrageous. You got P2 out there who's, I would say, the best at the position right now. Probably been for the past 2 years. You got the other guy on the other side. I just think you need a couple more pieces, and then it'll be what it need to be, and you just have to get past Pat Mahomes every year.
All right, fellas. So the Broncos are projected to have about $32 million in dead cap for the upcoming season, mostly because of the Russell Wilson contract. So what do you want to see out of the Broncos this year? More so draft-centric, or do you want to see them make a splash in free agency, or do you want to see them kick that can down the road until the dead cap is gone?
It's a really fine line, right? Because you got to be realistic about where you're at. Outside of DMac, I don't know too many people that think the Broncos are a year or two away from winning a Super Bowl. So you never want to forego the future for a temporary Band-Aid that isn't going to give you a championship. That being said, I'm highly intrigued by Deebo Samuel. I am. I know that he's had a lot of injuries. I know it's a concern. I know he wasn't happy last year, not getting as much production as he usually has gotten. But if you are looking for a joker, and Sean Payton has not been shy of making it very clear that that is the number one priority of this offense, that is the best joker in the NFL. Deebo Samuel can do everything, and I think the Broncos should absolutely flirt with it.
I would love to see Deebo Samuel here for all those reasons. I'd love to see them spend a little extra to get Zach Bond, inside linebacker. I'm going to be fine with Colston Loveland, but I'd prefer Tyler Warren. It'd be fun to have Cam Scadaboo, but if there's another running back that makes more sense, I'm fine with that too. And I think that's the basics of your offseason. Scott, I think that's the fundamentals, man.
Yeah, I think Deebo, if he's actually truly on the market, which it seems like he will be, I think there'd be a whole lot of teams. Well, he's only 29. I say only 29, but I think there's going to be a lot of teams wouldn't mind having him. Depends on the cost.
He's a bit of, a short-term guy for teams, I would say. I don't think there's long-term plans there for Deebo Samuel, but hey, man, I mean, who cares? Listen, the Eagles got Saquon Barkley. I don't know if they need anything more than they got from him this year. I'm not wishing him ill, but, running backs kind of burn out quickly. They got what they needed out of Saquon Barkley. I'd love to get the whatever you can out of Deebo Samuel, even if it is just for a year or two.
The Broncos would probably be fools if they went crazy in free agency, but I think they've got enough money that they could get at least one A-lister on offense and one A-lister on defense.
Dan, we have 2 polls in the field right now. You want to update it? We have 2 polls, not just 1 poll, 2 polls out there.
First poll is, should the Broncos go after Deebo Samuel in free agency? Yes or no? Currently, it's no. Draft a dude at 68.7% of our listeners want the Broncos to figure this out in the draft, not free agency.
But you could do both.
You could do both, though. I mean, you can do both. You probably are going to try to do both. I think they're going to try to get a tight end that can do the trick, or Deebo Samuel's a receiver/running back. I think you can do both.
Second poll, would you rather have seen a close game in the Super Bowl yesterday or the Chiefs getting blown out? So far, getting blown out is running away with it at 82.2%. So people wanted to see the Chiefs get blown out.
Yeah. Broncos fans did. I don't know if the world wanted it, because if the world doesn't have they're not Broncos, Chargers, or Raiders fans.
The world was probably not all too off from where the Broncos fans were. I mean, there's just a lot of fatigue.
There's a lot of fatigue. I don't think there's anything wrong with like Jason Kelce and the whole Kelce thing, but it's a lot, man. I got to tell you, our guy Peyton Manning, I love him. I do love Peyton Manning, but there's a lot of Manning stuff out there too, guys. There's a lot.
They did about 8 commercials.
How about his pathetic kicking performance that DMac is so convinced he could nail a 35-yarder?
I will bet anything in the world I could kick a field goal better than Peyton Manning.
How about the 35-yarder?
Fine. I'll bet anything in the world I could do better than Peyton Manning.
Let's go to the field. No, that's not the bet. But let's go to the field. I'll take that bet. You ain't making a 35-yarder.
I don't know if I'm making it, but I'm making it look better than Peyton Manning.
He doinked the upright or doinked the
Dude,
sidebar.
Peyton Manning had like time to prepare, to practice, to get ready for the. You think Peyton wasn't trying? Peyton does not strike me as the type of guy that goes into something saying, hey, I'm okay if I fail at this. He shanked the first one to the left, and then he doinked the second one, and they moved it up to the 10-yard line?
That's because it's harder than you think.
Do you think I've not kicked a football through a field goal before?
I don't think you could do it like you claim.
You think I wasn't the captain of my soccer team in high school? You don't think there's skills there? Seriously.
I think if you play soccer, you can kick a football. So I notice I've stayed quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm staying true. You can't make a 35-yarder. Nope.
Well, that's not what they were trying to do, by the way. You know that, right? It wasn't a 35-yarder.
I thought the first one was on the 25.
It was on the 15.
15? It
was a 25-yarder. It was pathetic. A 35-yarder is a little trickier, no doubt about it. When I tried out for the Crush, I made 2 out of 3 from 35 on the Broncos facility. And they kind of barely got there, but they got there.
Yeah, but you're 10, 15 years older now.
The extra point from the 10-yard line?
I can't make it. I know that.
Well, okay, but you don't have any background in it. You didn't do anything your whole life. I kicked a soccer ball for... It's ridiculous. It's so easy to do that anybody who's experienced doing it. And I guarantee both of you guys could do it if you did it toe straight on. Straight on toe. Don't do the soccer kick.
Do I get the little square toe?
You can do your Jack Dempsey all you want. Both you could do it. Absolutely you could do it.
I don't know. I've tried. It ain't pretty.
I was stunned Peyton was so bad at it. And when Eli got a second crack at it, you see what he did?
They drilled it.
Drilled it. That would have been
Peyton's second one was actually pretty good. It just doinked.
I would be stunned if Peyton was actually okay with that. I bet you he was a little embarrassed by it.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
By the way, they got Peyton driving the lawnmower around with a bunch of Bud Lights and stuff too.
That was kind of funny.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of funny. A good way to sneak a little Bud Light commercial in without sneaking a Bud Light commercial in.
You're right.
Okay. I don't feel like I saw any of the commercials.
Well, I don't think.
Were there any really good ones?
There was a couple.
Yeah, there was a couple good ones, yeah.
What were the good ones?
The one with Harrison Ford for the Jeep commercial where he said at the very end, and never mind, my last name is Ford.
I forget my last
name is Ford. He like mouthed it. It was cool.
It was the new Jeep electric.
The other Jeep commercial was pretty good with the Little Red Riding Hood sort of theme with the like the what it was the wolves like in the Jeeps and they were after him.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
That's pretty good.
There's one early like makes you cry.
Well, there was
the little boy with the cancer, and he was like running down the streets like a boxer, and then he goes and it turns out he was a real little kid, and it shows his reunion with his mom.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
And I'm like, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Hey, the little Budweiser with the pony bringing home the pony keg.
Yeah,
it's a pony
kick
keg
it into the thing. Yeah,
it's a pony with a pony keg.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I don't know, man. They're all right. They're commercials, you know. I mean, whatever.
$8 million a pop.
Jeez. For the life of me, I cannot understand the economics of that. How can you tell me $8 million? You're getting a return on an $8 million investment there,
dude. How come eggs cost $14? I don't know. Who knows?
Killed 100 million chickens.
Well, I mean, do you really want to know the answer?
Bok. Well, that might explain why the commercials are $8 million. I don't know. Who knows? I got a story for you guys though. It's crazy. I have an egg service. Like,
oh my God.
No, this is ridiculous.
Royal Crest?
No. A woman has an organic. So the woman we bought the townhome from subscribed to this organic egg farm service or something. She got the eggs delivered. And my wife just said, well, we like eggs. We do that. Why don't we just continue the service? And at the time, It was so ridiculously expensive. It was embarrassing. Do you know what ridiculously embarrassing was? $7
For a dozen or 18?
for a dozen. And I was like, that is absurd.
What does it cost at the store right now? I honestly don't know.
$9 or so, something like that. $8.50, $9. I mean, you got to look at eggs in the store right now. It's crazy.
I just buy it. I don't look at it.
Okay. Well, football.
No.
Pro player.
Trust me.
Yeah. Anyways, all of a sudden my boutique egg service, which is a little embarrassing that I have a boutique egg service, is some sort of bargain. It's a bargain.
My dad and sister had an egg service out in Oklahoma.
I used to have Royal Crest growing up. And sometimes I do think that that's a nice little service.
Is your egg service them just going out to the chicken coop?
Yeah,
and
they had
picking the eggs out?
like 4 chickens, and you go out there and get,
That's the egg
get
service?
chickens every morning.
Did you ever ring one right before you ate it at night?
I've never ringed a chicken.
I'm sure that means something that my brain isn't going towards.
You go grab it by its neck, you ring it, and then you eat it.
Okay. That's even worse than I was thinking about. Next up, Dan.
The ringing is the killing of the chicken.
I know. I now understand that.
All right, let's hear from Adam Schefter. So reports are coming out saying that the Jets are not expected to bring back Aaron Rodgers. So a lot of speculation over the weekend was, where will Aaron Rodgers end up? Well, Tom Brady, part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Everybody thinks that could be an option, but Schefty says no, the Raiders have somebody else in mind.
There's another new owner who probably is a big fan of Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady in Vegas.
Oh, I didn't even think of it.
I think the Raiders are going to make a play for Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold's a candidate to be the Raiders quarterback. We'll see whether Minnesota lets him go or not, but let's see if that works out with Sam Darnold winding up in Vegas.
Okay, do you guys think that's a good play for the Vegas Raiders, getting Sam Darnold? And if Darnold does end up in Vegas and Aaron Rodgers does decide he wants to continue playing, where do you think Aaron Rodgers ends up next year?
I do think the Raiders have to make a play like that, right? I mean, they can't plan on getting Shedeur Sanders because what if they don't? And even if they do, they might like to have a nice little bridge year there. So Sam Darnold makes a lot of sense. What other guys are out there? Zach Wilson. It's not. I mean, the list is pretty limited in terms of what quarterbacks are available.
It's
Russell
tough this year.
Wilson.
Yep.
I think the Raiders have no choice but to make a play for Sam Darnold. And then what was the other question?
Yeah, because you can't run the risk of just. I mean, if you're able to get Shedeur in the thing, then there's your quarterback.
I think they're going to.
And you go with them.
I think they're going to try very aggressively to get Shedeur.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to get him. I do think that's where he's going to wind.
Then if they're smart, you get a Shedeur, and then maybe you do get a Zach Wilson because Darnold's going to be more expensive than Zach Wilson.
Sure, you get somebody else,
Yeah.
but it's just
Or
like
Stidham. You know?
Yeah, sure. It'll be. I think the Raiders will do exactly what the Broncos did this past year. There might be a couple of guys, frankly, because who knows? But yeah, they're going down that same path.
Well, you got 2 rookie quarterbacks in that giant class that. One was hurt, so didn't get to play it all year. One started late and came on, and everybody liked him. Two of them actually came on late and looked pretty good. And 2 took you to the playoffs. Pretty good percentage. Right?
Why wouldn't the Vikings just re-sign Sam Darnold to a big contract? Why wouldn't they do that?
They're going to put everything on J.J. McCarthy.
Are they? I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It felt like a no-brainer when you thought you could re-sign Sam Darnold at $30 million. And then you thought it was going to be $50 million. You're like, well, I'm out. And now it's sort of back towards, well, it's probably not going to be $50 million. So I don't know why. I don't think it's going to be an easy answer for him. I think they're going to debate that down to the very last second, whether they should bring Sam Darnold back.
Could the Jets end up with Sam Darnold again?
Maybe.
It's crazy, right?
I see no way he goes there.
Because
I think he would take $20 million to go somewhere else as opposed to $27 to go play with the Jets.
You might not be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think that thing is I would, if I were him, unless it's all about the money, I would stay away from New York as long as he could.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why would you go back? Yeah,
money.
I mean, isn't New Orleans in play for a quarterback too?
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is, and they're just so far back in the draft, and there's only really a couple guys in the draft.
Why wouldn't New Orleans be in play for Sam?
I would think they would be, actually. I think they would be. And for Aaron Rodgers, maybe his phone doesn't ring, man. I don't know. I just do not understand a team that would want to roll the dice with him.
What poise does he have left? That's what I'm trying to think of. Does he have any of his guys that have got jobs? I don't think so.
He could travel with Devontae Adams. I mean, because he's a free agent as well. Like, they could be a package deal together wherever they go next, theoretically.
But we are sitting here pointing out there's probably 4 or 5 teams that still need a quarterback, and only 2 of them are probably going to get one in the draft. Well, that's going to leave some quarterback-hungry teams.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, and you're right. Free agency for quarterbacks this year sucks. It is not a good place to be this year. It'll be interesting, man. This is where football, we start this part of football.
What if Aaron Rodgers does a complete reversal of what his career has been and says New Orleans or whatever, and goes, listen, I'll come play for $7 million. $10 million.
Well, that might be his best choice, by the way. Did you catch what Rex Ryan said? He goes, I interviewed for the Jets job, and the biggest part of the conversation about Aaron Rodgers was, is it okay that he does the McAfee show? Is it okay that he's controversial with his politics? Is it okay this and okay that? Rex Ryan said this on TV. Behind-the-scenes questions about all the issues with Aaron Rodgers. And ultimately, you want to talk about an open window to what made this decision. Are you worth it or not? Your value, pain in the ass sort of scale. And the Jets ultimately decided that the pain in the ass thing was just too much. It was interesting that Rex kind of shared that. And the star of the...
That's why Rex won't get a head coaching job.
It sure is.
Yep.
It sure is. But it was sure fun to hear about that. And the star of the show in New York has to be Aaron Glenn and what he wants to do moving forward. It cannot be some sort of distracting thing.
I thought it was fascinating that Aaron Glenn said that he's not going to call plays for a dude that has been as talented of a coordinator as he has been. And he was on the fast track, man, for the last few years. He said, I want to be a head coach, and I want to be a head coach only. I need to be the best head coach I can be, and I can't do that if I'm calling plays.
Wasn't that the change in Philadelphia?
Cool. Eventually, yeah. Eventually, yes.
When he finally said, I got to quit calling plays. I got to let
Eventually,
yep. And he goes, what are you going to do? I'm going to be the head coach.
Yep.
Dude, they were having their Bruce Brown.
But they're losing Kellen Moore, so I bet he goes back to calling plays.
It was funny. Post game, it was like Malone, like Brucey B's not going anywhere because everybody knows. Because everybody knows Kellen Moore. Everybody knows he's going to the Saints.
Actually, this isn't a crazy thought. Talking about Aaron Rodgers, he might go to Minnesota, do the exact same thing Brett Favre did. Go from the Jets to Minnesota
for like 5 to 7. Just do it.
Just if they're not ready for JJ,
if he's willing, it's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
If he's willing to go for that lower amount of money, yeah. And he'd have to be willing to be a backup.
Well, not out the gates.
JJ had the ACL, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we don't know anything about JJ
right
McCarthy.
Right in the beginning of training camp.
So he becomes like a Russell Wilson, Justin Fields sort of situation. By the way, where does Russell Wilson end up? Where does Justin Fields end up? Does he go back to Pittsburgh for 15?
He'll just be a backup.
So who's Pittsburgh going to have for a quarterback?
Well, I don't know. They might bring him back because they don't have much choice, do they?
They're at 21.
Yeah, they don't have much choice.
Purgatory, man.
And the owner did say a while back that they preferred to bring back either Justin or Russ.
Well, Justin's much, much younger. And you saw what Jalen Hurts did. Why don't you do more and more packages that Jalen Hurts had?
And free agency.
And maybe that would help Justin Fields.
Free agency in the NFL starts March 12th. And this is what makes things interesting. Oh, are you kidding? I got it dialed in, bro.
Calendar boy.
Come on, man. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, you hear about medicine and effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues. Well, that's not the only thing. Love is the best reason to get treated for your ED. ED can cause major relationship issues. In fact, men often push their partners away when ED becomes a problem. The condition can cause depression, arguments, breakups, even contribute to divorce. The one you love, the light of your life, like most men, you want to do what you can to nurture your relationship. If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, the impacts of that condition is likely to have on you and your partner could be dramatic. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving men on the front range for nearly a decade. Schedule a consult, $99. Get that T and PSA test if medically advised the test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work, in the office, the visit is free. But you could be like most men and having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations, easy to get to and easy to call at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Nate and Andy coming up at the top of the hour, talk all about the Super Bowl and everything else going on. In terms of two polls we have out in the field, would you rather see a close game in the Super Bowl or Chiefs getting blown out? Blowout is crushing, 86 to 14%. Surprised by this one. Should the Broncos go after Deebo Samuel? No. 69%, yes, 31%. Okay.
So I think what that comes down to is a difference of opinion from people, right? Do they feel like this team is prepared to compete right away? And if you don't feel like that, well, logic would tell you probably should stay away from Deebo.
Okay, I'm a little surprised by that, but we'll see how it goes. Congratulations to Loretta Smith. My grandmother's name was Loretta.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of a good old-fashioned name, right?
Middle name Lynn?
It was not Lynn, but she was Loretta Carroll, and then she became Loretta McKee.
Was she the coal miner's daughter?
She was not. She liked to smoke, though. A lot. Congratulations, Loretta. You're the winner of the Safeway gift card. So we'll reach out to you and get a hold of you, but a next chance to win tomorrow. We're doing it all this weekend.
Was she pretty swift?
My grandmother?
Yeah.
Turns out my grandfather was cheating on her for like 30 years with some woman named Rose. She would commonly call my grandfather the devil at the dinner table. Catholics, they don't get divorced, but I'm like, I think that would have been better. Not everybody's grandparents are a Hallmark story. Kiss of a, can you imagine, like, when my grandfather was in his 90s, we found out about this Rose woman.
She knew all along?
I don't know.
I bet she did.
She sadly passed away much younger, and he was around for a minute. But it was drama. Like, at the last minute, she got in with this lawyer, and my grandfather was about to be evicted from the home he had been in for 80 years. Because my grandmother was really pissed at him. Like, it was a whole thing. Yeah, some people's grandparents stay together. It's not.
You ought to write a book
know.
about it. That'd be a good book.
It was some serious drama. My other grandparents, they just didn't even care about their grandkids. They had 7 kids, and by the time the grandkids had come around, they had kind of tapped out a little bit. So, like I said,
you grew up in a real loving family. That really answers a lot of things.
Not every family is a Hallmark story. What can I tell you?
Okay.
But Loretta, there you go. Congratulations. Anything else final about the Super Bowl? Any final thoughts? And we'll put this season to bed. Any other thoughts before we put this away and look at the Nuggets game tonight?
Nah, I mean, I think the big takeaway that everybody wants is that this is it. It's all over for Patrick Mahomes. I do think it's fair to say, like, if for now, calling Patrick Mahomes the GOAT is done. That's done for now. Now, can he bounce back? Maybe. Brady had the same record as Mahomes in their first 5 Super Bowls. You said that he went 10 years until he won another. The difference would be, but Tom Brady continued to go to the Super Bowl, and he lost some. If you average it out over the course of his career, he basically went to the Super Bowl every other year that he was in the NFL. So will Mahomes do that or not? I don't know. I think it's fair to say that you can put that conversation to bed for now, and he's got a shot at it, but he ain't the GOAT.
A lot of teams go on a decline right after they get to the Super Bowl. It's remarkable what the Chiefs have done. Broncos went on decline. Rams have gone on decline.
And I think the Chiefs are going in a small rebuilding, but it's nothing like what we had to go through here for 8 years. Because, I mean, if Peyton Manning was 29 or 30 and they won Super Bowl 2015 and you still lost all them other players, you'd have been okay.
Yep.
Because you still got Peyton Manning. They still have Patrick Mahomes. They still have one of the most respected coaches in Andy Reid. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll still flirt with 10, 11 wins probably every year. I just don't think they're going to be the scary Chiefs that have been the scary Chiefs last 3 years.
Is the AFC West as gettable as it's been next year for the past 5 years?
Define the question. Because, like, are you saying for anybody or are you saying for the Broncos?
Anybody. But the Broncos would be part of that.
I
but
mean,
sure.
I suppose that the only answer to that is, yeah, they look like they're vulnerable. The problem, though, is I think there's going to be some really competitive teams. And so I don't know what that means for the Broncos.
I think it's It's a good year next year to be a Broncos fan. It's exciting. And seeing that the Chiefs are beatable, to me, is pretty exciting too. What?
I'm just laughing a little bit that they're in the freaking Super Bowl. Like we're just writing them off because they got smoked in the Super Bowl. Like they were in the Super Bowl.
Also, they're the co-favorites to win the Super Bowl next year with the Ravens.
Yeah, okay. I mean, cool. As they should be.
I don't know if the right word is AFC West gettable. I would say it's the most dangerous it's been for the Chiefs in the last 7 years.
And I would agree with that.
Couple of notes as we're out the door. Odds to land Deebo Samuel. Patriots top at plus 550. Broncos second and plus 600. Raiders third plus 625.
Cool.
Betting odds. Nikola Jokic has been named the Western Conference Player of the Week.
2 times in a row? Is that 2 weeks in a row?
It's the third time this season.
I want to say he won it last week too.
Did he win
it
last?
No, he won Player of the Month last month.
He won Player of the Month.
And now the first week of...
Yeah.
You know who else is up there for that too?
I do not.
Porter Jr.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Third time he's won it this season, the most of any player in the NBA. He's earned the Western Conference Player of the Week 17 times in his career, the most in franchise history. Tonight against Portland.
17 more than Scott or I ever won that award.
Yep.
Portland.
17 times more than I was ever nominated.
Me too, buddy.
Yeah.
In terms of Love of Scrub, what are we looking at tonight?
Well, I'll be on the sideline, so I feel like my fans feel free to approach me.
Wow, you're on the sideline for Love of Scrub?
I feel I'll be a little bit more approachable.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do a whole thing.
Okay, so signs tonight, Love of Scrub, a little LAS. We love you, Scott.
Yeah, a little LAS.
Little LAS action on the sidelines.
Yeah, or an LASS, love you, Scott Scrub.
Either way would work.
Way works.
We get the idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Nuggets by...
Oh, here you go.
5.
Really?
Yeah. This one makes me nervous tonight. I'll pick him with the win, but I bet it's close. Nuggets by 5. I'm a little bit nervous. Wednesday may be better.
I'm more worried about Wednesday than tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you down at the Ball Arena. We'll see you down there tonight. In terms of the broadcast, pregame at 6:30, tip at 7 o'clock. Nate and Andy coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hammer the draft on Friday.
No. You get 4 days where we really don't hammer the draft.
Well, no, then get back into it on Friday.
Oh, well, we're going to get back to it on Friday.
Yeah, good.
And then the Monday,
and
then Tuesday, and Wednesday,
yeah,
Thursday, and Friday,
day after
and every
that.
single day.
You know the craziest thing about that open right there? Spring did not doctor the in-game audio at all. That's really what it sounded like.
Field mic access.
Yeah, yeah, those were real grunts of the soul leaving the body of Patrick Mahomes. They sacked him 6 times. 6! Career high, by the way. It's the most Mahomes has ever been sacked in a game. 40-22, even though it really wasn't that close. At one point, this game was 34-0. By the way, Fox made sure to remind us biggest lead in a Super Bowl since Super Bowl 48. Thanks, guys. Now we got that.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, This game, though, Andy, like thinking back to Casey and the Bucs a couple of years ago, that's not what this game felt like. This game did feel like 48. It was, I even tweeted it. I was like, Mahomes is getting Legion of Boom out there. He just couldn't do anything. And Fangio, much like Pete Carroll before him, just played high school defense. Hey, watch this. Rush 4, drop 7. Have fun.
That's what was crazy.
Have at it. He didn't blitz.
Every replay, I'm like, that's another 4-rush set.
Yeah.
I think he blitzed, once? Twice they brought a little bit of pressure. And that was like maybe one extra guy. Brought the 5th dude.
Right. And it wasn't like, let's just like cautiously mush rush this thing. It was just like, no, like they'll win. He'll make the first guy miss because that's what he does. And then the second guy can just smack him. And that's what happened in that game. And he was seeing ghosts. I don't think anybody was open because he wasn't letting it go, but also he was looking at the guys in front of him.
Well, and it looks like they did a beautiful job with their stunt setup where the outside rusher, the end rusher, would circle. I think it was Sweat a lot of the times, would just come right up that middle alley that he loves to run up into. A couple of times he met him right there. Nope, you're not going this way.
Right.
So
he'd step up and boom.
Because he felt the pocket collapse. And yeah, it just was. Frankly, I've never enjoyed a Super Bowl more where I didn't have a team in it.
It was
Quite
something
tasty.
to watch. It really was something to watch.
And yet, this is. I'll give this nod to the Chiefs' greatness. I kept feeling like you can't turn this off yet. You can't turn this off yet. There's 5 minutes in the third quarter. I'm thinking, isn't this about the time that the Patriots started their march back down 28-3?
What was your moment where you were like, it's over? Where it's any threat of a comeback is dead?
That's a good question. I don't know. They got into the fourth quarter. It probably was the Eagles when the Eagles made it 40. You know,
to me it was the 4th and 5 when Maddox jumped that route and just broke it up easily.
Yeah,
and it was. And I think
that was to DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah,
right?
and I think they scored again on the very next play.
Yeah.
That was when he hit Devontae Smith for the 46-yard touchdown on the very next play.
What'd that make it? That probably
made
was
it
when I was
34-0.
That's probably where I was like, all right.
But after the turnover on downs, even before the touchdown, I was just like, they won't have the ball enough.
Right.
They can't get the ball enough, and especially because Philadelphia will lean into the run game. And they did. They didn't do it well, but like they had the game script so on their side because of the huge lead, it didn't matter that Saquon was picking up 2 yards a clip.
Yeah, but it kept Kansas City in those formations, and they didn't rush Jalen Hurts very well. And
I mean, at one point, I wrote down, like, you can't be huddling and trying to run the ball right now, which the Chiefs were doing. They got smacked in the mouth, and they didn't have a counterpunch for it.
And the other thing I thought was interesting, I wanted to say this about the officiating because, frankly, officiating, it more went the Eagles' way for once. And I think
one early call went the Chiefs' way, and that was it.
And
then there was a quick makeup call right after it.
Right. And I had a buddy look at me and say, do you guys think the media coverage at Media Day and the whole week affected this? And I said, no. Here's what's happening. Because he brought this up out there quarter. I go, here's what's happening. The momentum's with the Chiefs. It just shows me, I don't think refs intentionally try to rig anything, but I think they're a victim of momentum. And I think they were a victim of the fact that Philadelphia was whooping them.
Yep.
And so the fact that Patrick Mahomes got pushed in the face by Jalen Carter, and don't worry, the ball was already out.
Wasn't even a flag on it.
Yeah. And you know what? That's just, we're letting them play. And that's just what happens sometimes.
Oh, he got drilled on that play,
We got drilled twice. First, it didn't look like it felt great to get your arm just Lawrence tailored, and then Carter just pushed him right in the face.
Right in the face.
You know what I thought was hilarious? I guess there was a moment tweeted out where Taylor Swift was seen on the big board, and they booed her, and she gave the old side eye to the camera. Did you see the dude in the middle There was a coach in the middle when they kept going to Fangio's press box at the end of it, his little defensive coach's box. And of course, I noticed, because we had time to dissect everything in the room, because I was a camera shot most of the time, there was a TV like right next to Fangio's face, so he knew it was on TV, and he refused to look at the camera at all. Made sure you got that. But one of the guys did that too, where he was like, "Oh, it's us again." Then he quietly looked back to the field like he was trying to do something. It's all right, bro. Game's over.
Look busy.
Yeah.
Look busy.
What am I dissecting here? Got to justify my job when I'm on TV.
Let me look at this sheet of paper right here, and it has what time the national anthem is. Okay, thank you very much. No, I appreciate that.
I sent you the podium shot where Vic has the Super Bowl hat in his hand, still had not taken off the old Eagles coaching cap? Did Fangio ever put the ball cap on? Does anybody know?
Way to go, Vic Fangio, man.
I feel good for him.
Hell yeah. That's our dude right there. Vic Fangio going and winning a Super Bowl. He had the horses. Finally, by the way, first time he ever beat Mahomes. He was 0-8 in his career against Mahomes, including, I think, 6 of those losses were with Denver going into this game. But he had the dudes. Kansas City did not, very clearly. This was a Chiefs team that give them credit that they went 15-2 with all the problems that they had. But they couldn't squeak out one more. And in the end, the Eagles just they had the better team and they had the better players. And it turns out Joe Thuney at left tackle, that might work for a little bit. It's not going to work in this game. And old Travis Kelce and old DeAndre Hopkins as your most reliable pass catchers, it's not going to work in this game. And Kareem Hunt, and as slow as he runs these days, that's not going to work in this game. And give Kansas City credit, give Mahomes credit. Like, they squeezed a lot out of a very subpar group of offensive players. They weren't going to do it against those guys.
I have so many questions coming into this today, too. I guess I'll start here. First off, I'll say this. That was as much as... When you go back to the 80s Broncos led by John Elway, that's what those Super Bowls look like.
Yeah.
Where you were like, man, Patrick Mahomes drugged this friggin' team all the way here.
Right.
But I also felt like it was an indictment of, if you're Baltimore, and you were saying it all year, and then you were bludgeoned into submission like the rest of us, that they're probably just going to find a way to win, even though we know they're not as good as they've been.
That's just like.
But how big of an indictment is this of the Bills and the Ravens not stopping them from getting there?
I knew it.
I
all
knew
year
you knew.
long.
I knew you.
I've been saying it all year
I kept
long.
looking for the Nate Kreckman tweet of going, I knew this team would do this.
I knew they sucked, and here we go.
But again, how did the Bills not get past this team?
And that's just it. That's where, again, like, I get lured in, just like everybody gets lured in, because you are watching 35-year-old Travis Kelce being slow as hell after he catches the ball, and you are watching Xavier Worthy not developing into any kind of deep threat and only being able to make plays behind the line of scrimmage, and you are watching Juju Smith-Schuster as a reliable weapon in an offense in the year of our Lord 2024, and you're like, that ain't right. All of these things we've been watching all year, the search for a left tackle, and Jawan Taylor being a mess on the other side of that line, and all of those things.
No running game, really.
No run game to speak of. And Andy Reid and Mahomes, they were able to claw it out all along. And Spags and Chris Jones and that defense, they were able to claw it out all the way until they ran into an opponent that was just so much better than them. And that, like, again, Fangio didn't do anything exotic, interesting. I don't think Mahomes was confused. I think he just got beat.
Oh, yeah.
In that game yesterday.
Their O-line got mauled.
Right. I mean, that pick that he threw that Zach Bond made the great play on, like, it just, Tooney's getting shoved into him. Well, yeah, you lost your fastball because you don't have your weight underneath you, because your guy is running into you because he's just getting bull rushed directly into you. So that to me, is it a great indictment of the Bills and the Ravens? Yeah, maybe. I think it also, nobody wants to hear this today, it speaks to the Chiefs' greatness of how they were able to get to that place. And you know what? The funny thing about Super Bowls is oftentimes one good game plan one good performance and you get to pick up a trophy, even if you're playing a team that is better than you. The guy in the booth yesterday, Tom Brady, had that happen a couple of times and lost a couple of Super Bowls to the Giants, even though he had a better team because his coach got out game planned and his guys didn't win in the trenches on that day. And that's yesterday they just ran into a team that was way better than them that didn't make big mistakes.
Yeah, okay. I want to come back because I want to have a longer discussion.
Okay.
There's a big question hanging out there that I want to ask you in particular. And did Tom Brady enjoy the game more than any fan? With his wax figure face.
Yes, AI bot Tom Brady
Dude,
had himself a good time
that
yesterday.
opening shot of him, his cheekbones are so his bottom half of his face is so sculpted.
He's not a real
I was like,
person.
dude, can I get you a potato with sour cream and bacon? Just something, bro. Just a little puffiness in the cheeks.
Have
is
a
okay.
sandwich.
Yes.
Would it kill you to have a
You're
sandwich?
retired. You got all the stuff. Look at your boy Belichick. He just spent all week strolling the French Quarter with a 22-year-old girlfriend, Tom. You don't have to make yourself look like this, dude. You'll be okay. Go have a meal. Go get a couple hurricanes. You'll be all right. Come have some Bluebell ice cream with me. I don't care.
Just something.
Something.
Allow yourself a cheat day.
Yeah.
It's okay to do it.
My God.
Yeah. Kreckman and Lindahl. Chiefs lose, and the Broncos kind of win. It was a good Super Bowl. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys, you know what? It's the Monday of Valentine's week. I usually try to have a little fun with these ads so that you can have a little fun with it too, but it's not always the most fun topic. And listen, when we talk about love, when we talk about confidence in the bedroom, when we talk about all the reasons why you'd want to go and address erectile dysfunction, when you got a Valentine's on a Friday, that's exactly why I'd imagine you'd want to go after it and do it. If you need your confidence back, if you maybe find yourself in a relationship, but you're pulling away from your partner, you're struggling with depression, you know that you can't perform the way that you once did, and maybe you're too embarrassed about it, and so you don't want to talk to them about it, then do yourself a favor, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk to them about it. This is the exact week that you should do this for. Don't let ED be a relationship destroyer for you. Don't let it possibly put things like your marriage in jeopardy or have you going through depression. There are people that can help you, and they're at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments at work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. It's real easy. Schedule a visit right now. Hopefully they can get you in this week. Pretty sure they probably can. $99 is the cost. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, then your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day after your appointment, which means if you're in a relationship and you got plans for Friday, this could enhance those plans. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
looking, firing, intercepted, picked up by Cooper DeJean, gets a block. DeJean is pick six. Cooper DeJean. Huge play. Went from 10-0 to 17-0. Already a 3-score game. The Eagles, that's what you got to do against that guy. You got to make the distance greater and greater and greater so that his magic does nothing, and that's what happened yesterday. Also, I made the argument, Andy. I know Jalen Hurts won the MVP. I'm fine with it. Cooper DeJean, though.
Dude.
White guy pick six.
I'd read a few of your tweets on the subject.
Yeah. That's the greatest athletic feat that we saw last night. Give that guy the MVP right there. Or give it to Sweat or somebody on that defensive line.
Yeah, but see, there wasn't, like, when Von Miller was the MVP of 50, he just was so dominant, and so was the defense, and Manning didn't have a good day necessarily offensively. Like, he did enough to guide that thing in.
He didn't have a good season offensively.
But no, there's no doubt about it. But I was thinking to myself, Self? I was trying to remember what Manning had. Like, Manning's last touchdown pass was really a 2-point conversion, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Caught by Benny Fowler.
Yes.
Wasn't even a touchdown pass. CJ ran it in. The defense did all that heavy lifting.
Mm-hmm.
And so I knew it would go to Hurts because of the 3 touchdowns total, right? So
he had a rushing touchdown, threw 2 touchdowns. He played really well. It is no takeaway from what he did, but the story of this game is always going to be what the Eagles defense did to Mahomes. Sacking him 6 times. The first half numbers were downright comical. Mahomes 6 of 14 for 33 yards, no tutties. 2 picks, a passer rating of 10.7. 10.7 in the first half, Andy.
Brutal.
Jake Driscoll?
The Chiefs went punt, pick 6, punt, pick, punt. That was what they did when they had the ball in the first half. They couldn't do anything. I think they ran 1 play beyond the 50-yard line. Yeah, that's the story is the story of this game is an all-time great defense getting it done. Where I do give Hurts a ton of credit is Spags loaded up to stop the run. They did. Barkley did not have big numbers. I think his long carry for the game was 10 yards. But Hurts made the throws that he absolutely had to in that situation. And, when you load up to stop the run like that, what you're essentially saying to your corners is, we're going to trust you to win one-on-one, and they didn't.
Well, not only that, he also ran well. Hurts ran well out of the pocket.
Yep.
And he picked his spots. I thought he had one where he was really, really patient, and right as the edge rush started to get there, he took the route we just talked about that they kept cutting off with a stunt for Patrick.
Yeah, it was the
but
35.
Right up the middle and off to the left.
Yeah, he went for 16,
and he
I remember
ran to
exactly.
Midfield or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Look, man, it was.
He played great.
It was what I feel like most of the country needed, which is funny, because I've gone through this. In Denver, we don't like the Chiefs, and we've had enough of this.
Which I will say, this is one where, as a community full of people that hate the Chiefs that I live in, this is what I will say you should appreciate the Chiefs for. Is they're dynastic because they got the quarterback and the coach. They got the dudes, so they have a dynasty, and they've been to the Super Bowl 5 times in the last 6 years, and they've gone 3-2. But those 2 losses, they have gotten their asses absolutely kicked. And so, if you have to witness a dynasty of a franchise that you absolutely hate, and this is their time, in the very least, they at least do you a solid. They throw you a nice lob that allows you to really enjoy at least 2 Super Bowl Sundays.
Here's what I think everybody has to appreciate, even though they don't want to probably admit it. And I called up, I'll just tell you, I called Stink up specifically to ask him this today, because he's the only one that I still talk to that I know well that went through the repeat.
Mm-hmm.
And he always told me the story of the pressure of the repeat, that when the Broncos won that second one in Terrell Davis's MVP season, there wasn't as much a celebration as there was just
relief. Yeah,
thank God we did it.
The expectation
because
on
everybody thought you do it all year, right?
Sure.
You have to appreciate for the Chiefs. And I asked him, I said, do you get bored with winning? Just explain this deeply to me. I need to know, right? Because they've been around a lot of winning.
Yeah.
And he goes, look, man, it is hard. It's hard, period.
Right.
It's hard to compete. It's hard, the mental and physical toll it takes. It's hard to play that much football. What they have been going through, again, they have not had their season end before the AFC Championship in Mahomes' entire career. Okay? I think that even beats Tom Brady in his first 7 years or whatever it's been. So you have to appreciate the fact that they keep doing the winning. They don't let what comes along with winning is guys want to get paid. Guys want a bigger role.
Yeah.
Guys have got the young guys especially, I think they get their ring now. Give me some money.
Real quick, I just want to put numbers to your point. They've played 21 playoff games over the last 7 years.
21 playoff games. That's an extra season of football like they used to talk about with Kobe and MJ and all the extra playoff action that they do.
And then some.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have not played fewer than 3 playoff games in a year since Mahomes' first year as a starter.
That is 21 games is an extra season of football as a wild card team, and you still go win the Super Bowl.
And I think that the first one, 2018, that was the AFC Championship loss.
It
they
was to
lost
Brady
in overtime because
as a Patriot,
New England won the toss and then went down and scored.
All right, so I have to ask you this. Scotty said this to me on our little podcast last week. I wasn't sure I bought all the way in at the time, but I thought about his words last night watching this. Is this version of the dynasty done? Not the dynasty for good, but I would go back to, let's go. The Avs didn't have quite the same dynasty with success, but again, and even the Broncos, you could point it as an example, but you look at the championship teams and the cores had changed a bit. The surrounding cast, I should say the surrounding cast had changed, right? The Broncos went from offensive to defensive team. The Avs, all of a sudden, it's Ray Bork and Rob Blake on the back end powering some defensive offense, right? You got a couple hotshot young players in Hayduk and Tangay and Drury to go with Forsberg and Sakic and all this stuff. Is this version of the Chiefs with Kelsey and maybe even Chris Jones as the centerpiece, as the complementary actors to Mahomes, is this done? They've got a lot of needs to address all of a sudden, it feels like, in the offseason. Now, maybe Mahomes covers up for him again. But
Andy Reid turns 67 in March. So,
golly, I really?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say he looks older than 67? I'd have guessed at least 70.
Spags is 65. Spagnuolo is 65. Travis Kelce is 35. Chris Jones is 31.
Their entire receiving core, at least the veterans they brought in.
Yeah.
That's help me out there, guys. That's Juju Smith-Schuster, right?
Yep. DeAndre Hopkins,
Hopkins, Hollywood Brown. All three of those guys.
Yeah.
All three of them are free agents.
First or second round picks that they have spent: Sky Moore, Rashee Rice, and Xavier Worthy. Rice got hurt this year and was out. Sky Moore hasn't turned into anything, and Worthy.
Well, Rashee Rice still has a court date coming up. Did everybody forget that?
Yeah.
That got bumped till after the season.
That too. Yeah.
There could be some stuff still to happen there.
Right. So they've missed a lot in the draft. They don't have a dynamic back. Pacheco's fine, but he also was banged up this year, and then they turned to Kareem Hunt and managed to squeeze something out of that. Good on them, but
release Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Right. They used a second round pick on a left tackle last year, the dude out of BYU, and he played for a little bit, and then it was like he's clearly not ready to be able to do this, so they had to try and figure out what, again, moving Tooney to the outside. This all speaks, again, to give them credit for where they got to, but also, like, there have been some high-profile misses along the way that have landed them in this spot. You know, there's no A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith out there right now for Patrick Mahomes. And that's, you know, that point of, like, this version of the dynasty, yeah, like, what Brett Veach should be spending the next several weeks doing is figuring out who the hell's going to play left tackle for him next year.
Well, and I think you got a real, someone texted in, is Kelsey done? I don't know, but it feels like he's not the same dude that he was. We saw that all year. I had the guy on my fantasy team. He
Yes.
didn't have a lot of great games this year.
He's not very good anymore.
Not statistically.
Right. He's not very good
And
anymore.
that changes things for the Chiefs.
Right.
You can have average receivers. You don't need Tyreek Hill if you've got Travis Kelce, who's uncoverable in the middle of the field.
But he's quite coverable these days.
He is. And
Yes.
then on top of it, their O-line was so bad, they did a whole cut-up on SportsCenter this morning about all the plays that actually were open, but Mahomes was so harassed by that Eagles defensive line, he didn't have time to get to those
And
looks.
there were dudes, but he was. I noticed this a lot. I saw a lot of those, like those all 22 shots of the sacks, and Barnwell did a great job sort of documenting them all on Twitter. And in almost every one of those, Mahomes, like, there is a guy open, but Mahomes is just, he's staring up both at a rush that's directly in his face and then just two giant linebackers in the middle of the field taking away all of his line of vision. Zach Bond was just, that guy was there and he was playing big, and honestly, it looked like they were just playing like zone defense on a basketball court, except they were doing it in football. They didn't really have to move that much.
All right, I am curious, and I know you hate this question. I know how you're going to answer it.
Let's have it.
How far from that Eagles defense is really good. Now, it was funny because they kept bringing up the Legion of Boom.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's disrespectful to the Legion of Boom for this reason. The Bronco offense that they shut down and make look absolutely pedestrian in Super Bowl 48 was the greatest offense of all time.
Yeah, greatest
and
of all
I had
time.
weapons everywhere.
Yeah.
This was by the Chiefs. I'm sure would love to have chosen any one of their previous Super Bowl offenses to go against that team this day. Even the one maybe they faced him with 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
But how far are the Broncos from having that kind of defense? Are they closer to the super defense? You need to be elite in something.
Sure.
If you're going to get to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
The Eagles had a little of both, but that defense, especially that defensive line they spent all those first-round picks on, that's the real deal. Could the Broncos, with a Zach Bond signing, and maybe even we had a guy, Paul, I think his name was, text in last week saying they should draft a defensive lineman in the first round. How far are you from getting back to that, or is finding a joker more important? If you had to, the old the yearnings, the musts and the wants, or whatever it is.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. All right, let's go back to the game in Arrowhead. The only real game they played against the Chiefs this year.
Okay, fair enough.
And they lost 16-14. Defense showed up that day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, defense was great. They scored 14 points. Now, you should have scored 17. Obviously, block on a field goal and all as well. But still, that's just it. Like the Broncos, they sacked Mahomes 4 times that day. Philly sacked him 6 times. Like the Broncos defense gave Mahomes all kinds of problems. But the Broncos can't score 40 points.
Yeah.
So that's where I would say
still focus on the
focus on the offense and the dearth of skill position talent that especially between tight end and running back that is currently plaguing this organization. I would absolutely stay in that place, because you've actually done a pretty good job developing talent on the defensive side of the ball.
You have. Now, but I will say, though, I feel like the Broncos' defensive line can look like that at times.
Yeah.
They did a little of that, but, I know that you will say, and I don't disagree, it's harder to keep a full defense together than it is to just find, your Mahomes and your Kelce.
Right.
In some ways.
Right.
Which is insane to say because everybody love a Mahomes and they're not easy to find.
No,
but,
it's generational.
But even a good defense, you maybe get a 2-3 year run. Guys want to get paid. Guys will leave. Guys get hurt. It's how it goes.
Yeah. It's one of the other tough things about defense, and the Broncos, led the NFL in sacks this year, one of the best pass rushing seasons in the history of the sport. But also, there's massive volatility in defense. There can be very big swings. You can be excellent one year, and you can be pedestrian the very next. And injuries and opponents and all those kind of things sort of start to play into it. It's really, honestly, Andy, it is one thing that we saw, and I think it's one of the traps Elway fell into after Super Bowl 50, was he just looked at it and said, well, we'll just keep having an awesome defense. They had good defenses, but you couldn't recreate what you had in 2015, and then there was such a precipitous drop-off on the other side of the ball that you just turned into a losing team.
Yeah, Vic tried to go that route too.
Yeah.
He just loved his defense so much.
Right.
And for good reason. I mean, he was the difference between the two Super Bowl matchups, frankly. He just was unrelenting, and they had gotten their new talent and on and on and on. But,
Yep.
oh, well. Zach Bond, you spend it all. See, again.
I like Zach Bond.
Debo Samuel's out there. We'll have to talk to him about him at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, would you give $25 million to Zach Bond over 30+ to a receiver?
I wouldn't give $25 million to an inside linebacker. No.
20?
No. We'll talk. There's
buying a car here. What are we doing? You gonna give me the undercoating? What was the thing, Putty?
What do I
what
have
did
to
Putty
do
charge him for?
to put you into an inside linebacker today?
Come on, help me out. What was Putty?
That sounded weird.
What did he charge him for, but then took back when he wasn't getting the good guy deal because
The
they broke up?
Yeah, I think it was the
undercoating.
Yeah. Additional overcharge. By the way, speaking of Seinfeld references, did you know John Batiste was the maestro?
No.
I didn't know that either. I learned it from Alan Roach.
Really?
Uh-huh. I thought Leonard Bernstein was the maestro, but it turns out John Batiste as well. Hey, Safeway saves the day this Valentine's Day week. All week, you got a chance to win Safeway gift cards to help you with your Valentine's Day needs. Be listening at 4:20 this afternoon for a keyword to text along with your name to 303-504-0925. Everybody who texts in will be entered for a $50 Safeway gift card on each show, as well as the $250 grand prize gift card on Friday. Each keyword you text is another chance to win the daily prize and the end of week prize. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app.
Rebound comes down to Christian Brown. Nuggets up 11 with the ball. Christian driving a dish over to Pickett. Left side back over to Christian. In the paint, Jokic wide open. Blocked from behind by Bol. On top to Murray. Back over to Jokic. Layup. Good! 84-71. Denver leads it by 13.
Really good win Saturday night for the Nuggets, beating the Suns in Phoenix on a night where Jokic didn't have to get off the bench in the fourth quarter in a road game against the Suns. That's pretty big-time stuff right there. Oh, by the way, he scored 26 points on 13 shots. Yeah, not bad. Today, Nikola Jokic is named your NBA Western Conference Player of the Week, Andy.
Okay, you know what? This is going to be my
I'm
little...
a freak of nature. And
You know what he is? We need a Nikola Jokic appreciation moment.
Moment of appreciation.
He's a big man.
He is a large human.
Plays a big man game.
He sure does.
Okay, battles in the paint nightly. I know he's not the king rebounder of the league or anything, but
Nice
how many
number
times
2,
is
I think.
he in there?
I think Sabonis is the only one
Fighting
above him.
guys, getting the old putbacks, all that stuff, okay? He just keeps cranking.
Yep. Never slows down.
Just keeps going.
Serbian oak.
And I bring this up after a weekend where the injury updates is that now Joel Embiid, I was watching this after the Super Bowl because I flipped to Sports Center and whatever and saw come across the ticker that Joel Embiid needs another knee surgery and needs, quote unquote, significant time this time to recover.
Did you watch any of Milwaukee Philly yesterday?
Oh, I didn't.
He's
can't walk,
he can't move. He can't move. 91-year-old Hubie Brown out there could guard Joel Embiid.
Well,
by the way, poor Hubie. The whole broadcast was just Hubie's last game. And to the very end, Hubie was just like, I'm gonna keep calling the game.
Yeah, it's cool
if you don't mind.
Yeah.
It's they had so many nice tributes to him and everything else. And there's like 2 minutes left in it. Hubie's retiring from broadcasting altogether, and he's just like, yeah, but I want to talk about the back end of the Bucks rotation right now.
Yeah,
I love that for Hubie Brown.
Should've
That guy
just
rules.
went Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving. No, but then we get in the same weekend. Anthony Davis tells everybody, got a little chest thing. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, no, he's out multiple weeks with an adductor.
His
injury.
adductor is hurting him.
So there you go, Dallas. Enjoy that.
Not
I'm
Nikola.
just saying, in
He
the
plays.
age of the big man, and usually big men get something hurt so quickly.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He plays.
That our guy keeps going.
Yep.
So not only is he phenomenal at basketball,
Pretty good.
but he just keeps going like the Energizer Bunny.
29.8 points, 10.8 rebounds, 10.3 assists, and a steal while shooting 66% from the field, 82% from the line. He is your Western Conference Player of the Week. Nuggets take on the Blazers tonight. I have one other thing, though, and I went diving into this because it bared looking into. Okay, they're 14-4 since January 8th. They've won 6 games in a row. This has been their best, most consistent stretch of basketball for the entire season. Jokic has been brilliant throughout, but also everybody else has finally played well. That's why they're winning. Jokic has just been his regular, consistent self. In fact, did you realize this stretch where they've won 14 of 18 since January 8th, Jokic has only been the leading scorer 6 times in that stretch in games. Murray's done it 8 times. Porter's done it 3 times. Westbrook has done it once in there. But the other dudes are showing up. Jamal played really well the other night. Strawther played really well the other night. He scored 18. CB played really well, cutting with purpose and giving the team the kind of tempo and aggressiveness that they need when Russell Westbrook isn't available. The others are playing great right now, in addition to Jokic being the best player in the world who just shows up game in and game out, and they're playing their best, most consistent stretch of basketball of this season, which, take out really just a stupid loss against the Bulls in the middle of it, and really you wouldn't have much to complain about.
Yeah, and yet, God, it's been a weird Avs and Nuggets season, man. We go a week or so and feel like we're good. We're doing the parade tracker. We're all having fun.
Oh, we're doing great.
Then a week shows up and it feels like nothing's right and everybody hates each other and you got to break it all up. then it's good, then it's bad. I
think
really hope after this break for both teams, and the Nuggets at All-Star break on Thursday after the Wednesday night game in Portland, with Portland, it's here.
For the Nuggets, I think the saltiness is born out of nothing happening at the deadline. So, like, it was kind of like they took a loss in the middle of it all, even though they didn't actually lose a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they played. I mean, look, when you go and lose to the Bulls, and I'm with the fans. I am. When you go and lose to the Bulls, and then all of a sudden you have a really tight one against the Sixers, missing Paul George and Joel Embiid, and then you play a tight one against the Hornets. You're just like, all right, what is going on? Why can't you just get it going? Why can't you defend? Why are you giving up 68 points and a half to bad teams? It can all be fine, though, here soon. We'll see.
They're 14-4 over the last 18.
Listen, but every time I feel good, they go and do something stupid and lose something they shouldn't.
You're falling into a rage.
And they got whooped by Minnesota when all I want you to do is whoop them.
Oh, man. Yes, they should not have lost that game. I agree. They take on the Blazers tonight. Portland 10-2 over their last 12.
They get 2 shots.
Two shots. That's
tonight
right.
And Wednesday.
Yeah, Blazers are defending, man. Last 12 games, they're top 5 in the NBA in defensive rating. They have been really good. Anthony Simons is balling. He's a good player. Shaedon Sharpe is good off the bench. Is a confident Blazers team coming in here against a kind of nicked up Nuggets squad. So don't take the foot off the gas here in any of these ones. I'm not doing the you should just blow out the Blazers thing because they really are playing well.
By the way, what is the deal? Help me out with the All-Star game. We're gonna play 2 little matches and then a championship. How are we doing it? There's 3 teams. I don't get it.
There's 4 teams.
4 teams. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we? Is there 2 semis and then a finals? Is there what? How's this gonna work?
I don't know. Nor do I care.
Are you not even gonna watch?
I'm
any
gonna
of it?
watch, but I don't need to provide any breakdown.
Did we get rid of the Elam endings
prior to the game? They're having little mini games where they're playing to 40, and that's good enough for me.
Have you also seen the 4 Nations setup?
Yeah. So on
they got a lot of games going on
the 4 Nations thing. I was looking over the rosters today, Andy. Did you realize I have to do the thing I do again where I, root against the country that I live in?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you did it for Serbia.
I did it for Serbia in the Olympics.
Let's be honest. You like their foreboding.
They got a great national anthem.
Their national anthem feels like it's straight out of Raiders of the Lost Ark, which, again, that damn trilogy was on all day on Paramount if it was cold and you were bored.
Yeah. Now,
who are you going for here? I'm surprised. Are you going Canada because of our guys, or what are you doing?
There's 3 Avs on Team Canada.
Okay.
My favorite hockey player is on Team Canada.
McCarr?
Yeah, why would I not?
The best person in the world, Cale McCarr.
Yeah, friend of the program right there, the Hart Trophy winner. Nathan McKinnon is on that team.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
The great Devon Taves is playing for Team Canada in this thing. I'm going over the Team USA roster. I don't give a rip about any of these turds. Yeah, no. Give me.
Hold on, isn't Ross Colton Team USA?
No, there's no Avalanche on Team USA.
None?
Not the latest roster that I'm looking at right here. What do you want me to root for? Connor Hellebuck?
No.
You want me to get excited for a Kachuk?
No.
Yeah, no.
Are all the Kachucks on the team?
All of them. Even Keith, he's like 75, but
the
he's still
Hanson
on the
boys
team.
are all just rolling around the ice looking for bad things.
Yeah, no, I'm looking over all the dudes I like are on Team Canada. So go Team Canada.
By the way, Doughty had to give up his number because McCarr's got 8.
McCarr.
8 is the 8. That means you're the 8.
You are the 8
when
of
you
the
get the
world.
8 for the national team and someone else got to change their number, that's standing, baby.
Yeah. So go Team Canada. Don't worry, there's plenty of dudes on Team Canada I don't really like either, but they have my guys. And so there's nothing to attract me to Team USA.
Well, you get started then.
Team number 1 for me is Canada. Team number 2 is Finland because they got Arturi Lehkonen. Heard of him?
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
Also, Mikko is on Team Finland, and I still choose to root for him.
Yeah, I like Mikko. I got no problems.
Yeah.
Please don't get traded
Some
back to
people
the
call him
Western
the
Conference.
Moose.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you get going tomorrow. I don't know if you knew that.
Hell yeah.
Canada gets going, I think, against Finland tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Might be Sweden.
We don't.
It's Sweden on Wednesday.
I thought it was Canada tomorrow and we were Wednesday.
We don't.
Canada, Sweden, Wednesday.
Wait, we don't have like the.
Doesn't U.S. get going Wednesday?
Can't they do
Who's
like
playing tomorrow?
Give me like a pool play where they play like Angola or something like that. Does Angola not have a, do they not have a hockey team? No.
Hey,
Okay.
Hey,
All right.
Hey, real quick.
Uh-huh.
My guy. 4 nations. There's a reason for the name.
Come on, can't we work in
there's
like
there's no Jamaican hockey team.
the Ivory Coast or something?
China's not showing up to this one or whatever.
They wouldn't be very good. Uruguay doesn't
Who else usually plays?
have a squad that they can send to this
Does England play hockey? England's got a hockey team, right?
Yeah, why
They
not?
ain't there.
No.
Angry Ireland isn't doing it.
No? Okay. All right. Well,
hold on. Would you get England, Ireland, and Scotland all together? Could they agree long enough to just ship a team out and play?
Yeah, the UK squad. Totally. Get them out there. Uh-huh.
So anyway, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so go Team Canada.
Belgium doesn't have a team.
They don't. Germany doesn't have a team. Draisaitl can't even go. He just has to play in some other tournament, I suppose. I don't know. Can all the other nations get together and be like, well, we don't need to, we can have our own tournament. We don't need you four nations.
What do you call it? The other 4 nations?
Yeah.
4 more nations?
The 4 countries tournament. It's the alternative. Uh-huh. Yeah, Kreckman and Lindahl, go Team Canada. That's what I say. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, is the Patrick Mahomes legacy damaged after getting his butt whooped by the mighty Philadelphia Eagles? We'll talk about that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Roller Auction's government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is available to bid right this very moment. That's right. Bidding is now open. Everybody and anybody can bid online right now. That's right, guys. Bidding at Roller Auction is fun. And you're going to be amazed at the inventory available to bid right now at roller.bid. SUVs, sedans, vans, police interceptors, pickups, utility trucks, plow trucks. Great selection of plow trucks and plow equipment on there. Shuttle buses, ambulances, trailers, hydro seeders, tractors, skid steers, attachments, and so much more. It's all available to you at roller.bid. In fact, at roller.bid, you can click to watch a drone view of the entire auction. There's a great flyover video to give you a full idea of the scope and quality of vehicles and equipment that is available to bid right now. I'm watching this 2018 Ram 1500 four-wheel drive super cab pickup. Check the pics. It's in great condition. It's all available to bid right now. It's the big one. It's Roller Auctions government fleet vehicles and equipment auction, now available to bid by you at roller.bid. Yeah, it's hour number 2 of the show. Kreckman and Lindahl. Hope you're having a lovely Monday afternoon. Eagles won the Super Bowl 40-22. That was a shellacking.
Kapow.
Philly did not blitz. 6 sacks in the game in total of Mahomes, who was just either running for his life. And there was, it happened early. Andy, I want to say it was the second drive for Kansas City when he nearly threw that pick, just running for his life out there. He did the Russell Wilson peel-out move with his twinkle toes.
Yeah, I liked how they said, well, they're just trying to get him on the run, and I'm thinking, not this way.
No.
Not because the pocket's collapsing.
Yeah, damn near picked on that play. Eagles take over and go down and score on a tush push, and boom, 7-0, and crazily, the route was pretty much on. You know what? The one thing the Eagles didn't do well yesterday, their kick operation was a disaster.
Yeah, what was going on?
I think
with
all
the false starts.
All 3 of the field goals were pushed back 5 yards.
The one guy jumped blatantly.
Yeah, Elliott still made them, but they. Other than that, that's like the one thing that they basically have to correct today. I think everything else they did pretty damn well in that game. All right, Andy.
And they lose a coordinator.
We've had Mahomes get blasted in 2 Super Bowls. You know, he's also won 3.
Yeah, I hate this conversation because I think I know what list you're going to go to, and there are 2 Bronco quarterbacks on this list.
But if you want to make the argument, yeah, he could easily be 0-5 in Super Bowls. Well, he could be. Yeah,
but he isn't.
Trailed by double digits every single time that he has played in those games. Yeah, but man, he got just waxed in that game yesterday. What is that? What does this do for the legacy of Patrick Mahomes just getting annihilated like that?
Yeah, so, gosh, I'm not going to remember the 4th guy on this list. Good Morning Football had this of the teams or the quarterbacks that were favored that got worked the worst in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And he now falls on that list. Unfortunately, I believe the guy that got worked the worst was Peyton Manning with the Broncos
48
against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
John Elway was on that list because people forget the Broncos were favored over Washington when they lost to Doug Williams and his squad.
That's wild.
After that 35-point second quarter. And I want to say there was someone from earlier in the 80s or 70s as well, and I don't remember that name. But those were the 4 quarterbacks that got blasted the worst when favored. So if Mahomes, is this the one you kind of forget about? I guess, does it depend on where we go from here? Because here's why I would ask that. Tom Brady, I think a lot of people would have said in the greatest of all time argument, the first half of his career with those first set of Super Bowls by set, 2 or 3, those are mainly defensively won Super Bowls. He had very good defenses that he played with. I never take credit away from a guy that can make a play in the big moment, but that's basically what he did. But the defense is what got him there.
He never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense.
Well, there you go. But then in the back half of his career, too, he also felt like he was more the reason.
Right.
What's funny is his best offensive team, they didn't win. They lost to the Giants.
And they were, I think, 9 or 10-point favorites in that game and went and lost that thing.
I think if Mahomes suffers maybe, and the only guy I can relate it to is LeBron James, because people don't always want to give him his due because he'll get teams. Again, LeBron is kind of like an NBA John Elway where he's just dragging some of those squads weren't good enough to get to the championships he played in. He got him there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, there were years, God, which finals was it? It was 16 or 17. They lost in 5, but he was amazing. He should have been the finals MVP.
Right.
He was
Even
incredible.
though they lost.
Right.
So he was like J.S. Jaguar for the Ducks.
Yeah.
When I believe they lost to Buffalo, but he still got the Conn Smythe. Yeah, dude, I don't think this does much. Now, if he were to go on some string of, let's say it takes him a few years to get back and he gets back and gets blasted again, and people start to just remember the last 2, then maybe it starts to affect things. But right now, the guy's gone to 7 straight AFC championships. He's got 3 Super Bowl wins already.
He's been in the Super Bowl 5 times in the last 6 years. Yeah. Right.
And again, those of us, everybody in this moment, if they're telling anybody about this season, can say, yeah, he didn't have a great team that year. We're shocked that they got to the Super Bowl.
Right. Which is what I would say about the Chiefs team this year, which I think he picked up and carried to the damn Super Bowl because he's just unbelievable. But also, like, he admitted it after the game. I'm holding on to the ball too long. I need to make plays quicker than that. Here's a crazy. Listen to this, okay? Through 3 quarters on Sunday, Mahomes' average time to throw was 3.65 seconds. It sped up a little bit, and his game total wasn't as bad because in the fourth quarter he just kind of got to play normal because the Eagles, it was over. Foot off the gas, all that good stuff. Garbage time, he put up some numbers. Patrick Mahomes is 2-8 in his career in games where his average time to throw is 3.3 seconds or longer. Like, Mahomes is at his best when the offense is working in rhythm. Now, yesterday, it felt like he was being hurried, but he actually held the ball a lot because he was just running around back there for his life. Or he was doing the float to his right thing. Looked like Drew Lock on a couple of plays. But yeah, when he gets out of rhythm, and he was out of rhythm that entire game yesterday, he is not nearly as effective. And if you look at it, like in the careers, like the other great quarterbacks, Josh Allen does not have that kind of drop-off in his win-loss record. Lamar Jackson does not have that kind of drop-off in their win-loss record because a part of those guys' brilliance is being able to run around back there and wait for things to happen downfield and then flick of the wrist, boom, it's 40 yards down the field. That's not really Mahomes' game anymore. I think it was when he was younger a little bit, but it's not his game anymore. And he was dropping back and he was just stuck. Nobody was getting open in that game yesterday. They were pressing Kelsey and just playing him physical, and he wasn't open in the slightest bit.
How crazy was it that play? I want to say when they were trying to come back, it must have been third quarter, maybe early fourth, where he wanted to throw deep so badly,
right,
and just had to settle for something short.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember who the deep receiver was. They showed
happened a few times.
They showed a backside view of the pocket where Kelsey's double team, no shot of going there.
Right. He's trying to look downfield, and it's just like, crap, it's not there. And then boom, pocket collapsing because dudes are in his lap because that offensive line wasn't holding up. Yeah, no, the Chiefs' record in one-score games suggests a regression next year. And I'm sitting here saying this in February, and they're going to win 13 games next year.
You know what? But here's the reason why this could be different. I know exactly what you're talking about because, again, I didn't buy that they were going to lose that game. Every drive I thought, okay, is this where they get their magic play and then things fall into place and they somehow make a comeback and tie this thing or whatever? But, again, they've got a lot of receivers. They got to figure out what they're doing there. They've got 3 guys that are going to be free agents when it comes to all the vets that they have. They don't really have a receiving core. They have needs on the offensive line. I saw today where they could actually save $17 million, I believe it was, if they cut Travis Kelce. Just said big expensive decision coming with him. And look,
you got to think about it.
He's going to have to at least redo his contract,
right,
bro.
You got to think about it.
You've been a great player for this organization, but we can't pay you for what we got this year.
Right.
And you've kind of been heading towards this point.
Didn't have 1,000 yards, barely scored touchdowns.
They got $11 million cap room. They got 4 draft picks. Now we all know this, as you said, it's February 10th. So they can go and remake cap room and blah, 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 blah. But I feel like this is the first time where I thought, there's a real problem here for them. They do actually have needs to solve, Now, I'm not counting them out from being in the mix of things.
I know, right?
But if you're Buffalo and Baltimore, don't you have to tell yourself, we've got to take advantage of this right now?
If you're
Denver,
Denver,
can't fill every hole this offseason.
Andy, if you are Denver, you've got to take advantage
right.
of the Broncos and the Chargers in this very division. Somebody has to be able to figure out a way to be able to take home field advantage away from those dudes, make them go on the road in the playoffs. And hey, if they beat you, they beat you because they win almost all the time. It's, again, we're so colored by now you're the worst team in the NFL because you lost the Super Bowl thing, but they really got waxed, and it does kind of feel like at the end of a three-peat attempt that this team went through and 3 consecutive Super Bowls, how are you guys going to pick yourselves up off the mat now?
Yeah, but you said it right there. Buffalo, I can't get mad at them. They handled their business in the regular season, but Buffalo, the Bengals, anybody else that thinks they're in this little conversation to be in that Final Four weekend?
Yeah.
You got to start beating the Chiefs at home, man. or not beating them at home, but you've got to get home field advantage away from them. I guess it was Baltimore and Cincinnati that both had to go into Arrowhead. Handle your dang business. Don't let them have home field advantage. And then maybe one of you will actually move on. That didn't hold true last year. I get that. By the way, there could be a move out there for the Broncos. You know, there's a new, you know who else feels the way that you do? Maybe we should come back and I should play you a little something, see how it sits with you.
Ooh.
Because there's a candidate for the Joker role.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody seems in on it. And he has Denver's words on his lips.
Yeah.
How do you say that? Keep your name out my mouth? Well, it's in his mouth.
It's in his mouth.
I don't think I like that.
Yeah.
That sounds... We allowed to talk about that?
Right now, we're going to talk about it. Deebo Samuel. He's talking about Denver. He's saying Denver.
The Broncos!
And the Niners
Not like that.
are allowing him to seek a trade. Here's Deebo Samuel via Bleacher Report. Roll it, Spring. Whenever you'd like.
He's a quiet man. He's a soft talker.
He is. Soft talker is that
We're
Deebo
going to
Samuel.
agree to a trade.
There it is.
Who's a team, in your opinion, that people should kind of be like, ooh, they might be something special?
I could say Denver. Bo Nix is playing really, really good ball right now. Your defense is outrageous. You got P2 out there who's, I would say, the best at the position right now. Probably been for the past 2 years. You got the other guy on the other side. I just think you need a couple more pieces, and then it'll be what it need to be, and you just have to get past Pat Mahomes every year.
Sounds like a Ninja Turtle swinging a sword with the sound effect. There's a little too much of that in there for me. I didn't need the slash sound for every graphic they went to. But anyway, he says Denver.
He does.
Deebo make a good Joker for this team, or now he got paid. See, again, do you try to go for the draft? Do you go to the draft and see if you can get your Joker and then turn to something like this? Can you have two Jokers? I know that's really only an answer that Sean Payton can answer.
Aren't they trying to turn Marvin Mims into a poor man's Deebo already?
You know what? It's a great question. What? I got to do the thing. Let's go figure out how much he makes.
Deebo is 29 years of age.
Yep.
So it's not a long-term thing, but maybe you got to look at it and just say, okay, well, our defense is ready to win right now. We're in a great spot. And so let's look at a Kansas City team that's hurting, that's reeling a little bit. Hey, maybe there's finally a world where a Super Bowl hangover will finally apply to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay, good call on the short term. So he does have 1 year left on the contract. It's $17.5 million roughly.
Yeah.
Is the compensation number. Mm-hmm. You know what? It's a higher number, but it's not $30 million for T. Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to jump into that free agent pool, he would fill the Joker role.
Sure would.
And you could still pair him with a tight end, a la George Kittle. Whatever you got to do.
Let's ask Jeff Legwold about it coming up here in just a moment. Plus, we've got our key word for you to be able to win a Safeway gift card for Valentine's Day. That's coming up next. Yeah, metal. Safeway saves the day this Valentine's Day week. We're about to give you a keyword to text in along with your name to 303-504-0925. Everybody who texts in is entered to win a $50 Safeway gift card, as well as a $250 grand prize gift card coming up on Friday. Today's keyword, Andy? Bouquet.
A bouquet of flowers.
Bouquet.
Just bouquet.
Bouquet.
Alex Bouquet.
Text bouquet and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's bouquet and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Once you do that, you'll be entered for today's $50 gift card prize, as well as Friday's $250 gift card, thanks to Safeway. Bouquet.
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 I told you I was going to ask you what the other contest we've got going on.
What's that?
With the it's this one, I guess.
Uh-huh.
With the gift cards and all that.
Sure.
No mention of the chocolate strawberries this year. Was the fact that I went and bought some and forced you to have one, did that take the chocolate strawberries out of the promotional rotation this year?
I don't know, but much like you attempted to force a chocolate-covered strawberry into my mouth, we can reforce it into the live read, Andy.
Hey, I'm going to go get some. Because Valentine's Day is Friday.
It's coming up, folks.
And I like a chocolate strawberry.
Yes.
And they had some big ones. You know what I did notice there as I shopped this weekend?
Mm-hmm.
They've got the long-stemmed ones, so you can technically take the long-stem strawberries, dip it in your own chocolate mixture, do it yourself.
We're going to do a fondue platter here for Valentine's Day. It's going to be very romantic in
I
here.
think we're allowed the, what is that, the little can? The
sterno?
The sterno can in here. I don't think that's allowed.
Should we light some candles?
Sure. We can set it out here in our lovely dining room.
You can cram chocolate-covered strawberries into my mouth against my will.
Then there'll be a note.
By the way, this actually did happen last year.
It did. We might do it again.
Yeah, we might.
Yeah, we'll see. Hey, we'll see.
Bouquet.
Bouquet.
Yeah.
You don't know who Alex Bouquet is. Don't spell it like him. That's not how it's spelled.
Bouquet.
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 A lovely bouquet as you pop open the wine, get the tannins going.
I really, and I consider myself to be a good speller. I don't think I would have spelled bouquet correctly.
Give it to me again.
B-O-U.
Yeah.
Q-U.
Yeah.
E-T. Bouquet.
Surprisingly, I would have gotten that one. What about bouquet? Would you?
Bouquet?
Would that have cost you? If you would have pronounced it bouquet, would that have caused us some spelling problems?
Bouquet.
A bouquet of roses? Bouquet.
I go bouquet. It could be bouquet, I suppose, as well. Do you say bouquet or bouquet?
I think I've done both.
All right.
Bouquet lately because I always think of the U. I don't know why.
Okay. Is Leggy ready?
No, he's not on there.
He's not?
You don't see him, do you?
We do have Jeff.
Oh wait,
Legwold.
we're not doing the deal.
Are we doing a thing?
He doesn't want to
Zoom
look
today.
at us. Yeah.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We bring in Jeff Legwold for a bouquet of football information after Super Bowl licks. Leggy, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Leggy, is it just so simple as Vic Fangio just had better dudes than the Chiefs had? How'd they get it done?
Well, it's that same age-old story of simple is complex sometimes. Yeah. But they played a very simple, schematically, quarters coverage, four-man rush. I mean, it's classic Vic Fangio. And, we said on Friday both teams had offensive line issues, and whichever team dealt with them the best would have a better day. And the Chiefs did not deal with their offensive line issues, and the very talented Eagles took advantage of it. And Fangio didn't deter from the plan and didn't have to. And they had maybe the toughest thing to do. They had Mahomes second-guessing reads against very simple coverages. When you look at the coaches' copies or the end zone views, he's got open receivers, but no time to get him the ball. So it was a classic Fangio game plan, and I traded text with Vic this morning, and he's obviously very happy it worked out, but he was very complimentary of his players.
Yeah, and his players, they flat out won. Like he said, can my 4 beat your 5? And they did. And can my 7 cover your 5 that are in the play? Yes, they can. So looking at Kansas City, Tooney's a great player, but he was playing out of position. Caliendo, obviously not the answer at left guard. Creed Humphrey's very good. Jawan Taylor, they've got to be able to do better than that at right tackle. The offensive line upgrades, how quickly can Brett Veach and Kansas City get this done?
Well, they've been putting it off for a couple of years now, and they've gotten away with it, frankly, because the quarterback is so good.
Yeah.
And, eventually, like all great, this doesn't lessen anything the Chiefs have done. I don't like the narrative that they suddenly go to the back of the train now, that they're the 32nd best team in the
Leggy,
league.
I've been waiting through the 2 MVPs and the 3 Super Bowl MVPs to finally have my Mahomes is a fraud take validated.
Yeah, and I'm ready for them to go to the back of the train, Leggy.
I feel pretty good about it today.
Yeah, no, good job. But no, it's they've put this off for 2 years, and I think sometimes in all my years doing this, I'm fascinated how many times very good teams, championship teams, and we saw it with Brady a lot too in New England, is that teams do not protect their greatest investment with the zeal they pursue a wide receiver or a running. I just will never understand it. It's like they bow to the public opinion that taking a tackle or spending money on a tackle isn't sexy. And, well, this is what it looks like when you don't. So either get used to that or spend the resources you need to protect your greatest resource, which is the best quarterback in today's era.
Okay, so I'm with you. Nobody in this room, I think, believes that the Chiefs' dynasty is just abruptly ended, but doesn't it feel like they've got more to do overall, not just on the offensive line? They've got 3 free agent wide receivers. You got to make a decision on Kelsey. It feels like they do have more work to do to get back to where they've been this offseason than past years. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Andy, it's like all good erosion gets you eventually in the NFL. The salary cap demands it. Age demands it. I mean, I don't think there's a sport anyone follows as passionately as people do the NFL, where the healthy window of players is so small. I mean, even the healthiest of players is going to be caught by time, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, Kelsey didn't look like the same player last night he has 5 years ago, because you're not going to look like that. And then you take all the departures. When you're a very good team and you've won as much as they have, like all very good teams, you're going to have more departures than arrivals, and that's often the case, of prominent players, of key players, and that's why the draft is so important. I mean, we're celebrating the Eagles, but yet another draft-built team put over the top by smart free agency decisions.
Yeah, no, they've done a wonderful job, and now some of their guys start to become available. Let's talk about Zach Bond first, Leggy. What does the market look like for Zach Bond? Like, I don't think he's getting Roquan Smith or Fred Warner money, but I think he's got an opportunity to do quite well for himself. Could you see George and Sean saying, let's invest at inside linebacker, given Bond's history with Peyton?
I think I never say never with any player with a history with Peyton, for one. And, I don't think price tag will influence this group of Broncos, in anything they do moving forward. If they want somebody, they're going to do what they want to get him. From a 10,000-foot view, your only question with him is, he never started more than 6 games before this season.
Yeah.
So you have to decide what he really might be moving forward. And he's really the size of what a big safety used to be. So does that fix the Broncos' problems of needing more physicality in the middle of the field? I think he probably played closer to 225, 223 this year. That's a big safety in the 80s. So, I mean, you got to decide, does he fix your problems? And what he was this year with Vic Fangio, could he be that in a very different scheme you run here?
All right, what about a Deebo Samuel? He's become the new hot name. He's allowed to seek a trade. Nate and I just played the audio where he's on a podcast or whatever, and he's talking about Denver is an up-and-coming team. Sean's looking for a joker. What about that marriage? Would that be something you think they kick the tires on?
Well, his deal is a little weird because the cap hit changes drastically, depending on when you do it. And he's got 4 voidable years already on the end of his contract that would cause dead money for the team acquiring him, I believe. So I don't exactly know all of the salary cap dynamics for him in a trade because the contract comes with you. Now, if the 49ers are responsible for all that, the voidable year stuff, then it's a pretty economical fit in terms of salary cap. The question is, are you going to, where do you come down on how much should you give up to get him? Because he's never, not once, played every game in a season.
All right, so help me out here because I've got it pulled up, and it looked like a palatable hit at $17.5 million for next year. But like you're talking about, there are avoidable years at $4 million, well, it's pretty much $5 million, $5 million, $3 million, $3 million. You're saying that the Niners would try to trade those voidable years to the team acquiring him?
Yeah, I don't know the dynamic because traditionally you get the contract as it exists. So that's the technicality. I wasn't at law school the day they taught law. So it's what happens to those 4 voidable years, I think, would impact any team, not just the Broncos. But if the 49ers are responsible for those and that's the dead money and all of that, then that's a totally different conversation. And he could do lots of things for the Broncos, but like a lot of guys in this free agency class, if I'm going to pay top dollar, I want guys who are on the field all the time.
Yeah.
And he's never played every game of the season.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here. Leggy, maybe a bigger picture question right here is, did yesterday's result or the exposing of the Chiefs that happened at the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday, if you want to call it such a thing, did that impact the offseason plans aggressiveness of any other franchises in the AFC? Obviously Buffalo and Baltimore and Cincinnati, they got their guy, and those teams are locked and loaded and ready to go. But for example, for a couple of teams like the Chargers and the Denver Broncos, does that make them view this as, hey, maybe the Chiefs are more vulnerable than we realized?
Well, I don't think it should take away that you need a pretty damn well-built team to beat them.
Right.
The Eagles aren't just a team that that's a well-built team.
Howie Roseman's got to go to the Hall of Fame.
That's a talented team.
Yeah.
And again, I hate to keep saying it, but I saw how they did business with the New Orleans Saints for a long time. We're talking about 2 draft-built teams in the Super Bowl. And, we can all get excited about free agency and trades or whatever, but the bulk of your team better be your own guys or you're never going to pull it off. And that's the lesson, to me, you should take away. Because if your plan is our quarterback will play better than him, and Jalen Hurts did play better than him yesterday, but Jalen Hurts did it with a much better team around him. So when he had the day of his life, they won a trophy.
All right. It was interesting because I know Ryan Clark made the statement on SportsCenter today. He thinks this is the start of a Hall of Fame career for Jalen Hurts. How do you think history now remembers Jalen? I mean, what I think is wild is that we've got that statement coming out on TV. Jalen played great yesterday, no doubt about it. He had a very good playoff run, but there were questions towards the end of the year, both last year and even some this year, about what's going on with the Eagles' passing game. Why isn't it right? A.J. Brown's getting upset. What do you make of this kind of wild little turn in the Jalen Hurts story?
Well, it's never been a wild turn for me. I liked him coming into the league. I liked his composure. I like his attitude. Everyone I know who has been around him and been a teammate or coached him, everybody I know who's been in that position can't say enough good things about the guy. And so it's not been a narrative for me. But overall, you should never listen to what receivers say. They're always unhappy. And to me, that's not a gauge of where things are for a guy in his career. A.J. Brown was complaining to the head coach during the game, and they're up like 20. So, do you want to win or do you want the ball all the time? And whatever. But, receivers griping is as old as time itself in football. But I think Hurts, anytime you win the trophy, people can say whatever they want about you now, but they can't take your ring away from you. And I think it only helps him, and I think he's still got tons of great football ahead of him because he plays for an organization that obviously knows how to build a team because they were back again. After a disappointment, they built a better team and won.
All right, I got to ask. One of our texters has asked this, and I thought the same thing last night. Was that the earliest Gatorade shower we've seen in a while?
2.5 minutes to go.
It was not going to affect things, but I was like, that feels a little early to be dousing the man.
I told a coach I know who texted me right after it that you have to take all of the things that were going on. Kenny Pickett's in the game.
Yeah.
The quarterback. They have backups all over the place on the field and the Gatorade shower all before like the 3-minute mark. That's an epic. That's if you look up beatdown in the dictionary, those three pictures are right there.
Yeah, it was a 34-0 game, 40-22, but we know it wasn't even actually that close. Hell, Kelsey didn't even have his first catch in that game until the third quarter. He was completely taken out of things. Eagles smacked him pretty good. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN, read his stuff right there. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff Legwold, well done as always, man.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Yeah, Leggy with us right there. It's so funny as he was going on and on about Jalen Hurts, and you can never take the trophy away. All I could think in my head the whole time was, yeah, but is Joe Flacco elite?
Nate. But did you know that Jalen Hurts is their most expensive player next year, like $20 million, $21 million? The Eagles have got a window wide open.
That's how it is on most teams.
It's unreal.
Yeah. It's those quarterbacks, man. They do get paid.
Yeah, but still $20 million for a good quarterback?
I have a Jalen Hurts related question that I'm going to ask you when we come back. And this pertains to every junior varsity athletic coach out there. I'll ask you that question next. Before this segment concludes, we will tell you today's winner of the $50 gift card to Safeway for our Valentine's Day contest. Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements or bouquets, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need to make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Yes, we'll give our winner out before this segment concludes. Nikola Jokic, NBA Player of the Week. Third time this season that matches a career high for the Joker. We're not even to the All-Star break yet. First time he ever collected 3 before the All-Star break in his career. By the way, here's a fun little trivia question for the kids. You ready for this one? Since Nikola Jokic's debut, since he joined the Denver Nuggets, only one other Nugget has won the NBA Player of the Week award. Can you name him?
No.
All right. Think about it, kids. 303-504-0925. Text in your answer. We don't have anything to give away. You'll just get our respect if you get it right. Since Joker's debut, only one other Nugget has won an NBA Player of the Week award. Can you name them? 303-504-0925. Again, you'll just get my admiration if you get it right. So Jalen Hurts wins Super Bowl MVP, right, Andy?
Correct.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So
you know where he is today, don't you?
Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Is he at Disney World?
He is.
All right, way to
He
go,
was on
man.
the parade,
Gets the
welcoming
parade.
everybody in, the whole deal.
Good for him. Yeah, he. I saw some great footage of him after the game last night, and he had just like wandered out into the tunnel like after the party. It was just sitting on the floor, just him and the trophy, and it just kind of had like that, like, I need a minute, everybody. Okay, I'm tired. Let's just give me a moment here. But yeah, Jalen Hurts wins it. Andy, I don't know if you remember this or not, but did you know Jalen Hurts once got benched in a national championship game?
I remember that.
Yeah, he did. 2017 national title game. He got benched. Tua came in. He spent a year as the backup, and then he transferred to Oklahoma before getting to the NFL. But from benched at halftime in the national championship game to Super Bowl MVP. Does Jalen Hurts become this generation's Michael Jordan for the inspirational speech from JV coaches of, Michael Jordan didn't even make his varsity team. And look at what happened to that guy. Can Jalen Hurts, from benched to Super Bowl MVP, is this the new inspirational story of this generation?
I like that. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I had a few coaches drop the Jordan anecdote on me.
No, we all heard that, didn't we? Growing up at that time anyway,
It's like,
we all heard that.
I'm a 5'6" white kid, and I can barely jump and touch the net. Are you telling me I can win NBA MVP?
Because you're lying. Yeah.
I'd like to believe I can.
I would say he's probably the news story. Trying to think of anybody else, trying to think of...
It's quite inspirational.
It is.
What about this one? Okay. What if I told you, all right, there's a fat kid from a Eastern European country that barely even registers, taken in the NBA draft in the second round, a pick that was so low profile, there was a Taco Bell commercial running with a quesarito and the cheese strands getting pulled apart on the screen as his name flashed on the bottom line, and that guy would go on to win 3 NBA MVP awards. That's a good one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joker.
And a championship.
Is rags to riches all the way, man. He's a great story.
But did he get benched?
No,
usually
they benched Nurk for him.
See, again, usually these stories you like to tell comes in trying to keep a young person's mood up.
Yes.
Look, you can come back from this. Not
Not you just got in and were awesome the rest of the way, which Joker has been.
He really has been, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's pretty much been all sunshine and
Had
rainbows.
you not played in Serbia where they like horse racing, maybe we would have found you sooner and you wouldn't have been in the second round.
I mean, he did once lose a game 82 when Taj Gibson stripped the ball out of his hands and they didn't even make the playoffs. And then Tim Connolly wandered over a bridge and thought about jumping, as he told us on our show.
Yeah, and then later he would go become GM of said team.
He sure would be. Uh-huh.
And he is still there now.
He is. That's right.
So that every time that the Timberwolves beat the Nuggets, all I have to hear is, well, they're built to beat the Nuggets. Yeah, I know.
We're aware.
Let's try to figure out how to undo that construction.
I tell you, a team that's not built to beat the Nuggets, that's the
Suns?
Well, them too, the Lakers.
Oh, the Lakers. How about that trade?
You suddenly don't have a big man.
No.
I
thought you did.
I don't like Jackson Hayes as a matchup for Nikola Jokic.
Aren't you curious? Like, what unmet
Very
condition
curious.
happened that you undid that trade, leaving you with zero big men?
I'm very curious as to what they found in there that they really didn't like. I
For
mean,
those that missed it, something went on with the trade. They had to resend it yesterday, and now all players, including Dalton Knecht, is back with the Lakers.
Yeah, Mark Williams is not a Laker. He goes back to Charlotte.
So
wild.
Very wild.
Yeah.
And there's no trade deadline to go and pick another move.
No, there's not like we can replace this with anything. Once the deadline passes, it goes
It's
away.
in baseball where you just wave everybody and you can still make a deal.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they just don't straight up don't have a big. I think it really does go to show you, like, you freak out about deadline deals. And obviously, like, Doncic moving that's earth moving, right? But also, like, the Lakers aren't going to fully know what they are, especially without a big man, until next year. De'Aaron Fox and Wemby, it's going to take a minute because it always does. Yeah, I guess Jimmy and Steph look good their first time out together, but also those guys are 1,000 years old. Like, really,
Plenty of time for Jimmy to get upset.
Dallas isn't going to be fully formed, especially without Anthony Davis now that he is out with an injury. The NBA trade deadline was kind of about, like, what happens next year.
Exactly.
Yeah. Again, we kind of freak out about it in the moment, but it's about what happens next year.
Yeah, and then now we all get to watch what could be a potential soap opera of Luka and LeBron and figuring out, everybody will play nice, I'm sure, through the end of this year, but those are two guys that are used to scoring a whole lot and having the ball. How will that
they
coexist?
still will. Don't worry.
I'm sure they'll
will.
score a whole lot. They got nobody left to. But they better make those darn shots because, quite honestly, you don't have anybody to rebound.
Nikola Jokic, inspirational tale. Somebody on the text line finally got it. 303-476. Paul Millsap.
Yeah.
Paul Millsap was the answer we were looking for. December 3rd, 2018, Paul Millsap won Western Conference Player of the Week. I don't remember that.
I don't either.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't remember anybody other than Joker winning Western Conference Player of the Week.
That's right. By the way, Joker, 17 Conference Player of the Week awards. That is as many as the next two winningest Nuggets combined.
Let me ask you this. How many Conference Players of the Week awards did he win in his MVP seasons? What's his high in an MVP season of Conference Player of the Weeks?
In his MVP years, he won, 3, 2, and 2. So this matches his career high of 3.
Well, what does that mean? Nothing. SGA's winning that award. Which, frankly, if we go off of trends, we should root for SGA to take the award.
Yeah, because then the Nuggets can win the title.
Right.
Yeah.
The only year he didn't win it of the last 4 is the one they got the title.
I support that. Spring, who won our Safeway gift card?
Winner is David Eklund.
David Eklund. Way to go, David Eklund. David Eklund wins himself a $50 gift card to Safeway. You can win one tomorrow. In fact, we're giving them away at 9:20, 11:20, 2:20, and 4:20 all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So it will literally pay to be a P1, but listen for the keyword to text in along with your name to 303-504-0925, and you can win a $50 gift card to Safeway to use this Valentine's Day when you're shopping for that someone special with a beautiful flower arrangement, savory chocolates, and more.
And more concludes what? Chocolate-covered strawberries.
Whoa! And bananas. You always need bananas.
You know, there's a
too.
pharmacy section too if you need it.
If you were required.
Yeah. For stuff.
Totally, yes.
Things. For the date.
I know not of what you speak. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
You shouldn't roll up with that at a Safeway anyway. Just hit a 7-Eleven. Quick purchase, in and out.
What can you do at a Safeway? What's wrong with that? Come on.
I did at a Target once for this certain product that those in the know. If you know, you know.
Bread and eggs and...
I purchased one at a Target. The lady's like, well, I'm all out of printer paper. I can't give you a receipt. And I said, well, if they break, I'm not bringing them back. So, and away I went. My free plastic bag.
Ribbed and all. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Oh, we have got a Super Bowl champion, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a job currently. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. If you need a new heating and cooling system, but you don't want to pay up front because, yeah, those things are pricey, well, Apple Air has got you covered. For a limited time, you can get a brand new system with no payments and no interest for 12 months. That means total comfort now, and you don't pay a thing for a full year. They got a great expert team over there at Apple Air. They installed my new furnace system into my home, and we got the red carpet treatment. Guys, they literally rolled out a red carpet into our home and installed a fantastic new high-efficiency 2-stage furnace. And the house is as cozy and as warm as can be. We've been running it all winter long. Temperature's about to drop again this week. That thing's going to be cranking. Denver, if you're looking for a new heating and cooling system, right now Apple Air giving you $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system. This is a limited time offer. Go to appleair.com. That's appleair.com, or give them a call just like I did, 303-733-2813. All right, let's dive right into it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go, Spring.
Hey, it's a post-Super Bowl high five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Eagles beat the Chiefs 42-22 in Super Bowl licks yesterday. Vic Fangio's defense had a great game. They sacked Patrick Mahomes 5 times. I have a quote from Vic Fangio, and then I have a comment from one of his defensive linemen, edge rusher Nolan Smith. Vic Fangio, after the game, talking to the Philadelphia Inquirer about his defense, he said, quote, Patrick Mahomes is so good against pressure that I was hoping we could play the game without having to pressure much. And that happened. They exceeded my hopes and expectations, but I did believe we could have a good pass rush game. Nolan Smith, one of those D linemen for Vic Fangio and that Eagles defense, pumping up Vic after the game.
Man, all I got to do is say shout out to Vic Fangio, man. That man, I know he old, but man, he got so much knowledge left in there, and I can't wait to just take it from him and just take all the knowledge that he could give to the game, man. He's an amazing coach.
I know he's old, but that guy can drop one hell of a defense. No, Legwald called it the complexity of simplicity earlier of just, we're going to rush 4. We're going to drop 7. See if he can beat it. And his guys won up front. And they won up front all day long. It was unbelievable. Like, Nolan Smith was absolutely dominant in that game. Josh Sweat was absolutely dominant in that game yesterday. Those tackles were on skates, and Mahomes was stepping up into pressure in his face throughout the course of the game. That's why they won that game. Jalen Hurts, you get an MVP, and you guys scored 40 points, but you won that game because your front four, they won all day long. A 38% pressure rate in that game without blitzing.
Yeah, highest sack rate, right? Highest number of sacks taken by Mahomes.
In his career was 6.
In his career, he faced the biggest deficit of his career. You know, look, the Eagles' offense was good. I don't want to take too much away from them, but they didn't have to be great. You talked about it earlier. That run game, which many of us thought would have to be the backbone of an Eagles win, really wasn't. Now, I credit them for staying with it and trying to tire out that Kansas City defense, but, you know, the Philly defense made you feel like, I don't know if Mahomes and the boys, again, when you knew they were going to have to start throwing, they had no shot. They had to run the football just to show them something different at some point.
Yeah.
It is Vic Fangio's crowning achievement. Good for Vic.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Well, let's talk about the losers, the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes falls to 3-2 in Super Bowls.
Loser.
Yeah, Tom Brady was 3-2 in his first 5 Super Bowls.
Loser, too.
Tom Brady beat Patrick Mahomes in one of his 2 Super Bowl losses. Last night, Patrick Mahomes was asked which loss sucked more, the loss to Brady or the loss to the Eagles. Here's Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, both sucked. I mean, there's no way around it. Anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's the worst feeling in the world. They'll stick with you the rest of your career. I mean, these will be the 2 losses that will motivate me to be even better for the rest of my career, because you only get so few of these, and you have to capitalize on these, and they hurt probably more than the wins feel good.
Yeah, second loss in the Super Bowl. By the way, speaking of Brady, it seemed like he wasn't that bummed that Mahomes didn't win that game.
No, he enjoyed doing that broadcast.
He sure did.
Being able to talk about, man, we're watching a guy you guys all compare to me melt down right in front of our eyes.
Exactly. Like so there's no argument of like, well, Mahomes is 4-1 in his first 5, and Brady was only 3-2. So obviously this means that Mahomes surpasses Brady. Nope, he gets to call the question. So he remains in that spot right there. Also, by the way, how about Brady name-checking Lonnie Paxton?
Yeah, heard
during
that.
the telecast.
We had a great long snapper, and then what did he say that Pereira? No, was that the crossing routes he blamed for Pereira for putting it into? But yeah, I never thought I'd hear Lonnie Paxton in the middle of that Super Bowl
broadcast. Didn't think I would hear that name during a Super Bowl, and yet there was Tom Brady dropping Lonnie Paxton for 75 million people last night.
Yeah. Look, if you're the Chiefs, you've done so much winning, and maybe this is a talk show segment too. You've done so much winning, you wouldn't think this would hurt too much. But they wanted 3 really bad. I mean, who doesn't?
They were talking about 3-peat before they won 2.
Right. How big does that hill have to feel? Like, they haven't had to feel like they've had a lot of hills to climb.
Yeah.
To get that close to a 3-peat, that's got to feel... That's where I think some of these guys probably got to feel like, man, can we really try to do that again?
Right. Right.
That's why it's so hard, and it's never been done.
Yeah, the end of an NFL season is so damn exhausting, and then when you just have to finish it with that gut punch, Super Bowl hangovers, they're a real thing as much as as kind of a abstract concept like that can be a real thing, because it takes so much for a team to be able to get themselves, put it all back together and get back to that place. And this was a Chiefs team that I think last year they won it all as a flawed team. I think it's a Chiefs team that this year got there as an even more flawed team. There's a lot to correct for those dudes right now.
And they did a lot of winning over 3 years. And to think about trying to match that kind of winning again, that's got to be daunting.
And in every game you play is close.
Yeah.
Your defense, and I think the Chiefs defense was often very comfortable playing in tight, close games and playing that kind of bend but don't break football, but eventually the dam broke, and it really broke because of what the Eagles defense did, because of a pick six, because of an interception thrown deep in Kansas City territory that made a game that was like, okay, this thing's going to hover around 10, 14 points or whatever it is, to, oh, this is a damn blowout.
Yeah, I gave you a hard time throughout the year for saying the Chiefs are going to be done only because of my Chiefs bitterness, but
sure.
Listen, they had the kind of season. They reminded me of Matt Nagy's Chicago Bears that did all that winning his first year by all those close scores and then got knocked out on the double doink in the divisional round. Technically, if you look at things, that's usually how seasons end for teams like the Chiefs that won so many games by a single score. It was amazing they got to the Super Bowl to begin with.
Along those lines, Andy, another just a shout out of appreciation for the 2015 Broncos.
Yeah.
Who only knew how to win sphincter clenching football games.
Made you want to puke.
And they did it every single. In fact, they won the Super Bowl by 2 scores, and that's what was so wild about it at the very end. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The 49ers have granted Deebo Samuel and his agent Tory Dandy permission to find a trade partner after Deebo first expressed his desire to move on at his exit meeting with Coach Kyle Shanahan in January. Today, Deebo Samuel went on some show on Bleacher Report, and he was asked this.
Who's a team, in your opinion, that people should kind of be like, ooh, they might be something special?
I could say Denver. Bo Nix is playing really, really good ball right now. Your defense is outrageous. You got P2 out there who's, I would say, the best at the position right now. Probably been for the past 2 years. You got the other guy on the other side. I just think you need a couple more pieces, and then it'll be what it need to be, and you just have to get past Pat Mahomes every year.
Yeah, just another attractive kind of piece right there. Here's my question, though, Andy, is, Deebo Samuel, big name, all that kind of good stuff. But he's also going to be 30 next year. Is Marvin Mims kind of already doing what Deebo Samuel does?
Well, it's a great question. Jeff Legwald at 420 pointed out, 430 to be exact, that Deebo Samuel is a guy that has not played a full NFL season. He does have this really funky contract that I did not. Again, Jeff was telling us there are 4 voidable years on those and on that contract now, and usually those voidable years go with you. If I'm the Broncos, I'm saying you want to trade him to us, you're keeping your voidable years. We're not taking that dead money on. So it's not as easy as it may seem just getting Deebo Samuel. And to your point about Mims, yes, they're fairly similar.
I remain in this place, whether we're talking about Deebo Samuel or whomever in a trade market right now, Cooper Kupp, whomever it may be. Broncos are doing a good job in the draft. Keep drafting guys.
Right.
And keep this going. You're doing a good job. Stay young, stay nimble.
And keep signing value-savvy free agents like you did this past year.
Exactly. The Broncos are doing it right. Don't start trying to skip steps now, which I know is such a lame way to view team building. I know free agency is content and it's splashy and all of that, but stay the course. You're doing a pretty good job right now.
High five.
In other 49ers news, Brock Purdy is going to be playing on the 4th and final year of his rookie contract this season. It has finally come time to pay Brock Purdy, whether this offseason or certainly next offseason if you're the 49ers. Well, their owner, Jed York, talked to the Associated Press today, and he said, quote, "I know we want Brock to be here for a long time, and we'll do everything we can to make that work."
Everything? Define everything for
The price
me,
that I
Jed.
like. Let's find a price we're both comfortable with, because I'm not about to hand you $50 million like a bunch of quarterbacks got the last 2 years when you did not perform the same way as your supporting cast eroded due to injury as the season went along.
I don't want to say exposed because that's a little bit harsh, but it was a good reminder this past season, like where Brock Purdy stands in the NFL pecking order. Starting quarterback, to be sure, can be a good starting quarterback, but he doesn't get Lamar Jackson money.
No, listen, and we always think about when you put a unit together, it's like the defensive side of the ball, right?
Yeah.
Nobody ever thinks about actually grabbing the best tight end with the best fullback, with the best left tackle, with a couple of top receivers, and then giving that to an average rookie contract quarterback. But that's what they've done.
Yeah,
and you've worked it to perfection. Then you went and got one of the best running backs in the game.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we need to keep all those guys for you to be elite. I'm not giving you you're not getting Trevor Lawrence money.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd top out at 30 for him. You can have 30, maybe 35 with some incentives, but I'm not giving you anything north of 35 in my world.
I agree with you. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Yesterday, or recently, last week.
But it was reported yesterday.
It was reported yesterday, but last week, Aaron Rodgers was summoned to fly all the way out to New Jersey so that the New York Jets, new head coach Aaron Glenn and new GM Darren Muji could tell him that he will not be back with the Jets next season.
He's been fired. Yes.
Is that when the breakup would have been okay over text? Did you need to do it face-to-face
You
there?
had to fly him in.
Fly on out to Jersey. We want to tell you to your stupid face we're moving on.
Also, it's funny because in this story, they name check Aaron Glenn and new GM Darren Muji, who came from Denver. But was it actually Brick Johnson that got to drop the axe?
It was one of the Johnsons.
Yeah,
I think Woody Johnson wanted to just have the satisfaction of saying, I'm done with. He wanted to break up with him that bad.
Did Brick never even look up from the TikTok that he was watching on his phone to fire Aaron Rodgers?
He probably turned it into a TikTok as his dad told him, we're done with you.
Content, bro.
Doesn't that feel like a bitter billionaire move, though? You're really going to make the guy fly out to New Jersey so you can just tell him, we're done here?
Yes, exactly. Breaking up in person. Andy, Saquon Barkley broke a hollowed NFL record yesterday. I'll tell you what that is. Plus some unbelievable numbers from the first half of the Super Bowl that you have to hear. That's coming up next. Oh, Patrick Mahomes got humbled yesterday, sacked 6 times in that game. By the way, I just want to just make a note, okay? Serena in the halftime show was cool, but as covered last week, where's my dude Aaron Aflalo?
Yeah, I was telling my friends that story.
Give me a little love for spell check out there in the halftime show. Aaron Aflalo, that's Kendrick's hero. You could have had him out there. Anyway, it's a good halftime show. I enjoyed it. You want some first half numbers from the Super Bowl, Andy?
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. 104 passing yards, no tutties, 2 picks, passer rating 46.3. Only carried the ball 8 times for 19 total yards. Of those 2 interceptions, one of them a pick 6. Throw in a turnover on downs as well. That was the kind of domination the Seahawks did to Peyton Manning in Super Bowl 48. Mahomes was worse yesterday than Manning was in Super Bowl 48. Yesterday, Mahomes, 6 of 14 for 33 yards in the first half. No tutties, 2 picks, one of them a pick 6, 10.7 passer rating, and the Chiefs carried the ball 3 times for 3 yards in the first half of that game. The Chiefs' drive chart went punt, 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 pick 6, punt, interception, punt. Denver's in Super Bowl 48, safety, punt, interception, pick 6, turnover on downs. Obviously, both of those eye-coveringly horrific. But, Andy, we finally saw a quarterback play worse than Peyton Manning did against Seattle.
And of all the guys to do it,
I know,
who would
right?
have thought?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Mm-hmm.
That's why when we opened the show and you had asked about, will this hurt the legacy? I don't think so just yet. He'd have to have a couple more of these and then have like 4 really bad showings in the Super Bowl probably for it to start creeping in. But yeah, that's still amazing. They couldn't pick up first downs, which was amazing.
Yeah.
But again, you know what? Leggy had the perfect word for it, the erosion. The erosion of the Chiefs' talent, the erosion of the offensive line, the lack of weapons on the outside that we didn't think were a big deal for a couple years since Tyreek Hill left. And it turns out that, yeah, they are kind of a big deal. So
managed to win 2 Super Bowls without him, but still.
All right. I'd like to have that kind of erosion myself, frankly, but
very slow erosion.
And it's just crazy. It's just crazy to see it all come together in the big game, the game that they never screw up, the game that they're never out of. By the way, the game, apparently, again, in Denver, the proof is out there. We weren't the only ones enjoying watching the Chiefs lose yesterday. This is now the highest ranked, most watched Super Bowl with 126 million viewers projected.
Really?
That's what it says. It's the new number 1 from Fox Sports PR. According to Ian Rappaport just retweeted that.
Okay.
126 million viewers in a blowout game. You know what's funny? I had said to you Friday, I feel like we're due for a blowout. I just thought it was going to go the other way. I had not enough respect at all for that Eagles defense. Frankly, these are the kind of games I was writing someone on the text line. These are the kind of games I was used to as a kid.
Yeah.
You probably remember a few of those too.
Oh, there were some bad ones.
The NFC was so dominant. We used to joke that the NFC Championship was the Super Bowl because the AFC would just go get spanked by them.
Here's another game that I always think of as a classic, just ass beating in the Super Bowl. When the Niners and Steve Young beat the Chargers.
So we had a texter write in earlier that said, that was the first Super Bowl I turned off early, and I wrote back about that exact game. I was like, did you not see that game? And then find out how young our listeners are. He said he was 4.
First half of that game, Stan Humphries.
Oh,
the great Stan Humphries.
Sure.
Under the coaching of Bobby Ross,
Yeah.
Sandy. 8 of 18, 94 yards, no tutties, 1 pick. Stan Humphries was better than Mahomes was yesterday.
That's right. And again, that game was 40-6 there for a minute before they finally put a little lipstick on the pig.
Yeah. Mahomes was in hell yesterday. Fangio sat back and played quarters and just never had to change the entire game. He never had to put his defense at a disadvantage the entire game. In fact, the pick 6 by Cooper DeJean, do you remember what happened on that series? They went sacks, pick 6.
Yeah, that's why he was running.
Yeah.
They were trying to get him out of the pocket.
Uh-huh.
He was a sitting duck.
That was ball game right there. Incredible.
It was amazing to watch the Eagles consistently just collapse the pocket. It looked like nobody could block for the Chiefs yesterday.
Right.
That was unbelievable. And remember, this is a Chiefs team. And again, the Eagles, and I know you got some numbers on Saquon, they still found a way to run. They still found a way to get their tush push going. Remember, this is a Chiefs team that consistently denied the Bills their version of the tush push with Josh Allen.
One of the props I was really surprised at was Saquon's longest run prop was 23.5 yards. And I was like, he's going to do that. Throughout the game, I was just waiting for him to break one. It never happened. They sold out to stop the run in that game, and it was effective, and Saquon only averaged 2.3 yards per carry. But also, like, the Kansas City's corners are not as good as they were. And so whether it was McDuffie out there or Watson, like those guys were getting torched. They were letting guys get behind them. They were getting beat consistently in that game. Again, like that's Spags. When you call defense, you have to take something away and you have to make a choice of what's going to beat me in this game. And Spags' choice was Jalen Hurts is going to have to beat me. He's going to have to be able to make throws on the outside, but he did all day long. He consistently did all day long. And that's where Jalen gets a ton of credit in this game is he threw the one pick, and it was a bad decision, but also it was deep in Kansas City territory. It didn't even hurt him.
Good as a punt.
Yeah.
Punt would have probably landed at the 2.
Exactly. Yeah, it was incredibly effective right there, and Kansas City just kept punting all day long. All right, you ready for Saquon's record?
Yeah, he took down one of our guys, didn't he?
He did. Mm-hmm. 25 carries, 57 yards yesterday, but he passes Terrell Davis. So Saquon's 2-yard run in the second quarter puts him ahead of Terrell Davis's mark of 2,476 yards, rushing yards, which came in the Broncos Super Bowl season of 1998. This is combining regular season and the postseason. Barkley finished with 2,504 yards. Now, obviously, he did it in one more game. So TD still has him in terms of yards per game, but also Saquon plays in an era of the NFL where, they make you play more football. And they had to win 4 games to win the Super Bowl. The Broncos only had to win 3 in that magical season of 1998. Plus Saquon sat the final week of the regular season. Otherwise, he would have been at 21 total games so far this season. But yes, Saquon Barkley does now hold the record for the most cumulative rushing yards between the regular season and the postseason. Andy, it's an all-time great season that he put up. I know TD won an MVP in 1998, and it was an absolutely magical year. And as per usual, Terrell Davis crushed it in that postseason because 7 of his 8 playoff games that he played in his career, he went over 100 yards. But this is, you sort of have to account for era a little bit, right?
Yes.
And in this era, what Saquon did is absolutely incredible. It's a top 10 running back season of our lifetime.
And another reason why I think it is incredible, because yes, even though they have more games, as you talked about there, this is an era that doesn't want to run the football anymore.
Right.
Jeff Legwald talks about it constantly when we bring it up about how teams are more willing to throw 5 interceptions and get sacked 10 times and keep throwing the ball than they are to put up with a couple of 2-yard losses and they just get rid of the run altogether.
Along those lines, this is one of the areas where Kellen Moore needs a ton of credit. Is that Eagles team was 2-2, and the passing game was an absolute mess, and they just said, you know what, we're going to lean harder into the run than we possibly can. They make it to the Super Bowl, and yes, they didn't have a great running game, but they still stayed within their running script inside their offense. And Kellen Moore's a guy who's about to get a head coaching gig with the New Orleans Saints, and yet you look up at the end of the game, 45 runs to 23 throws for the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I know they had a big lead, which helped in that game script, but really it was about running the ball the entire time. This is our identity. This is exactly what we do. We're going to line up and do it. And even though Kansas City did an effective job stopping it, it allowed for everything else in their offense.
It absolutely did. It changed. And look, we're going to start talking about free agency soon, right?
Yeah.
And you just said it last segment. To me, and I'm looking back at last year's free agent signings, Couple good free agents in Saquon and Derrick Henry. Sam Darnold ended up being a steal of a signing until the very end.
Yep.
Zach Bond's another great one. Josh Jacobs. So you've got 3 running backs in this top 10 that did pretty good for their teams. But a reason why you can't go nutty in free agency, you just said it right there. You're not going to have another Saquon. Saquon's the best free agent since Peyton Manning, if you think about it. Impact on their
What's crazy
team.
is him and Derrick Henry were the same year.
Yeah.
And Henry was great too.
Henry was great too.
Yeah.
But again, I go back to why this is impressive for Saquon. How many times did we come out of a Baltimore loss and everybody's going, why weren't they running Henry more? Why'd they quit running Derrick Henry?
Right.
What were they doing at the goal line? Why wouldn't you stick to that
Yeah,
thing?
Eagles never got away from it.
So it just is, it's so funny when you talk about big free agents that at the end of the day, be smart with your money. Even Saquon, who saw Saquon coming? You talked about the comeback stories. You talked about the motivational story. You already covered it with Jalen Hurts. Got benched in the middle of a national championship game, would go on to be Super Bowl winner, Super Bowl MVP. Well, how about Saquon? Saquon, I think everybody, it's not like we all saw it. A few teams called about him.
Yeah.
It's not like the NFL was all in a rush to get him on a tour, get him in their building, go sign him, right? How many teams have needs at running backs, including the one here in town?
Yeah.
It's not like a bunch of teams went to try to go sign the guy.
One thing with Kansas City that I saw in that game yesterday that concerns me a little bit from the Broncos.
Okay.
Kansas City is a mess at the tackle position, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Jawan Taylor at right tackle basically had to false start on every single play this year in order to be able to block his man. They end up going with Joe Tooney out there at left tackle. You know, they drafted Kingsley Sumataya from BYU, and they played him a little bit, but he clearly wasn't ready for the job. And they need to address left tackle in a damn hurry. That's got to be job one here for the Kansas City Chiefs this offseason. This year, Garrett Bowles will be 33 and Mike McGlinchey will be 31. They've gotten remarkable health out of those guys in the last couple of years. In fact, they've gotten remarkable health out of their entire offensive line. But in watching the Chiefs yesterday completely fail to be able to stop that pass rush, should the Broncos also take note of, yes, Kansas City is vulnerable, but also we may have our own vulnerability right now with as long in the tooth as our tackles are. And they're committed to those guys.
Yeah, it is. It's something that bears watching. You need some. Now they've got Palczewski, which they liked him very much.
Yep.
But again, being a guy that fills in and being a guy that's a starter is two different things.
Mm-hmm.
See it all in every sport, every time. And you also, this is analysis for a future day. You got a good draw on the schedule.
Yeah.
Okay. The NFC South wasn't bringing the murderer's row of pass rush. You got Broncos have to face this Eagles team next year.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
So it's something that bears watching. You're right. Sometimes and Tooney was so interesting because they were talking about it today. He's the best left guard in the league, but you made him play left tackle. Right. Now you've weakened two positions.
Surprisingly, it didn't work great.
No.
But they were desperate.
Yeah, they had to do something. And look, he gave yeoman's work through the playoffs.
Sure did.
Which, again, is a little bit of an indictment of the AFC. How could you not take advantage of this guy the way that the Eagles did?
Right.
You know?
Right.
But the Broncos, they've got a good youthful future for the most part. But this is why you don't want to go adding dead years, avoidable years, and all that other stuff to these tackles' contracts to make up money to go get dumb free agents.
Yes, stay nimble right now.
So
stay disciplined, stay nimble, add younger talent. Tackle's one of those spots. You know, we talk so much about Joker and running backs and tight ends and what Denver needs to do this offseason. I think obviously the secondary can still use youth. The defensive line can still use youth, but the tackle position is a spot for the Broncos they need to start thinking about. Again, are they still haven't drafted a tackle since Bowles, right?
No.
Yeah. It's probably
may want to think about that, even if it's a middle round developmental guy.
Right, exactly.
Now look, Zach Strief, I think, has done a great job with this line. They put a good old line together. They've been better than they've been in years. Bo Nix actually had time to function and think and try to run an offense. So,
but get another young guy in here in the building and start getting them developed.
oh, you absolutely have to have the replacement plan.
Yeah. Yeah, be ready for that. You've got to have a next step right there, and again, one of the keys that you know of in the NFL is don't wait until it's too late. We were talking about the Rams before, and they could potentially be looking to move on from Stafford, and you might look at that and go, you might have one more run with Stafford, but also you could look at it and say, is it better to start the rebuild a year early than a year late?
Right, and that's what the Patriots were the kings of.
Right. Yeah, start it a little bit earlier. Did the Chiefs run out of gas because they held on for too long with 35-year-old Travis Kelce and 31-year-old Chris Jones? They got to the Super Bowl. It's hard to critique too much of it, but also you see what it looks like when they go up against an excellently built team like the Philadelphia Eagles. They get absolutely smacked. 1-2 against the Blazers tonight for the Nuggets. We got to talk about this matchup a little bit. What's dangerous here tonight? Plus, we'll get you all the injury updates that we know going into this matchup. Tip off at 7 o'clock with Kaz on the call. Nuggets Blazers tonight, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. More snow and cold weather in the forecast for this week. What does that mean for you? If you've got truck or 4x4 needs and maybe you want a bed cover to keep the snow out of the bed, or maybe be able to just keep things secure in the back of the truck, or for me, weeks like this, and we're about to start another stretch according to the forecasters where we go below zero and it's going to be really freezing through Thursday and not a lot of fun. You want the car warmed up before you have to go out there and drive it, right? That's what a remote start is great for, because it allows you to keep the cabin locked so that you can keep the keys with you while the car gets warmed up. Matter of fact, you don't even have to go all the way out there. There's a lot of times I can just get to my front door and start the old truck up without having to actually go and set foot in the driveway. Jerry can do that for you at Colorado Off-Road. No matter what you need, maybe you need a new suspension, tow kits, whatever you could imagine for a truck or 4x4, he's got it. Maybe it's a camper top. Go talk to Jerry. These are good Colorado people. He and his wife, Wendy Jones, run this great Colorado business, and they'll help you find what you're looking for. Get to Colorado Off-Road on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call at 303-761-1264, or find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street.
Hey, what's better than starting your day with a steaming hot Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burrito from Good Times? How about getting 6 of them for $18? That's right, quantity, baby. They're perfect for your crew, your team, your carpool. 6 green chili breakfast burritos for $18 for a limited time at Good Times. Kreckman and Lindahl Nuggets and the Portland Trail Blazers tonight. Andy, you're scouring the Twitters. Do we have any up-to-the-minute injury updates?
Not seeing anything on Michael Porter Jr. Jeremy Grant is out for Portland, as Vic tweeted out a video of Chauncey Billups talking about that a little bit earlier, so we're monitoring Vic's timeline, as I'm assuming I don't know if maybe he or Katie will tweet it out first, but no update and no news as to just yet as to what's going on with MPJ.
Latest official injury report that came out this afternoon to the NBA, Porter is questionable. Jamal and AG are probable. That's it. Obviously, Watson and Westbrook are out for this evening. So
we're not going to see Westbrook till after All-Star break, right?
Can't imagine that would be the case, that they would have any reason to want to go and hurry him back right now. Nuggets, by the way, 14-4 since January 8th. They have won 6 in a row. Joker goes for 28, 11, and 9 the other night down in Phoenix. Doesn't play the fourth quarter, which is absolutely huge. Jamal went for 30. Strother and CB were both excellent. And the Nuggets blow out the Suns in Phoenix.
What about Najee? What do you think of Zeke?
Zeke's been good. He has been doing the job. He really has been at a time of the season where, let's give some love to Jalen Pickett as well. Like, these guys are playing serviceable backup spot duty right now, which is absolutely what you need out of those guys.
Yeah, and hopefully it continues.
Yes.
They could really use it. Again, the best trade you could have is just refining the game of some of the guys already on your roster.
Sure. And the newly healthy and red hot Michael Porter, hopefully he's okay with this hamstring thing. But I mean, I know Portland is playing better of late. But like if Joker and Jamal and AG all go for the next 2 games, tonight and Wednesday, this being the Portland Trail Blazers and all, you should get 2 victories, and you should roll into the All-Star break on an 8-game win streak.
Give me another game where Joker doesn't play the fourth quarter. I like it.
Yeah.
Is that the second or third time this year that's happened?
It's been happening more and more lately, so that's pretty nice. All right. Couple of Super Bowl house cleaning things to hit right here. Andy, did you have a strong feeling about the new score bug on Fox?
Yeah, it was weird. Everybody was joking that they gave all the money to Brady, and I didn't love it. Now, it's funny. I don't think a lot of people realize. I believe it was Fox that started the whole score bug thing.
Ooh,
when they got the
innovators
contract
in the field
from CBS way back in the day, or NBC or whatever.
Fox Sports!
There it is.
It was quite big.
Yeah, it was large. You know what? I made the same comment. Just go back to the ticker style. It took up too much of the screen at times.
Remember the old CBS one that was just like a little,
little score
in
bug
the corner?
Just right in the, just do that.
There's the clock, there's the score, there's the down and distance, and you're done. I mean, I will give them this credit on this one. It didn't have a bunch of superfluous crap on it, which I always really do appreciate it. God, Andy, I watch a ton of college basketball, and some of these score bugs are just like, it's you guys are killing me. I don't need any more information. You don't need any more sponsors on that thing. It's taking up half the damn screen. This one didn't have that problem. It just it was big. It took up more space than it needed to. It was more prominent than it needed to be. I did kind of at first I was weirded out, and then I got used to being able to see the field below it, or I suppose behind it. You could say. I kind of started to like that. It's one of those things, though, of by next year, by week 4, we will have watched 1,000 games with it, and we won't even think about it anymore. It was just so new for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it just was a weird time to drop it. Let me get used to it beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah. What was the deal with the wet, empty street behind Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt?
That was really obnoxious. You're not on Bourbon Street. We know it. You're at the stadium. You wanted to open the game that way to give us a feel for the local flair. Fine, whatever. By halftime, take that down.
Also, where is everybody?
You're in the
Can I get a couple of drunk guys stumbling around in
Bourbon
the background?
Street's always active.
Right.
I don't know what you thought that was. It could have been Bourbon Street. If I had known you were in New Orleans, that could have been Jack the Ripper Street. I don't know. You in England? What are you doing?
Was it like, here we're back, but it's also the height of COVID and nobody can go outside of their house right now?
Hang out. Here's just a street. But so, that was weird. That was really bothering me because they wouldn't let it go. And that was the biggest backdrop I'd seen, too. I was like, okay.
Yes.
You really went in on the digital board there, didn't you?
Did you have a favorite Super Bowl commercial?
I'm not as into the commercials. I'm gonna lean towards the funny ones. I did get a chuckle, of course, out of the Dunkin' Donuts. I thought the Harry Met Sally one, good effort, but not quite there.
Meg Ryan's had some work done. Have you noticed?
Yeah, they all have at this point. You see the Friends reunion. I would also say, or Jerry Jones. I saw one on Twitter today about Seinfeld.
What's your point?
Did you see the Seinfeld George one where did you invite me over for the chips? You didn't drop a chip?
Mm-hmm.
And again, that was fine, but I wouldn't say there was one that's going to be like, wow, that's going to stick with me forever.
The only LOL moment I had during the commercials, and I also will admit I don't care, but the one that made me LOL was the Mountain Dew commercial with Seal.
That was weird to me, man. That was weird.
Seal was a seal.
I know, and it was weird.
And it made me laugh.
It was just so weird.
Very weird.
Yeah.
But I laughed. I have to admit, it got me for a moment. So that
what was bothering me? I don't know what the deal was. One was Pringles, and then the other was I didn't like the flying. I don't need the mustache flying around off people, and I didn't need... What's the actor's Eugene Levy?
Eugene Levy, yeah.
Eyebrows flying everywhere.
That
was grossing me out a little bit. Now, I did get a chuckle when, who was it that kept James Harden's mustache? He wouldn't give it back. That gave me a small chuckle at the end, but that's as close as we got.
Yeah, again, the Super Bowl commercials are... One of my problems with Super Bowl commercials is, like, I don't need to get that jacked for the premiere of the commercial, because I'm about to see all of these 8,000 times.
You put a lot of money into it.
Yeah.
But is this...
we get it. Dan Campbell's working at Applebee's. Okay.
Is this still the pop culture icon it once was?
Yeah, I think so.
See, I feel like so many kids are on YouTube. They don't care about these commercials. They can skip them at any time. I feel like the commercials kind of lost some of its juice, but maybe it's just because, the skin cowboy hats... Don't ever want to see that again.
Yeah. No, I wasn't a fan.
That was not good.
No, I didn't like that one. I agree. Thank you. I didn't care for that.
I don't know, man. We're a long way from the Budweiser frogs or the Was Up or whatever.
It's the Super Bowl is the snapshot of the culture in the moment.
Right.
And that's what it's there to provide for you. And I guess I appreciate that part of it. But yeah, again, like, getting too jazzed about the commercials, that just feels like something out of a bygone era.
And you know what? I appreciate whatever your efforts are, but the Harrison Ford one, I was like, wow, you were really spending a lot of money to just tell me drive Ford or drive Jeep instead of Ford. You know what I mean?
Cool, Carl.
God,
Get it, his name.
Am I supposed to go on out to Yellowstone or something? Relax.
Yeah, It was a little much.
And he was all grumpy. I'm going to talk in my grumpy guy voice like I'm Clint Eastwood. And
I think that's kind of Harrison.
Gran Torino.
I think that's I think that's baseline Harrison Ford. I think that's what he's mostly like.
All right.
Yeah. I think in real life he's not nearly as charming as Han Solo.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I've heard. You heard he and Brad Pitt, like, during the Devil's Own. They aren't having any reunions of that cast.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Super Bowl MVP, they get it right? You okay with Jalen Hurts?
I think we all would have loved a defensive player because of how good, and frankly, like you said,
Cooper DeJean, baby.
Cooper DeJean